Our main character in this manhwa is among the most average-looking individuals you're likely to encounter, and he's employed at a logistics hub to earn his keep. Kim Jong-young isn't exactly thrilled with his employment, and the why behind it is about to become crystal clear as he attempts to initiate a bit of small talk with the robotic unit beside him. The metallic automaton completely blanks him, diving headfirst into its tasks. And that, right there, is the precise reason for his dissatisfaction with this place. You understand. This entire distribution hub is teeming with cutting-edge, technologically superior AI, automatons that manage the bulk of the physical labor. Jong-young is tasked with supervising the whole operation, yet there isn't a single soul for him to converse with. He often finds himself feeling quite disheartened, yearning for the genuine connection of human company. And at times, he questions whether he's landed in the entirely wrong profession. This entire situation kicked off approximately 2 months prior, immediately following his discharge from military service, and that marked the beginning of his unfortunate run of luck. The initial significant blow was his parents relocating to Wijanbu as a sort of farewell present for his military completion. They covered the security deposit and half a year's rent for his studio. This left him to fend for himself near his former school, and so his unwillingly solitary existence commenced, even though his finances were secure. Bolstered by government aid and the rent his parents handled, he opted to search for employment at a leisurely pace, feeling no urgency. His aspiration was to secure the most ideal position. But circumstances didn't align with his expectations, and he encountered numerous rejections, often before he could even demonstrate his capabilities. Following a solid month of seeking employment, he was on the verge of going mad from sheer, unadulterated boredom. One afternoon, while merely passing the hours, he found himself complaining to his sister about their rather unimpressive brother, who was struggling to even secure a job. Predictably, his sister thoroughly enjoyed teasing him, and during their conversation, he learned that delivery firms were utilizing AI robots to simplify operations, and a significant number of individuals were employed as operators within these companies. His curiosity was definitely ignited. And that's precisely how he found himself in this desolate environment, where there is absolutely no one to engage in conversation with. Just as I'm articulating this, we perceive another individual hailing him. This gentleman appears rather irritable and disagreeable upon initial observation. It would hardly be a shock if he held the manager's position, as he seems to embody that role flawlessly. Regardless, the senior colleague notifies his subordinate that their tuna supply is depleted, despite the system indicating remaining stock. He instructs our protagonist to investigate the warehouse for any unaccounted-for inventory. Naturally, Jung acquiesces, a fabricated smile fixed upon his face. Let's be entirely truthful. Jung actually perceives those robots as considerably more personable than his utterly frigid senior in any case. Once Kim ventures into the storage area, the portal behind him commences its closure. He swiftly initiates a search for the tuna his superior mentioned. After some thorough searching, he locates the desired stock, ascends a platform, and secures it. At that precise moment, he registers a resonant clang as the warehouse door slams shut forcefully. He attempts to manipulate the doorknob, but it's firmly jammed. He tries calling his manager, Shin, but there's no response. The notion of dialing 911 flickers through his mind, but he dismisses it, considering he isn't trapped within a sub-zero freezer, so the ensuing trouble wouldn't be justified. Alternatively, he snaps a selfie and dispatches it to his sisters, apprising them of his confinement within the warehouse. Initially, she playfully mocks his predicament, but then abruptly she declares she just witnessed a building collapsing near her residence. Naturally, the brother becomes concerned for his sister's well-being and hastily dials her phone number. When she finally answers, she remains silent, and he begins to suspect she might be orchestrating a prank. But just as that thought crosses his mind, the entire warehouse begins to vibrate violently, and the emergency siren erupts. The entire vicinity descends into utter pandemonium, and he discerns announcements urging everyone to evacuate with utmost speed. Trapped within the warehouse, oblivious to the events unfolding outside, he starts desperately hammering on the main door with his bare hands. Yet, his frenzied pounding elicits no reaction. In a state of desperation, he resolves to contact 911, only to discover that the cellular network is completely down. He's genuinely starting to lose his composure now, and the horrifying prospect that a full-scale war might be raging just outside is causing him immense distress. Suddenly, he becomes aware of something forcefully striking the main gate from the exterior, each impact leaving a colossal indentation in the formidable steel door, as though it were merely a flimsy piece of cardboard. His hands are trembling uncontrollably as he retracts them from the doorknob, instinctively sensing that absolute chaos is erupting outside, and if he dares to make even a single sound, he's utterly convinced his time is up. Sweating profusely, he crumples to his knees in terror, and mercifully, the relentless pounding on the gate eventually ceases. Nevertheless, the external commotion and piercing screams remain sufficiently audible to fill him with dread. 3 full days have elapsed since that calamitous day, and he remains confined within the warehouse, sustaining himself on the accessible provisions. Given that no one has come to search for him, he's thoroughly persuaded that some catastrophic event must have transpired outside. He speculates whether a war is currently underway, and by this point, he feels almost a sense of relief for being trapped inside, believing he might have perished had he been on the exterior. The alarm system, which previously blared incessantly, has been completely silent since the previous day, which is a welcome respite. At least he can achieve some sleep now, but he's uncertain how much longer he can possibly endure, particularly with his phone's battery power dwindling rapidly, and this could very well be his final communication to the outside world. He's fervently praying that a soldier or someone from his nation discovers him soon and ensures his family remains safe. Just when he believed circumstances couldn't possibly become more chaotic, a system interface materializes directly in front of him, informing him of his selection and instructing him to examine his awakened powers. Initially, Jong Yong suspects he might be experiencing hallucinations, but then an additional window promptly appears, declaring he has obtained his very own personal subspace for item storage. He begins to ponder if there was some illicit substance mixed into the tuna cans he has been consuming for the preceding 3 days. Another digital alert suddenly pops into view, announcing that the designated target has been identified and inquiring whether he wishes to store it. Without any deliberation, he confirms, and abruptly, he starts to plummet, impacting heavily on his rear onto the firm ground outside. He hastily scrambles to his feet and surveys his surroundings, only to witness a landscape of rubble and debris stretching everywhere. And the scene is one of complete and utter devastation. He then spots his senior colleague lying deceased on the ground, while the system notifications continue to flash relentlessly. Our protagonist is preoccupied with violently vomiting, having just witnessed his senior's inanimate form. The system subsequently declares that a compatible operating system for him has been located and is currently in the process of being installed. Suddenly, he hears the distinct sound of footsteps approaching from his rear, and an immense shadow is cast by a figure positioned behind him, and he is overwhelmingly certain that this particular shadow does not belong to a human. As the viewpoint broadens, we observe an orc-like monstrosity, complete with menacing fangs and a colossal, blood-drenched physique. Jong Yong begins to sweat profusely as he endeavors to regain his composure, desperately clinging to the hope that his worst fears are unfounded. He makes an effort to remain optimistic, persuading himself that the deafening roar he heard 3 days prior might have originated from a gorilla or perhaps a bear. But he absolutely does not dare to turn and face the entity behind him, and instead, he flees as rapidly as his legs can carry him, running for his very life. His terror escalates to unprecedented levels as he comprehends that a literal monster is actively hunting him. He sprints with frantic energy, even inadvertently stepping on someone's dislodged organs in this desperate escape. He has absolutely no understanding why an orc-like being is present here, or why it is so fiercely determined to capture him. But he is certain of one undeniable fact. If he fails to make his escape imminently, he is undoubtedly going to be apprehended. Suddenly, the system interface reappears, declaring that synchronization has been successfully completed and inquiring if he desires to enter the designated subspace. Without a moment's hesitation, Jong Yong rapidly responds in the affirmative. After all, the terrifying monster is nearly upon him. Just as the creature's massive hand swings menacingly towards him, he leaps decisively into the portal, While he is, at last, secure on the opposite side of the dimensional gateway, the monstrous pursuer remains stranded on the other side of said portal and could do absolutely nothing beyond groaning in sheer frustration. Jong Yong becomes thoroughly perplexed and questions why the monster is incapable of entering this particular location. A hovering, unmanned aerial vehicle confirms that nothing can penetrate his personal subspace without his explicit consent because he is its designated master. The drone proceeds to elucidate that the subspace is entirely under his dominion. Jong Yong is utterly astounded to witness the drone communicating with him, and he experiences a peculiar sensation of having seen this before. Upon surveying his surroundings, he discovers himself once again within the PAX's fulfillment center warehouse, but on this occasion, it constitutes a part of his newfound subspace. The entire area is populated with the identical robotic units as previously observed. The system makes an announcement that, owing to his initial entry into the subspace, he will be granted a reward for successfully completing the tutorial phase, which consists of a single mana stone. The stone materializes directly in his hand, but before he has a chance to discern its nature, the monster situated outside begins to violently slam against the portal. The sudden noise startles him profoundly, and he momentarily forgets that he was being relentlessly pursued by an actual monster. He experiences a renewed wave of panic and frantically queries the system if it's absolutely certain the monsters cannot gain entry. The system reaffirms that no entity can enter the subspace without his explicit authorization. The system window illuminates yet again, indicating that the PX Fulfillment Center is a 5-story structure, encompassing a total floor area of 10,000 pion, which is roughly equivalent to 33,000 square meters. It houses every conceivable product required to enhance the lives of customers. The prevailing shipping velocity is 60 kilometers per hour, and it is capable of processing one shipment concurrently, with the shipping dimension restriction set at 2 meters. Jong Yong finds himself just as bewildered as the rest of us regarding what this particular information truly signifies. The system then proceeds to further mystify him by disclosing that a mere 2 minutes remain until the commencement of maintenance. Confused, Jong Yong inquires if the logistics center will cease operations after 2 minutes. The drone verifies this assertion and clarifies that he can utilize the mana stone to provide energy and sustain the operational facilities within the subspace. Given that he currently possesses 1 mana stone, it possesses the capacity to power the entire facility for the subsequent 24 hours. Jong Yong is thoroughly impressed by the remarkable efficiency of the mana stone, and the drone swiftly elaborates that when the PX Fulfillment Center was assimilated into the subspace, its energy provision system underwent modification to suit the subspace's unique environment. Consequently, the facility now operates on mana stones. Jong Yong questions if all of this is genuinely feasible, or if it's merely some elaborate science fiction fabrication. Abruptly, the illumination within the facility extinguishes, and the drone begins emitting flashing lights. The PX system clarifies that the energy supply to the facility has been severed, and if the energy is not promptly restored, PX Fresh and other perishable products could begin to spoil. Evidently, PAX Fresh constitutes one of the services that guarantees the proper storage and delivery of a wide array of items, ranging from fresh produce to various meats and pre-cooked meals, all maintained under frozen and refrigerated conditions. Jong Yong glances back at the monster intensely glaring at it and comprehends that the outside world is essentially a combat zone. In such a dire predicament, food is absolutely paramount for survival. With the power supply to the freezers and refrigerators interrupted, it presents a monumental problem. He asks the drone if the mana stone truly serves as a viable replacement for electricity. The drone affirms this inquiry. Consequently, Jong Yong queries how he might procure additional mana stones. The drone responds, stating that he can obtain mana stones from entities originating from another dimension. Well, it's abundantly clear that our protagonist is not precisely enthusiastic about confronting this heavily muscled monstrosity that could literally dismember him with a single decisive action. He instructs his drone to utilize the mana stone for the time being, and he promptly proceeds into the facility to acquire some armaments. Once safely inside, he amasses a selection of weapons, and the system interface displays the cost associated with each weapon, considering the finite resources he currently possesses. He is apprehensive about the possibility of depleting his stock if he directly hurls them at the monstrous creature. He is also uncertain whether these bladed implements can even successfully pierce the monster's remarkably thick hide. He concludes that injuring and gradually dispatching the monster might represent a more effective strategy. Since the monster is incapable of entering his personal subspace, he doesn't find it necessary to neutralize it in a single attempt. Instead, he will focus on inflicting wounds upon it incrementally, ensuring he doesn't squander his valuable resources or face the risk of exhausting his weapon supply prematurely. Yong hurls the axe directly at the monster, but it merely grazes the creature's massive body, which only serves to further intensify its already formidable rage. With his initial strategy not yielding the desired results, and acknowledging his dwindling supply of available weapons, he resolved to attempt throwing the cumbersome axe one additional time, hoping it will produce a more substantial effect. He inquires with the pack system about the remaining inventory of the axe, and he is genuinely taken aback to learn there are 15 units still available. He had anticipated only a handful at most, so this particular number catches him completely by surprise. He swiftly requests information regarding the precise location of these axes. Once Jong Yong arrives at the designated storage vicinity, he is utterly astounded to discover these axes are replicating themselves infinitely. The pack system clarifies that these items are fashioned through a process that enables them to be duplicated without any limit. While they are susceptible to damage or alteration, they cannot, however, be entirely exhausted. This revelation utterly stuns Jong Yong, because if the system's assertion holds true, then he possesses access to a virtually inexhaustible supply of weaponry. Remarkably, the pack system indeed corroborates this. Armed with this recently acquired understanding, Jong Yong feels a profound sense of relief, knowing he no longer needs to fret about depleting his weapon supply. He can now freely launch them at the monstrous creature, without any apprehension of exhausting his available stock. He is quite certain that his own shoulders might succumb before the monster does, but at the very least, he possesses a seemingly limitless arsenal of weapons. The system then imparts a rather fascinating piece of information. Apparently, our protagonist is not required to hurl the weapons manually, because he possesses the ability to automatically dispatch product from his subspace directly into the external world. The system elaborates that shipping is restricted to once every 30 seconds, but this rate can be accelerated by enhancing his relevant skills. Jong Yong promptly inquires about the method for launching his weapons, and the system elucidates that all he must do is concentrate on the registered product and utter "ship" for it to be dispatched automatically. Precisely as the system finishes its explanation, Jong Yong immediately vocalizes the command "ship," and an axe hurtles through the atmosphere with astounding velocity, crashing directly into the monster's repulsive visage, neutralizing it with remarkable ease. The axe was in fact propelled by the drone, and when Jong Yong inquires about the throwing speed, the system responds, indicating that the standard shipping velocity is 60 kilometers per hour. Now, it becomes entirely clear to Jong Yong what the system previously implied by shipping speed. The system then discloses that if he wishes to alter the velocity, he can adjust it up to a maximum threshold of 75 kilometers per hour. To surpass that limit, he will be required to augment his abilities. Naturally, Jong Yong questions the system on the method to enhance his skills, and the system clarifies that he can achieve this by utilizing mana stones. Regarding the subject of mana stones, our protagonist swiftly recalls the monster he has just vanquished, and he comes to the realization that he will need to confront more of these creatures. In order to progress, he quickly procures some equipment from the facility, the initial item he selects being lightweight combat footwear, valued at approximately 50,000 Korean won, accompanied by coordinating tactical combat trousers priced around 78,000 Korean won. Once he is suitably outfitted, He also procures a highly detailed map of the Seoul metropolitan region and a permanent marking pen. He inscribes a circle around the Gwangjin district and subsequently marks the adjacent districts as well, following a specific sequence. With his strategy clearly defined, he resolves to commence with the closest designated district and systematically advance towards his ultimate objective, Gyeongbu, where he earnestly hopes to reunite with his parents. Given that Jong-young is embarking from Gunpo and lacks even an automobile, he acknowledges it's destined to be an arduous journey to reach his parents. Although it certainly doesn't possess the speed of an automobile or motorcycle, a standard bicycle still retains considerable value in a post-apocalyptic environment. And if I'm being completely candid, it's essentially a Lamborghini in that particular moment. He mounts the bicycle and commences pedaling through the desolate, ruined world. After approximately 30 minutes have elapsed, night descends, and he has successfully neutralized nearly a dozen orcs. During this relatively brief expedition, he then discloses to us that he has gleaned one crucial piece of knowledge, subsequent to dispatching those 12 orcs. But before he could articulate anything concerning his recent discovery, a monster materializes unexpectedly and attempts to assault him. Jong-young swiftly withdraws into the safety of his personal subspace, leaving the monstrous creature stranded outside. While the formidable monster remains effectively immobilized, he once again employs his shipment capability to launch the axe with truly incredible velocity. Regrettably, the projectile misses its intended target by a slight margin and only manages to inflict an injury upon the monster's shoulder. To reactivate his shipment ability once more, Jong-young is required to wait a full 30 seconds for the cooldown period to elapse, and there is also an effective range limitation of 10 meters. Notwithstanding these particular disadvantages, he has come to understand that his abilities are quite extraordinary and can be further enhanced by accumulating mana stones and subsequently upgrading them. Beyond mere shipment, Pax's unique ability possesses other versatile applications, and we shall soon discover precisely what those entail. Suddenly, the monster detects movement directly behind it, and upon turning around, it witnesses the axe arcing back into the portal, and then it returns with force, striking it squarely in the face once more, conclusively sealing its unfortunate destiny on the spot. This, in fact, is the secondary application of Pax's shipment capability, which is also identified as product retrieval. It functions to automatically recall items that have been dispatched, a feature that proves just as remarkably convenient as the shipment ability itself. Jong-young utilizes his retrieval power yet again to secure the mana stone from the defeated monster. He finds himself somewhat intrigued, wondering why he cannot simply retrieve the mana stone in this manner without first having to eliminate the monster. He then poses the identical question to PX and learns that he can employ his retrieve skill on the stone because it legitimately belongs to him, only after he has successfully slain the monster. Regardless, Jong-young emerges from his personal subspace and imparts to us another vital piece of information he had acquired concerning this apocalyptic new world. Apparently, the peculiar orc-like creatures are not the sole beings wreaking havoc upon the planet. They're also formidable winged monsters, and he recognizes it will require a significant effort to hunt one of those down. Suddenly, he discerns desperate cries for assistance. But before he can ascertain the source of the calls, the perspective shifts to this individual known by the name Choi, who is desperately attempting to flee. He is so utterly depleted that each successive step feels heavier than the one preceding it, and a winged predator is actively trying to pursue and capture him. The monster swoops down aggressively, striking the man forcefully from behind and causing him to crash violently to the ground in excruciating pain. There is another individual positioned behind the injured man, but before this second person can assist his fallen companion, the monster lands directly in front of him, effectively obstructing his path. Its menacing maw is visibly salivated, as if human flesh represents the most delectable sustenance in this vicinity. But peculiarly enough, The monster refrains from attacking the man standing directly before it. Instead, it redirects its intense gaze towards Choi, who is prostrate on the ground, groaning audibly in severe pain. The man is utterly bewildered to observe that the monster isn't launching an assault on him, and comes to the realization that this creature had been specifically targeting Choi from the outset, most likely because Choi is of smaller stature and appears to be a more vulnerable target. He possesses no idea what actions he can take against this colossal monster to rescue his friend, because his only possession is this diminutive knife, and he harbors significant doubt as to whether this knife could even be effectively used to distract this formidable beast. Just at that moment, the distinct chime of a bicycle bell resonates through the area, and, hardly surprisingly, it is our protagonist rapidly approaching them. But these two individuals have no inkling as to who or what is heading in their direction. Before they can fully comprehend the unfolding situation, they observe in utter disbelief as a monster that was relentlessly hunting them is violently struck by a projectile, sending it skidding uncontrollably across the ground. Due to the sheer force of the impact, the monstrous creature was felled by a single, powerful throw of an axe, leaving both of the men struggling to mentally process what they had just witnessed. Jong Yong quickly inquires if they are unharmed, but they remain in a state of profound awe, their jaws literally agape as they attempt to comprehend how an individual on a simple bicycle managed to vanquish a flying wyvern, utilizing merely an axe. The two of them hastily ask Jong Yong if he is a member of the military, and they also commence bowing their heads in a gesture of profound respect, deeply thankful for the preservation of their lives. Jong Yong, relieved that they are unharmed, responds to their inquiry by indicating his attire, clarifying that he is an employee of PAX FC, and they can clearly observe he is wearing the official company uniform. This particular revelation astounds them even further. They had erroneously presumed he was a highly experienced soldier, considering his remarkable skills and overall appearance. Even if he were not a soldier, his capabilities are so utterly exceptional that had they not personally witnessed it, they would never have accepted that someone could neutralize a wyvern with a mere axe throw while simultaneously riding a bicycle. Jung Yong expresses surprise upon learning that these individuals are acquainted with the notion of special abilities. One of them quickly affirms this, mentioning that he himself possesses an awakened ability, although it's merely a rather unassuming driving proficiency. Considering the prevailing circumstances, he hasn't had an adequate opportunity to utilize it. The other individual, Choi, begins to chuckle and confesses he feels a slight twinge of envy because he himself has not awakened any particular ability. Jong Yong then inquires if there are any other individuals present nearby. Choi confirms that there are indeed not, elucidating that they are currently situated in Block C, which notably houses a logistics center. A considerable number of people congregated here, but regrettably, monsters were drawn to the location as well. The majority of the individuals were either assaulted, killed, or gruesomely consumed alive. Only approximately 10 to 15 survivors remain, and they are comparatively secluded within Block E's subterranean terminal. He further elaborates that they had been searching for a roadway that vehicles could safely traverse, and they also intended to gather some essential daily provisions. But unexpectedly, they were ambushed by the monstrous creature. The other person then proposes that instead of conversing at this location, Jong Yong should accompany them. He is cordially invited to join them at their current living accommodations, situated on the 4th subterranean level. The monsters have, thus far, never encroached upon that specific area, so they're able to rest there with a degree of comfort. They also extend an offer of some light refreshments. Jong Yong carefully mulls over the proposition, and it's evident he is undeniably intrigued by the prospect of seeing the vehicles they alluded to previously, and is in dire need of intelligence regarding operational motor vehicles. Ultimately, he makes the decision to accept their gracious invitation, even though he harbors some uncertainty about whether he should implicitly trust them. As they commence their departure, we are afforded one final glimpse of the deceased monster lying inert on the ground. It is at this juncture that our protagonist retrieves the mana stone from within the monster and swiftly conceals it within his personal subspace. He is relieved that these two individuals remain unaware of his unique ability, as it signifies he possesses a contingency plan should circumstances turn unfavorable, and can readily escape into his subspace if the need arises. After some time has passed, they eventually arrive at the basement level, where they observe a man who seemingly has just vanquished an orc entirely by his own efforts. Choi quickly rushes towards his companion, inquiring about what transpired and if everything is satisfactory. The orc slayer reassures him that all is well, explaining that the orc must have inadvertently wandered into the area. Fortunately, it failed to notice their presence, so they were able to dispatch it with relative ease. No one sustained any injuries, but they can no longer be entirely certain that the location is secure. Conversely, Jong Yong experiences a slight sense of terror regarding how perilous this place truly is, but he promptly snaps out of his contemplative state when the orc killer inquires about his identity. Choi clarifies that Jong Yong is the individual who rescued them from the wyvern and was formerly employed by PAX FC. He also adds that Jong Yong possesses considerable strength, having slain the wyvern with a skillfully thrown axe from a significant distance. Everyone present is thoroughly impressed and exceedingly curious about the nature of the ability he might possess. At that precise moment, a woman hastens towards him, and she is absolutely overjoyed that he managed to save Yong-soo and Bayon-ko. She is so profoundly grateful that she begins to perform a jubilant dance. The remaining individuals start to congregate around him, lavishing him with words of commendation. Jong Hyun attempts to diminish the significance of his actions, stating he was merely performing his necessary duty, just as our young hero is receiving such considerable attention. Choi endeavors to disperse the assembling crowd, advising them against teasing the young man. It is then that the oracular individual speaks up, asserting that everyone present has collaborated for over a decade, and that Yong-soo and Byung-kol are akin to family members to him. He is genuinely appreciative to encounter someone who rescued his family, and formally introduces himself as Lee Jin-mak, the center manager of Daehan Express Terminal. He even inclines his head in a gesture of respect for saving his two companions. Once the initial exchange of courtesies has concluded, Jin-mak provides Jong Yong with a concise overview of the current location. He clarifies that while they cannot absolutely guarantee the safety of this site, it is considerably more hospitable than the external environment. They possess food and water provisions sourced from the logistics center, so Jong Yong is welcome to eat to his heart's content without feeling any awkwardness, and can generally make himself comfortable. Jin-mak also notes that they have an ample stock of supplies and are capable of acquiring more from the logistics center should the need arise. However, Young-soo interjects to highlight that the specific logistics center they are discussing has inexplicably vanished. Of course, everyone present is left completely wide-eyed, and their mouths are agape at this utterly preposterous piece of news. Mok-jin quickly demands to know what on earth this could possibly signify. Choi reiterates his assertion, stating it has literally disappeared, and explains that this is the precise reason they were being pursued by the wyvern. The other members of the group staunchly refuse to accept this, and question how such an immense edifice could simply dematerialize. Mok-jin then eventually begins to accept the stark reality of the situation, and also informs his other companions that if the monsters currently roaming freely can be a reality, then it is not excessively far-fetched to consider. A building could indeed vanish into utter nothingness. Meanwhile, Jong Yong remains perfectly silent, and I am not entirely certain if the disappearance of that particular logistics center is somehow connected to our protagonist's personal subspace. Regardless, the manager endeavors to maintain calm among everyone and informs them that, irrespective of the circumstances, they must excavate their way through the tunnel. If they remain in this location, conditions will only deteriorate further. He urges everyone not to become disheartened, asserting that their opportune moment has merely arrived somewhat prematurely, and that they will commence their advance into the tunnel as expediently as possible. The woman from earlier, now visibly energized, attempts to rally the others by reminding them that even in the absence of the logistics center, they still must contemplate their subsequent course of action. Therefore, she adamantly insists they must forcefully make their way through. Young turns his attention to the manager, inquiring what force our way through precisely entails. The manager clarifies that every individual present has residences located elsewhere, and vehicles are absolutely indispensable for undertaking travel. However, with the roadways currently obstructed, they are compelled to discover an alternative passage. Jong Yong becomes visibly more alert at the mention of vehicles and requests further detailed information. The manager confirms they indeed possess operational vehicles, but elaborates that all accessible routes are currently blocked. The golf course impedes passage to the northern direction. Shipping containers obstruct the eastern route, and the southern Yangdong Expressway is utterly demolished. The tunnel leading westward represents the sole remaining exit, but regrettably, a formidable group of wyverns has seized control of that very tunnel. Up to this point, everyone has managed to survive by procuring sustenance and water from the logistics center. The manager then informs Jong Yong that traversing the tunnel isn't obligatory for him, given that the obstructed roadways are primarily for vehicular traffic, and alternative escape routes exist for those on foot or bicycle. Nonetheless, Jong Yong swiftly retorts that he, too, requires a vehicle and believes navigating the tunnel is the most prudent course of action. The manager refrains from further attempts to sway our protagonist's decision and merely states he's invited to accompany them if he feels inclined. Jong Yong offers a smile and expresses his willingness to collaborate. Internally, Jong Yong also considers that concealing his unique abilities would be the more advantageous strategy. Although the group appears sufficiently amicable, he cannot overlook the fact they've been desperately fighting for survival, while he, by contrast, was secure within the center's confines. It's plausible they might have depleted their food and essential provisions, and he's quite certain they wouldn't be entirely transparent about their predicament. He comprehends their inherent need for discretion and intends to maintain his own vigilance accordingly. He then addresses the manager, stating his desire to assess the circumstances concerning the tunnel and the wyvern. His stated intention is to conduct reconnaissance. However, in actual fact, he simply aims to unleash his powers to annihilate that swarm of creatures, and thereby accumulate a significant cache of valuable mana stones. The narrative then briefly rewinds, flashing back for a moment. After successfully vanquishing a substantial number of monsters, he had managed to accumulate 5 of those potent magic stones. With this newly acquired bounty, he could reduce the cooldown period for his shipping ability to a mere 5 seconds. It was then he discovered 3 entirely new shipping abilities available. The initial option presented was precise delivery, which, just as its designation implies, secures a lock onto the intended target, ensuring a confirmed impact. The second ability revealed was simultaneous delivery, enabling him to dispatch a maximum of 2 items concurrently. And the third, automatic delivery, which empowered him to automatically dispatch pre-selected items, with the dispatch timing interval being fully configured. As incredibly potent as these abilities appeared, each one came with a price tag of approximately 10 stones, and our protagonist was absolutely eager to witness them in practical application. Although he remained somewhat uncertain regarding the precise functionality of automatic delivery. Returning to the present, he's positively beaming with anticipation, elated by the magic stones he'd painstakingly accumulated, and keenly anticipating his upcoming scouting mission to acquire even more. Or at least, that was his optimistic expectation. His aspiration of acquiring those fantastic abilities is abruptly shattered when he discovers himself unexpectedly saddled with Youngso, one of the very individuals he had rescued previously. When our protagonist questions his reason for accompanying him, Yanseo asserts it's far too perilous to venture out unaccompanied. Jong Yong, however, counters by reminding him that he was the one recently pursued by a wyvern. Yet, Youngso remains insistent, claiming it's irrelevant because he cannot permit him to go alone. Besides, he expresses confidence that our hero will rescue him again if necessary. Our protagonist then recalls Youngso, mentioning his awakening of a driver's ability. So he inquires if Youngso can perceive a message window or any similar interface. Youngso states he hasn't observed any such message window or comparable display of that nature, but possesses a strong intuition that he has, in fact, awakened an ability. It simply hasn't reached full maturation yet. Well, this particular piece of information isn't exactly comforting to our protagonist, and he's beginning to feel a considerable sense of unease. As darkness descends, their bicycle rockets down the roadway at incredible velocities. Jong Young is practically perspiring with trepidation as he observes Yang Seo precariously maneuvering the bike using only one leg, all while attempting to maintain his equilibrium upon it. When he questions why Yang Seo is operating the vehicle in such a manner, the man replies that the road is heavily congested with vehicles, making visibility challenging. That's precisely when Yang Seo spots a wyvern looming ahead. Our hero urgently instructs him to halt, as he can't discern anything clearly. It appears the monster has, at last, detected their presence nearby, and as it fixes its menacing glare upon them, Yang Seo anxiously asks for their next move. Precisely then, a projectile impacts the monster with force, neutralizing it in a single decisive strike, leaving Yang Seo utterly astounded and bewildered. Meanwhile, our protagonist calmly advises him to keep his gaze forward and refrain from looking back. As he's uttering these words, he surreptitiously retrieves the mana stone and secures it within his subspace. At last, Yang Seo indicates that he can discern the tunnel in the distance. He forcefully applies the brakes, but before our hero can inquire about the reason for his sudden stop in the middle of the thoroughfare, the rationale behind their abrupt cessation of movement becomes starkly apparent when they witness a veritable swarm of monsters crawling menacingly throughout the area, and Yang Seo is, understandably, absolutely petrified by the sight. And frankly, it wouldn't be shocking if he's already had a rather unfortunate accident, as one of the menacing creatures begins to advance in their direction. Yang Seo is quite convinced their desperate game is effectively over. Even with the advantage of their electric bicycles, there's simply no conceivable way they can outpace such a multitude of wyverns. Just as Yang Seo mentally prepares himself for the inevitable grim outcome, our protagonist resolves that he has no alternative but to employ his subspace ability. He swiftly accesses his internal system, expends his accumulated mana stones to drastically reduce the cooldown from 30 seconds down to a mere 5. Yang Seo, utterly perplexed, demands to know what on earth he is doing, but our hero doesn't deign to offer an explanation. Meanwhile, the leading monster unleashes a deafening, terrifying roar, and every single monster in the immediate vicinity begins to converge upon them from all conceivable directions, just in the absolute nick of time. Jong Young bellows, "Ship," and a powerful projectile comes hurtling down, obliterating the monster and, in doing so, saving Yang Seo. Yang Seo glances rearward, still visibly anxious and thoroughly panicked, and is left completely aghast when he spots an ethereal portal materializing behind them. After dispatching the initial monstrous threat, our hero swiftly retrieves the valuable stones from its remains and instructs Yang Seo to remain in close proximity, as that is the sole method by which he can ensure his safety. Yang Seo readily agrees, although he remains utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, and particularly puzzled by the sudden appearance of a logistics center behind them. Just then, an additional wave of monsters materializes, and one among them is swiftly dispatched by our protagonist's expertly thrown axes. The remaining monsters prepare themselves and rapidly surge towards them. Yang Seo, panicking, starts to retreat and ultimately dives headfirst into our hero's protective subspace. The pursuing monster, on the other hand, collides brutally against the impenetrable subspace barrier, while Yang Seo stumbles backward and collapses onto the ground with it. The monster, recovering its composure, launches another ferocious charge, but our protagonist deftly slips into his subspace just in the nick of time. The creature impacts the barrier yet again with considerable force, and is promptly neutralized by an axe that descends almost immediately. Meanwhile, Yang Seo gazes upon this incredible scene with utter astonishment, as though he has just borne witness to a genuine miracle unfolding. He can scarcely credit the evidence of his own eyes, and from the inexplicable logistics center to the axes zipping through the air, he's uncertain which aspect of it all astounds him more. But he is undeniably certain of one crucial fact, that for our hero, these formidable monsters are little more than irritating pests, and this monster-infested tunnel is merely a temporary inconvenience that he can effortlessly clear without so much as breaking a sweat. He then muses on how everyone back in the basement had desperately wanted to utilize the delivery vehicle to transport provisions and achieve relatively safe passage. And for them, the tunnel was just one segment of that perilous route. Even if they managed to navigate it successfully, the monstrous threats would still be lurking beyond. But for our protagonist, the situation is fundamentally different. He truly only requires the vehicle as a convenient mode of transportation, given his ability to handle virtually any threat with remarkable ease. Young-So has even begun to experience a slight pang of envy as well, because possessing an ability of that caliber, he could readily reunite with his own family with utmost speed. He's uncertain precisely how far our hero intends to journey, to the extent that he feels compelled to utilize a vehicle. Abruptly, they observe the remaining monsters beginning to flee the area. Jong Yong is intrigued to witness that these reptilian creatures possess a degree of cunning, as they are opting to escape rather than blindly charge into certain danger, as our protagonist is in the process of retrieving the Mana Stones. Yang Seo observes this cerulean stone suspended enigmatically in midair and immediately inquires as to its nature. Our hero, with a hint of curiosity, asks if he has never encountered a Mana Stone previously. Young-So confesses that he indeed has not. So, Young clarifies that he utilizes them to augment his special abilities. Yang-Seo at last comprehends the significance and muses whether he might one day have an opportunity to try it himself. Now it finally clicks for our protagonist. Why Yang-Seo hadn't bothered to extract the Mana Stone from the orcs remains earlier in their journey. Regardless, Yang-Seo remarks that with capabilities of this magnitude, our hero could effortlessly conquer this entire tunnel all by himself. Jong Yong then elucidates that he hadn't ventured here with the explicit intention of completely clearing out the tunnel. He merely wished to assess the situation. If it appeared manageable, his plan was to breach it discreetly, and he hadn't intended to ostentatiously display his abilities in such a manner. Young-So then offers an apology for having tagged along uninvited, but our hero reassures him there's absolutely no need for concern. He hadn't known the precise route to the tunnel in any case, so had he ventured alone, he likely wouldn't have successfully navigated through. He then proposes it's time to return, as the wyverns have temporarily retreated for the moment, but could very well launch another assault soon. It's then that Yang-Seo inquires how far our protagonist intends to journey, to the extent that he perceives a necessity for a vehicle. Jong Yong clarifies that his objective is to reach his family, and his ultimate destination is indeed Wijongbu, situated in proximity to the Gangnam district. This particular piece of news visibly startles Yang-Seo, because his own intended destination lies along the very same route towards Gangnam. He discloses to Jong Yong that he is bound for Indioquan, which is conveniently en route, and subsequently asks if it would pose too great an inconvenience to permit him to accompany them until they arrive at Indioquan. Jong Yong finds himself somewhat uncertain how to reply, but Yang-Seo presses on, stating that even if he successfully navigates the tunnel, he lacks confidence in his ability to reach his home securely. His driving proficiency offers little advantage in direct combat situations, but given that Jong Yong can effectively repel monstrous adversaries, he believes he might possess a significantly better chance of reuniting with his family. Yang-Seo then pledges to assist our hero in reaching Gangnam more expeditiously than anyone else could manage, and solemnly vows he will not prove to be a hindrance on their journey. He's even prepared to furnish sustenance for our protagonist throughout their travels. Jong Yong begins to perceive some genuine strategic value in this potential partnership. Yang-Seo's driving capabilities are, without question, exceptional, and more crucially, if this individual is aligned with him, he is unlikely to divulge the secret of his extraordinary abilities. It presents a mutually beneficial win-win scenario, because Jong Yong harbors a legitimate fear that if his powers were to become common knowledge, there's no predicting the unpredictable actions people might undertake, perhaps even attempt to assassinate him. Though they could admittedly be an overestimation of the threat. Still, it's undoubtedly better to be safe than sorry. So all factors considered, our protagonist finally grants Yanseo the go-ahead to accompany him, and the man visibly brightens, like a child in a confectionery emporium. Jong Yong then informs him that he will personally handle the tunnel situation, and unequivocally makes it clear that Yanseo must maintain the secrecy of his abilities. He even requests that he ensure everyone else remains clear of his operational area. Yanseo enthusiastically concurs, pledging to guarantee full cooperation from everyone. He's overwhelmingly optimistic regarding this arrangement, prepared to fulfill his role. However, events didn't unfold quite as Jong Yong had hoped, because that rather impulsive individual proceeded to inform absolutely everyone that our hero possessed the capability to breach the tunnel single-handedly by employing his recently awakened extraordinary abilities. All they were required to do was wait patiently outside until he had completed the task, and then they could all proceed forward together. Jong Yong is left utterly astounded and completely bewildered, witnessing that Yanseo had just divulged what was explicitly intended to remain a closely guarded secret. The others are naturally dumbfounded by this revelation and are intensely eager to observe how Jong Yong is going to accomplish such a feat. Yanseo, on the other hand, displaying no such discretion, is more than delighted to elaborate on the details, while Jong Yong internally laments his unfortunate run of luck, fully realizing he now finds himself in an exceedingly difficult predicament. Ultimately, Jong Yong steps. He will have the tunnel completely cleared, enabling everyone to depart. In his assessment, assisting them represents the most strategically sound plan he possesses, considering their current, albeit dwindling, food reserves, which should, for the time being, maintain a state of relative calm. Once those vital supplies are inevitably depleted, pandemonium will almost certainly erupt amongst the entire group. Thus, it is prudent to clear the tunnel expeditiously and ensure everyone can evacuate safely. It's at this juncture the manager calls out to Jong Yong, stating that he will not intrude upon his abilities nor pose any inquiries concerning them. Instead, the manager expresses profound respect for the decision he has undertaken to aid everyone. He then offers a portion of their carefully guarded food supplies from their reserves to Jong Yong, an act which leaves our protagonist quite visibly taken aback, because such a significant display of generosity feels almost overwhelming. The manager proceeds to explain that, given that Jong Yong risked his own life to reconnoiter the perilous tunnel, the very least they could offer in reciprocation was a modest amount of food. Now that he's even undertaking the monumental task of clearing the tunnel for them, they feel they can never adequately repay him for his extraordinary kindness. They offer their apologies, stating all they can currently provide are mere words of profound gratitude. Jong Yong attempts to clarify that his actions were primarily for his own benefit, driven by his own personal motivations, and that they shouldn't feel compelled to go such extensive lengths to assist him. He insists the provisions must surely be intended for their own families, and urges them to retain it for themselves. Yanseo, however, displaying a different perspective, intervenes and advises our hero to simply accept the offer, and further astutely points out that rejecting the proffered food would be unduly harsh for all parties involved. Yanseo also gently reminds Jong Yong that he, too, has a family awaiting him, much like every other individual present. At that precise moment, Jong Yong observes the palpable excitement radiating from everyone at the prospect of reuniting with their families, and it elicits a poignant pang of empathetic sadness within him, because he desperately does not want to disappoint their hopes. As everyone collectively cherishes their moments together, the subsequent day dawns, and they eventually arrive at the tunnel's foreboding entrance. Jong Yong instructs everyone to maintain a safe distance behind him. He then commences pedaling his bicycle resolutely into the dark expanse of the tunnel, firmly determined to clear its passage and return victorious. As he ventures deeper into the oppressive gloom of the tunnel, he begins to discern the shadowy forms of the lurking monsters. But before we witness him engaging them in fierce combat, the scene abruptly transitions, flashing back to his formative childhood years. We observe a much younger Jong Yong, sporting a swollen eye from squabble with his sister. He vociferously complains about this injustice to his father, which, predictably, ignites yet another heated argument with his equally feisty sister, and they eventually and quite comically, begin to enthusiastically pummel one another, directly in the bewildered presence of their father. It is then that his father, with a wry smile, points out how remarkably close their bond appears to be. His father then reflectively shares that he himself was the sole child of his own parents, and consequently, he always harbored a deep envy for the unique bond shared between siblings. He earnestly tells them that they possess no true comprehension of how profoundly envious he is of their dynamic relationship. And even though they might frequently bicker and argue in the present, they will in due course come to realize just how incredibly precious the concept of family truly is. Abruptly, their mother energetically bursts into the room, precipitating a rather spirited and hearty disagreement between their loving parents. It's in this chaotic yet endearing moment that Jong Yong profoundly feels the comforting warmth of family. The scene then seamlessly transitions back to the events of the previous night, where our protagonist is vividly recalling all of these cherished familial moments spent with his beloved family. After witnessing how overwhelmingly overjoyed everyone was at the imminent prospect of finally reuniting with their own dear families, buoyed by the knowledge that Jong Yong would indeed clear the perilous path ahead for them, they had spent the entirety of that memorable night in precisely that state, collectively basking in the comforting warmth of hopeful anticipation. When the midnight hour strikes and a profound stillness settles as everyone succumbs to sleep, Yang Seo awakens with the need to relieve himself, and in doing so, notices that Jong Yong is conspicuously absent from his sleeping spot. He ventures outside and inquires with the patrolling guards regarding Jong Yong's whereabouts. They dutifully report that Jong Yong had mentioned stepping out for a breath of fresh air some time prior. He then proceeds further, scanning his surroundings intently, and eventually he spots our protagonist in the distance. He promptly questions why Jong Yong isn't able to simply get some rest, and our hero cryptically replies that he finds it impossible to sleep in that particular location. Just as Yang Seo directs his gaze forward, he is left absolutely, utterly flabbergasted, his mind reeling, at the astonishing sight of an entire vehicle completely filled to the absolute brim, with an abundance of food and essential supplies. Yang Seo finds this utterly preposterous and swiftly demands why on earth he is distributing such a vast quantity of valuable items. Our hero nonchalantly mentions that he only loaded approximately half the vehicle's capacity in order to avoid making the said vehicle excessively cumbersome. But this substantial amount should nonetheless prove more than sufficient for everyone's needs. Yang Seo is rendered even more astounded when Jong Yong further states that this particular vehicle was, in fact, the final one he needed to load. The profound realization then strikes him with considerable force, because if this indeed was the concluding vehicle in the sequence, then our protagonist must have painstakingly packed the remaining 15 vehicles with an equivalent, staggering amount of essential supplies as well. Jong Yong urgently instructs him to maintain absolute secrecy regarding this from everyone else. The man, however, with practical concern, points out that if he is generously distributing all of these valuable provisions, what resources will they themselves utilize during their own arduous journey? Our hero simply, and quite casually, states they still possess an ample reserve of supplies remaining. The man is left utterly dumbfounded upon hearing this astonishing revelation, realizing that the sheer quantity of supplies our protagonist had just so magnanimously given away far exceeds what one would typically find within an entire, fully stocked logistics center. He cannot possibly fathom the immense quantity Jong Yong must actually have in reserve to be capable of distributing so much. We now return to the present action, where Jong Yong is, with apparent ease, systematically demolishing the monstrous threats, as if it's merely a trivial matter. As he engages in combat, he contemplates how significantly more straightforward it would be if he could simply sequester all the people safely within his personal subspace, and thereby transport them securely to the other side of the danger. Regrettably, his internal system indicates that with his current subspace proficiency level, such a feat is not yet achievable. However, if he manages to attain Subspace level 2, he would then possess the capacity to accommodate up to 20 individuals. To ascend to that advanced level, he would be required to accumulate no fewer than 100 mana stones. Jong Yong rapidly performs a mental calculation and observes that, at most, there are approximately 40 of these monstrous creatures remaining in the immediate vicinity, with a small number already fleeing. Given these current figures, achieving a level up in this particular location is simply not a feasible option. He still needs to devise an alternative strategy to successfully level up his abilities, because his ultimate aspiration is to eventually shelter his own beloved family within the safety of the subspace. Then, quite unexpectedly, Jong Yong discerns something distinctly unusual amongst the rapidly retreating horde of monsters. A more scrutinizing observation reveals a significantly more formidable, almost supercharged variant of the wyvern. And let me tell you, this clearly appears to be some kind of formidable boss-level monstrous entity. Even Jong Yong himself isn't entirely certain what manner of creature he is now confronting. We then finally transition back to the scene unfolding just outside the tunnel, where the entire group is anxiously and with bated breath awaiting Jong Yong's emergence. Some individuals are beginning to voice concerns, wondering if he is indeed all right within that perilous tunnel. They then, at long last, spot him steadily emerging from the shadowy depths of the tunnel, seemingly effortlessly pedaling his trusty bicycle, as though he were merely out for a leisurely afternoon constitutional ride. His uniform is visibly smeared with the grim evidence of battle, and the group observes his approach with palpable anxiety. But they soon collectively heave a profound sigh of immense relief when they witness a triumphant, reassuring smile slowly spreading across our hero's weary face. They erupt into a spontaneous, joyous dance of celebration, exuberantly celebrating the successful and frankly miraculous completion of their perilous mission. Well, it certainly appears that it's finally time for everyone to bid their farewells and part ways, each hoping to reunite with their cherished loved ones. They earnestly express their profound gratitude to the steadfast manager for his unwavering commitment in sticking with them until the very bitter end, and they fervently hope that he, too, reaches his home safely and soundly. Jong Yong subtly hints that should they encounter any unforeseen trouble along their respective journeys, they ought to try opening the vehicle's cargo hold, as he has thoughtfully prepared a small, yet potentially helpful, parting gift for them. Everyone is understandably intrigued and simultaneously quite curious about the nature of this mysterious gift, but they eventually clamber into their designated cargo trucks, laden with supplies, and begin navigating their way carefully through the remnants of pre-apocalypse traffic. Once they successfully traverse the now cleared tunnel, they wave their heartfelt goodbyes one final poignant time and proceed down their divergent, separate roadways towards uncertain futures. We then observe Jong Yong seated comfortably in the passenger seat of their vehicle, his thoughts still very much preoccupied with that unusual monster he encountered within the tunnel. He remains uncertain whether it was, in fact, a standard wyvern, as its retreat was so precipitous that he failed to get a truly clear observation of it. He then begins to speculate. Was the peculiar wyvern he spotted some kind of pack leader, or perhaps merely a fully matured, adult specimen of these monstrous creatures? But his contemplative musings are abruptly interrupted by a distinctly unsettling, weird, crunching cacophony emanating from directly beneath their moving truck. When our perspective shifts to the area near the vehicle's tires, we witness the grim reality that the truck has unfortunately rolled over some deceased human bodies, and the driver's countenance is etched with a profound and understandable sadness from hearing the sickening sound of bones fracturing beneath the wheels. Even Jong Yong can clearly perceive the deep regret etched upon his companion's somber face, but they possess no viable alternative. They must resolutely continue moving forward. With lifeless bodies and mangled vehicular wrecks littering the landscape everywhere, there exists no discernible clear path, and it's an unmitigated mess regardless of where they turn. He grimly reflects to himself that if his military discharge had been postponed by a mere 3 additional months, he himself might very well have been among those unfortunate deceased soldiers. The entirety of the devastating situation is undeniably far worse than they had initially conceived, with grotesque monsters still callously feasting upon the numerous corpses strewn about. Suddenly, Yangseo urgently calls out to him, his voice tinged with alarm, which effectively snaps our protagonist out of his somber, introspective thoughts. Once he directs his attention forward, we observe that the roadway is completely obstructed further ahead. Yangseo sagely points out that the menacing-looking barbed wire appears to have been deliberately erected by military forces, presumably to impede something, and consequently, they will be forced to find an alternative route. He mentions the possibility of another accessible bridge they might be able to traverse, but that is precisely when our hero's keen eyes spot something significant at the far terminus of the heavily barricaded bridge. And just as our viewpoint zooms in for a more detailed observation, we become aware of an entirely new and rather unsettling type of monstrous creatures we have not previously encountered. Now, it finally becomes abundantly clear precisely what the military was desperately attempting to contain. While Yangseo is understandably panicking and contemplating turning the vehicle around to retreat, our protagonist shrewdly perceives this perilous situation as a prime opportunity to level up his subspace abilities. He then astutely notices a remarkably narrow pedestrian sidewalk flanking the main road, which appears to be perfectly and strategically blocked on both its sides. He swiftly instructs his companion not to execute a U-turn with the vehicle, and inquires if he possesses the skill to navigate their vehicle through that constricted sidewalk. Jong Yong confidently explains that he has formulated an effective strategic plan to successfully overcome this challenging and frankly terrifying situation without the undesirable necessity of having to turn back and retreat. And believe it or not, he's absolutely, undeniably thrilled and genuinely excited about the audacious prospect of maneuvering this large truck through what is quite literally a pedestrian sidewalk. Young-soo was understandably shocked by such a seemingly suicidal tactical choice, particularly when a hulking orc suddenly materialized directly in front amidst the slavering hounds and belligerently began scattering the horde of vicious mutant hounds with its brute force. These different types of monsters clearly exhibited no signs of amicable relations with one another whatsoever, even though the formidable orc possessed a distinct advantage in sheer size and raw physical strength. The ferociously mutated canines were, quite simply, far more numerous in their ranks. The unfortunate orc, alas, didn't stand a remote chance against such a ravenously hungry and overwhelming pack, and their grotesque, hollow maws certainly didn't impede them from viciously tearing chunks of flesh. Our two horrified observers could only witness the gruesome spectacle of blood and viscera flying in every conceivable direction. Poor Young-soo was, by this point, genuinely and profoundly terrified by the unfolding carnage, and even being fully aware of the extraordinary abilities possessed by our hero, he harbored serious doubts regarding the fundamental sanity of the audacious idea of proceeding directly into that chaos. Just in case, he tentatively asked what Jong Yong implied and whether he was, in all seriousness, actually intending to traverse this monster-infested bridge. Our hero, however, was more than supremely confident in his proven abilities and believed the task to be even more manageable than his understandably frightened companion currently perceived. While Young-soo was desperately attempting to summon his flagging courage for the ordeal ahead, Jong Yong posed a rather peculiar and seemingly out-of-place question to him. Had he, by any chance, ever heard of a particular video game where three distinct alien races wage relentless intergalactic war against one another? It's a well-known, classic spacefaring real-time strategy game, often referred to as Start. But Young-soo, being considerably older than our modern gaming-savvy hero, professed to know absolutely nothing whatsoever about this specific, iconic game. Jong Yong, undeterred, decided to briefly enlighten him with a few pertinent details about it. This particular game featured engaging content where players could participate on highly customizable, user-generated maps and freely alter various game settings as they desired, purely for their own amusement and fun. Amongst these diverse and often chaotic custom maps. Our hero's absolute personal favorite was the specific type where he was tasked with strategically fending off overwhelming swarms of relentless digital monsters, utilizing only a finite number of units and cleverly exploiting the available advantageous terrain features. And, as Jong Yong astutely surmised in that critical moment, the current dire real-world situation bore a striking, almost uncanny resemblance to that very specific game map. Naturally, Yangsu possessed absolutely no clue whatsoever as to why he was being regaled with all this gaming trivia. But his complete comprehension of the analogy was not, in fact, strictly necessary in this pressing situation. All he was truly required to do was meticulously follow Zhang Yong's explicit instructions, beginning with the first step. Yangsu was instructed to carefully turn the large vehicle completely around, and then cautiously back it up directly towards the formidable barbed wire barricade. This action would, of course, involve tearing through the aforementioned barbed wire, thereby creating as much disruptive and attention-grabbing noise as humanly possible in the process. This, in turn, would effectively attract the undivided attention of the ravenous monster hounds, currently so engrossed and preoccupied with their gruesome, bloody feast upon the fallen orc. Then, it was Zhang Yong's designated turn to decisively get down to serious, monster-slaying business. He promptly activated his internal system interface and immediately resorted to that one final, potent skill he hadn't even initially planned on utilizing in this particular engagement, but the current dire circumstances presented the most perfectly suitable, almost ideal situation for its deployment. He successfully unlocked the coveted auto-ship skill by strategically expending a total of 10 valuable magic stones. He then immediately instructed PX to allocate all of his remaining accumulated magic stones towards the critical objective of significantly increasing his overall shipping speed capability. Pax executed this command without a moment's hesitation or any discernible delay whatsoever, and as a direct result, the formidable shipping speed had now impressively increased to a blistering 100 kilometers per hour. Now that all the necessary preparations were meticulously and successfully put into place, Zhang Yong could confidently extend a rather deadly invitation to the unsuspecting mutant hounds that had recently been devouring the unfortunate orc, beckoning them to come towards him now that they had finished their rather hearty, if gruesome, lunch. It was, as they say, playtime. The utterly unsuspecting canines surged mindlessly forward, but alas, they tragically failed to make it anywhere near their target in time. A massive double-door refrigerator, launched at incredible speed, swiftly and completely demolished their advancing forms. As you can plainly see, folks, this particular game was decidedly not enjoyable for the unfortunate hounds, and the onslaught certainly didn't conclude with just that initial solitary refrigerator projectile. Oh no, more and increasingly more of them relentlessly came hurtling after it in quick succession. In a mere matter of a few fleeting, action-packed seconds, Zhang Yong successfully acquired a gratifying haul of 12 precious magic stones, and he was, understandably, exceedingly pleased about this development. The previously enhanced reinforced shipping range and precision delivery abilities, which he had diligently improved during the arduous process of clearing out that monster-infested tunnel earlier, were about to be tested again. Zhang Yong could potentially be launching axes instead of cumbersome refrigerators at this juncture, and when combined with the recently augmented speed of his precision delivery skill, that approach could indeed prove to be quite devastatingly effective against single targets. However, during his previous utilization of the precision delivery ability last time, Zhang Yong discovered a critical limitation. This particular skill, unfortunately, doesn't actually track the designated target continuously all the way through its trajectory. Instead, precision delivery merely provides a slight, almost negligible correction to the initial launch direction, based upon the subsequent and often erratic movement of the intended target. This inherent limitation could present a significant, potentially fatal problem when facing these agile hounds, which are not merely fast in a straight line, but also possess incredible, almost instantaneous reactionary quickness. Even a precisely aimed axe, hurtling through the air at an impressive 100 kilometers per hour, can still be deftly dodged by these nimble hounds, especially when the attack originates from a considerable distance. Furthermore, these ferocious creatures exhibit such remarkable fearlessness that they will not cease their relentless advance, even if one of their own pack members perishes violently right beside them in the onslaught. Taking into careful consideration the rapidly evolving and highly dangerous current tactical situation, wherein the crucial delivery interval is a somewhat lengthy 2.5 critical seconds, simply launching individual axes will prove woefully insufficient to effectively hold off their determined and ferocious onslaught. But the refrigerator, primarily owing to its sheer, unyielding size and considerable mass, is by contrast perfectly and ideally suited to obliterate multiple targets simultaneously within a single, impactful ship. Not only is the aforementioned refrigerator exceptionally wide, providing excellent area coverage, but it's also demonstrably heavy enough to neutralize these hounds with merely a glancing, yet forceful, graze. Adding to this tactical advantage, the automatic delivery system he had just significantly improved proved to be an incredibly, almost game-changingly convenient and effective asset in this chaotic battle. Zhang Yong discovered he didn't even need to actively monitor the sprawling, chaotic battlefield before him. The automated system, with cold precision, automatically identified and systematically destroyed any and all approaching hostile threats. For the time being, at least, our hero could afford to momentarily rest, relax, and observe the carnage. The relentless hounds, however, did not easily relinquish their aggressive pursuit, despite their utter inability to even get remotely close to the seemingly untouchable Zhang Yong. All they could seemingly do was howl with impotent, frustrated rage and stubbornly persist in their futile attempts. Although, let's be perfectly and brutally honest here, folks. When pitted against the relentless onslaught of those high-velocity, flying refrigerators, they possessed absolutely, unequivocally, zero conceivable chance of success. As the one-sided battle relentlessly continued, Yong-Soo, perhaps out of morbid curiosity, had the distinct carelessness to glance backward. He very nearly lost his lower jaw entirely from sheer, unadulterated surprise when he fully comprehended the spectacle he was witnessing. He had previously, and rather naively, assumed that Zhang Yong was limited to merely throwing individual axes at his foes. But here, before his very eyes, were entire, massive refrigerators being launched, a feat utterly beyond his wildest, most fevered imagination. Okay, perhaps one solitary flying refrigerator was a concept he could, with considerable mental gymnastics, still vaguely imagine. But the relentless, ceaseless appearance of a brand new flying refrigerator materializing every 2 seconds was simply, utterly unbelievable. Besides all that incredible spectacle, why on earth would any sane logistics center possibly maintain such an absurdly vast quantity of refrigerators in their active stock? Yong-Soo then began to tentatively wonder if it was somehow conceivable that the very same stock, after being initially retrieved by the system, was somehow rematerializing as entirely new, pristine products. Even if the smaller axes were, in fact, being retrieved and subsequently reused by his mysterious system. But how such a miraculous process could possibly function with objects as large and complex as refrigerators was entirely unclear and baffling to him. Yong-Soo simply couldn't process the sheer impossibility of it all and consequently froze completely in place, dumbstruck. He didn't even register the moment when Zhang Yong casually sauntered back over to his side and nonchalantly inquired if he perhaps desired something to eat amidst the ongoing chaos. Yong-Soo, jolted back to reality, finally began to grasp the unbelievable extent of what was actually transpiring, and, seeking some form of confirmation for his sanity, posed a hesitant question to make absolutely sure. He cautiously wondered aloud if it was indeed within the realm of possibility that Zhang Yong's supply of these items was, in fact, truly infinite. Zhang Yong, in turn, appeared a tad surprised by such a direct and insightful question, as he had mistakenly assumed that Yong-Soo had already deduced this astonishing fact a considerable time ago. But evidently, he had been entirely mistaken in that assumption all this perplexing time. Yong-Soo, bless his heart, had genuinely believed that Zhang Yong was meticulously collecting the thrown axes after each use, presumably for some esoteric purpose like recharging them or some such nonsense. And he couldn't even begin to fathom the incredible notion that our hero actually possessed a literally infinite, inexhaustible supply of them. In point of undeniable fact, Jang Yong did indeed utilize his system to collect the expended axes after their initial use. But this was done solely for the practical reason that they wouldn't remain littered carelessly upon the roadway, and thereby inadvertently and tragically injure some unsuspecting individual later on. Hearing this rather mundane, if considerate, explanation didn't particularly make Young-soo feel any less bewildered or astounded. He still found it incredibly difficult to fully accept the mind-boggling concept that physical items could genuinely be infinite in supply. When he managed to regain his composure, even just a little bit from the shock, our hero patiently inquired once more what specific item of food or drink he might desire to consume. Young-soo had endured an exceptionally taxing and emotionally turbulent day, to say the very least. And so, a refreshing Coke Zero accompanied by a single, sweet donut was more than amply sufficient for his current needs. While they were thus partaking of their modest repast quietly and in relative peace, undisturbed for the moment, completely oblivious to the carnage unfolding just a short distance behind them, the automated delivery system continued to mercilessly and efficiently scatter the remaining foolhardy hounds with extreme prejudice. Young-soo felt a slight, yet palpable, sense of shame regarding his earlier perceived stupidity and lack of imagination, and for the fact that he had so drastically and demonstrably underestimated the true scope of Jang Yong's incredible abilities. But he was, nonetheless, profoundly and genuinely grateful for the unexpected and welcome provision of food. Even if said food supply was indeed functionally infinite, our hero was only too happy and willing to generously share his bounty. And he was also sincerely grateful to Young-soo for placing his unwavering trust in him from the very outset of their unlikely partnership. Now, if Young-soo found himself in need of absolutely anything at all, no matter how trivial, he was strongly encouraged to simply let our hero know, for Jang Yong had quite literally almost everything imaginable readily available in stock. But Young-soo, being a man of principle, was in absolutely no hurry whatsoever to unduly overuse or take unfair advantage of someone else's extraordinary generosity. He felt he had already received more than enough assistance from what Jang Yong had so selflessly and capably done for him thus far. This included heroically clearing the perilous way of innumerable monsters and, quite literally, facilitating his much faster and safer journey home. After they successfully managed to traverse this heavily contested and dangerous bridge, it would then only be approximately a single hour's remaining journey to reach the sanctuary of his longed-for home. Jang Yong, for his part, was genuinely happy to learn that his newfound friend and companion would soon be able to joyfully reunite with his beloved family. Young-soo naturally shared this sentiment of joyful anticipation wholeheartedly, but he also harbored understandable and deeply unsettling fears concerning what grim realities he might ultimately discover upon his arrival there. And he fervently, desperately hoped that no terrible misfortune had befallen his precious family during his absence, and that they were all, above everything else, entirely safe. Jang Yong understood these complex emotions and anxieties very well indeed, for he too, in the depths of his own heart, was experiencing a similar, gnawing worry concerning the well-being of his own dear parents and beloved sisters. He felt a strong desire to bestow upon Young-soo some kind of meaningful parting gift, a token of their shared ordeal, and his observant gaze fell upon Young-soo's decidedly tattered and road-weary set of clothes. He reasoned that Young-soo absolutely shouldn't have to return to his undoubtedly anxious family in such a disheveled state. Their prior efforts proved fruitless, granting them a window to tackle the attire dilemma. All that lingered was the crucial decision. What aesthetic would Young-soo ultimately embrace? He already felt a degree of unease with our protagonist offering him aid, even concerning clothes, yet he found himself unable to decline the gesture. Besides, Young-soo possessed a strong conviction that Jang Yong had exactly what he required. We're talking sharp aviator glasses and one seriously stylish jacket, of course. The perfect ensemble befitting a truly top-class, elite getaway driver for navigating the treacherous monster-infested apocalyptic landscape with flair. And it was impeccable timing. The terrifying hounds were almost completely dealt with. Just a mere couple more beasts to dispatch, now with a brand new look. With his fresh gear, Yongsoo experienced an unprecedented surge of newfound confidence, and utterly certain of the truck's robust, unwavering durability now. He made the swift decision to depart immediately, without any hesitation. His actions behind the wheel were incredibly swift and surgically precise, skills that even seasoned Formula One champions would undoubtedly openly admire. Jong Yong barely had a fraction of a second to brace himself tightly before Yongsoo absolutely slammed his foot down hard on the gas pedal. The few remaining hounds, they didn't even make a futile attempt to stop them. And just like that, they blasted straight down the perilously narrow, winding road. Yongsoo's driving speed was nothing short of absolutely lightning fast, concerning every single conceivable aspect of vehicle operation and maneuver. At this astonishing rate, he figured only 20 minutes were needed to drive home. But for Jong Yong, this meant he desperately needed to hold on for dear life. Our hero's formidable truck soared down the shattered roads as if they were pristine highways. A green-faced Jong Yong pleaded with Yongsoo, completely in vain, to please drive slower, and it genuinely appeared as though he was on the verge of heaving. Fortunately for him, his intense suffering was not destined to last very long, because at long last, they had finally arrived at Yongsoo's house. Or perhaps, more accurately, to the debris of what had once been his home. Now it stood as a ruin. Jong Yong and Yongsoo had reached their destination, gazing upon it from a slight, somber distance away now. The apartment complex was clearly in an extremely dilapidated and sorry condition. The structure, already aged, and the recent attacks had very nearly demolished it entirely. The surrounding, once familiar buildings had all suffered the exact same terrible fate. The entire district, it was painfully obvious, was not constructed to withstand a monster apocalypse. Not by any stretch of the imagination. After all, there were jagged remnants of buildings and widespread debris cluttering up the entire road. But strangely enough, conspicuously, no corpses could be seen littering the devastated ground. The view here was vastly, unsettlingly different from that of the main street, where countless bodies had been gruesomely scattered all over the tragic place. The determined duo cautiously entered one of the many crumbling, decaying buildings, and Yongsoo then faced his own home's door for the first time in a long while. His hand trembled uncontrollably at the overwhelming thought of his beloved family inside, potentially waiting on the other side of that very, very significant entryway. He just needed to somehow summon the will to press the familiar numbers, then simply open the door, and then finally bravely go right inside. Those were just 3 incredibly simple, straightforward steps to take. But he found he couldn't physically bring himself to move his hand to the keypad. Paralyzed by a wave of debilitating fear, Jong Yong watched intently from behind him. He could clearly see that his newly acquired buddy, Yongsoo, was experiencing an impossibly difficult, agonizing time just trying to open the door. Yongsoo had, after all, mashed the gas pedal down so incredibly hard that they had managed to cover a distance that should have taken a full hour in significantly less than a mere 20 minutes. Unbelievable. That just showed exactly how incredibly eager he was to see his family again. He drove frantically to this area, fueled solely by thoughts of his precious wife and kid. But now, if he had to confront a cold, lifeless corpse inside their cherished home, he genuinely doubted he might be able to emotionally handle that devastating sight. There was absolutely no way he felt that he could open that foreboding door, regardless of how much steely resolve he had painstakingly gathered up until now. Anyone would be completely stunned and immobilized at the thought of the worst-case scenario. Jong Yong quickly, perceptively, reckoned this to be the unfortunate truth. It would probably be for the best if he took the lead and opened the door instead. He gently tapped Yongsoo on his shoulder, and Yongsoo visibly, understandably, tensed right up. Our boy then quietly asked if he could perhaps press the doorbell for Yongsoo's sake, as an alternative, at least at first, to ease the burden. The S-tier driver, Yongsoo, didn't immediately know whether to accept the offer or not, but he eventually, gratefully, accepted Jong Yong's exceedingly kind and thoughtful offer. No one, after all, would ever truly want to confirm their own family's tragic death, especially not during this profoundly uncertain and terrifying era of widespread, chaotic instability. Jong Yong knew if he himself were currently in Young-soo's enviable position. He'd much rather have almost anyone else be the one to open that door, even if there was only a minuscule 1% chance of seeing his loved ones lifeless. And so, finally, Jong-young reached out, pressed the doorbell, and they both waited with anxiously bated breath. As it surprisingly turned out, he didn't even have to knock or press the bell again. A person from deep inside the house slowly, cautiously began to open the main entrance. The duo instinctively turned their heads towards the door as they heard it creak slowly open. In that instant, Young-soo's eyes suddenly, dramatically widened in sheer disbelief as he stared, completely transfixed, at the person now opening the door to his cherished home. His beloved wife and his precious little girl stood right there in the entryway, appearing as if they had been patiently, hopefully waiting for him all this terrible time. When she finally saw her dear husband, who astonishingly hadn't come back to them throughout the entire confusing and incredibly tumultuous, terrifying descent of the monsters, she simply, utterly couldn't believe her own weary, hopeful eyes for a moment. At that sight, Young-soo's long-suppressed tears finally, overwhelmingly, began to freely escape. He felt an incredible, profound wave of pure joy and immense relief seeing his family alive, after dreading the terrible, soul-crushing possibility of never, ever seeing them all again. He swiftly, without a second thought, ran directly toward his wife and young daughter, covering them both in a desperate, tight, and incredibly loving, heartfelt embrace. Jong-young quietly watched this deeply heartfelt, emotional reunion from just off to the sidelines. He was genuinely happy that his new buddy, Young-soo, actually got a good, deserved ending. They didn't even ultimately have to knock again or even ring that doorbell a second time. Young-soo's wife just somehow knew, with a mother's intuition, that she had to open it. She'd heard a faint noise, she explained, and looked through the peephole to see her husband. All the while, Young-soo was fervently thanking every single deity for keeping his family miraculously safe. Young-soo's young daughter, meanwhile, clung desperately, tightly to her beloved father's strong frame, crying uncontrollably and tearfully telling him she hated him for making them worry so terribly much. After a few long, emotionally charged minutes of cathartic, relieved sobbing from everyone, Young-soo's wife, composing herself, finally noticed another person standing quietly in the dimly lit hallway. With heartfelt gratitude, Young-soo then introduced Jong-young to her as their true benefactor, the very man who had heroically helped him get back to them all safely. But that exact pivotal moment, our brave boy's vision suddenly, alarmingly, turned quite blurry as his entire world began to violently spin, and then, abruptly, everything went pitch black. He fell, having completely lost all strength in his legs, and started to rapidly lose consciousness. For reasons unknown to them, a shocked Young-soo worriedly, urgently called out his name aloud. But Jong-young looked far too dazed and unresponsive to even hearing. The very last thing that Jong-young vaguely saw was the hazy, fading silhouette of Young-soo, and, more distantly, that of his incredibly relieved, tearful family. He knew, deep down, he absolutely shouldn't be losing consciousness right here, and especially not now. But the encroaching darkness, unfortunately, was completely, utterly out of his immediate control. What little remaining light there was rapidly faded away, and he simply couldn't take it anymore. Jong-young's fading mind suddenly drifted far away, back to a distant, poignant memory. A time when he had curiously, innocently asked his dad why he wasn't crying then. His dad had just looked down at him with a gentle, reassuring expression, and had patiently explained that parting with loved ones didn't only bring about sadness. All sorts of complex, powerful emotions invariably come rushing to your mind at such times. You inevitably, vividly remember all the precious, irreplaceable time you've spent closely together. It was, he recalled, the solemn day of his dear grandma's emotional funeral, and his dad had felt deep affection, profound gratitude, and also, yes, some regret, and an intense, bittersweet longing for her presence once more. A truly wide, complex, and deeply human array of powerful, swirling emotions. He had firmly, genuinely believed that farewells didn't always need to be solely sad occasions. Upon deep, quiet reflection, his dad had actually felt more gratitude than overwhelming sadness. An immense gratitude for being consistently shown the true, unadulterated essence of genuine love. The kind his own loving mother had so generously, freely given to him. A heart that cared deeply, unconditionally, without ever expecting anything tangible in immediate return. It would naturally be quite difficult for a young child to fully understand right now. But one day, as more time inevitably passed and Jong Yong gained more life experience, he too, his father was sure, would eventually come to realize the very same thing. Dad had firmly, deeply believed his little boy would one day fully understand that truly giving and genuinely receiving love would absolutely never be easy things. From a somber, poignant memory of his dear grandma's heartfelt funeral service, Jong Yong's subconscious mind then gently brought him to a much more playful, lighter one. He was suddenly transported far back to the carefree days when his older sister would beat him, quite mercilessly, it must be said, with fluffy, yet surprisingly effective pillows. She expertly weaponized those pillows and would proudly, playfully beat her younger brother to the ground. It almost always, inevitably, ended with him crying loudly from the perceived, exaggerated pain, sometimes even sporting a matching, comically minor injury somewhere visible on his young face. His older sister, Kim Sol, was truly, hilariously ruthless in these battles, though she would always vehemently insist she didn't even hit him that hard at all. She'd argue, deliberately used the soft pillow to significantly soften the blow. Yet he still cried like a little crybaby she'd tease. Jong Yong would then run off to snitch on her to their dad, while his sister celebrated her victory. Yet once again, triumphantly, and with much fanfare from her side, Kim Sol had successfully and quite dramatically defended the household's coveted pillow fight championship title. The two siblings bickered constantly and fought quite a lot, as siblings do. But from her wise old dad's loving and knowing perspective, of course, they were deep down truly as thick as any two mischievous thieves. Dad would always patiently, gently lecture them about how, in fact, despite often resenting and deliberately, playfully annoying one another quite intensely, right now in their youth, the day would inevitably come when they'd finally realize just how truly precious family is, and what genuine, unconditional love truly, deeply feels like within their hearts. Then, their mom would usually come in and playfully lecture her husband about his yapping, and about not actively helping her prepare the family's evening dinner meal. That particular night, a vivid memory for Jong Yong. He clearly remembered just how incredibly good the piping hot, savory stew looked on the dining table. The entire happy family sat together around the cozy, familiar dining table, while their eldest sister, Juyeon, was typically busy fiddling distractedly with her phone. Mom had playfully asked if she was perhaps texting a secret crush of hers. But that's just generally how most typical middle school girls often act, isn't it? They simply can't seem to go one single day without constantly texting their friends. On the television, a professional, exciting fight personally curated and chosen by Kim Sol was currently playing. Mom couldn't even get a chance to watch her beloved evening dramas anymore, with that feisty, determined little girl almost always completely hogging the family TV. Given that Sol was due to start middle school the very next year, she seriously thought of trying out for either the boxing or combat sport club there. She had even meticulously picked out a school with the absolute best sports program available. At that particular point in time, of course, middle school was still a very distant, almost unimaginable concept for little Jong Yong. Years inevitably passed, and he, too, finally graduated from his primary school days, and proudly joined the very same middle school that his older sister, Sol, attended. He vividly looked at the large, welcoming banner specifically put up for all the freshmen, and deeply breathed in the fresh, exciting air of his very first day there. A slightly nervous Jong Yong then awkwardly, tentatively looked around the busy school grounds, completely surrounded by a sea of totally unfamiliar, new student faces everywhere. He watched intently as some of the other kids laughed boisterously together and confidently walked in groups together to find their respective assigned new classes. He could still clearly picture just how incredibly neat and strikingly radiant their brand new uniforms looked. Jang Yong, in that moment, couldn't help himself, unfortunately, but sadly compare his own situation to his seemingly much better off, luckier classmates. While they all proudly wore brand new, perfectly fitted, crisp school uniforms, he, on the other hand, had to make do wearing an old, worn, clearly used hand-me-down one that looked noticeably, comically way too big for his lanky young frame. Despite the undeniably stark, visual difference between his own jacket and all of theirs, a young, resilient Jang Yong still managed to bravely smile and hold his head up high. It's just a simple school uniform. After all, he reasoned with himself. What a truly admirable, stoic young Chad he was, even back then. However, his initially positive, hopeful outlook on middle school life quickly, sadly faded away when he unfortunately became an unwilling, easy target for some nasty, cruel lowlifes. He had bravely tried to do what he felt was the right thing and valiantly defend a clearly bullied, terrified classmate against some delinquent, older upperclassman. All his noble effort got him, however, was countless, painful, cruel stomps from it, as he desperately, instinctively curled up to protect his vulnerable head from their senseless, brutal violence. Just as one of the particularly nasty delinquents was about to viciously hit him in the face, a firm, powerful grip suddenly, unexpectedly stopped the cowardly bastard cold in his tracks. It was none other than his older sister, Kim Sol. She'd gone through quite a growth spurt and had also been diligently, intensely training with the school's tough sports club for a while now. She coolly looked down at the now terrified delinquent like she was merely looking at a tiny ant. Kim Sol then easily, almost casually dispatched all of the surprised, cowardly delinquents who had been so cruelly, unfairly hassling her precious, brave little brother just moments before. Afterwards, she turned to a bruised Jang Yong and promptly, firmly enlisted him into her club. From that very day onward, he was now officially required to join their morning exercise routine. He initially thought he was just getting bailed out again by his monstrously strong older sister, but that he soon learned was incredibly far from the actual, grueling truth of it. Poor little Jang Yong was then immediately subjected to a truly hellish, demanding training regimen, specifically and rather gleefully designed by his somewhat sadistic, yet well-meaning, older sister. Every single, solitary day, without fail, he somehow managed to keep up with this intense routine. He met some genuinely good, supportive friends along the way as well, and thankfully continued to live a generally peaceful and surprisingly vibrant, enjoyable middle school life. A few more eventful years later, their beloved eldest sister, the studious Ju Yan, miraculously got accepted into a highly prestigious, competitive nursing school program. Their proud mom, dad, and both of her younger siblings simply could not believe their eyes. Jang Yong, meanwhile, diligently, consistently kept up his demanding, rigorous physical training. A few more years after that pivotal moment. Can you even see those impressive gains, bro? Around that particular time, a truly life-changing, official-looking letter arrived unexpectedly in their mail. He nervously read the intimidating snail mail sent directly by the government, with sheer terror on his face. It was finally time for him, he realized, to fulfill his mandatory, unavoidable military enlistment. A military enlistment notice. Mom tearfully, bravely waved goodbye to her departing son. Dad stood beside her, looking incredibly proud of his now grown-up boy. And Sol, true to form, just playfully laughed at his brand new, severe look as they sent him off. He had, of course, been required to completely shave his head. He actually looked pretty good with a buzz cut, though Mom still tearfully yelled at him to please come back safely and try to avoid getting hurt. Dad, more stoically, simply told him to never, ever allow himself to be discouraged by anything, no matter what challenges or hardships happened to come his way, along with all the other bald new recruits. A determined Jang Yong then walked resolutely forward, with his newly shorn head held high and proud. He could still vividly hear his loving family cheering him on enthusiastically from behind him, as he bravely walked towards the imposing military training camp's main entrance gate. Once he was finally far enough away that they couldn't clearly see his face anymore, Jang Yong's own carefully suppressed tears finally inevitably came pouring down his young cheeks. He loved his family so incredibly deeply. He loved just how amazingly supportive they always were. And he cherished how much they so clearly, unconditionally loved him right back in return. His vivid, emotional memories then slowly, gently shifted and transformed into hazy, comforting dreams. And his sweet dreams eventually peacefully ended as he gradually, slowly began to open his eyes. Much to his utter, complete surprise and initial confusion, however, he found he was lying down comfortably on a soft, unfamiliar futon in a totally strange room. He quickly sat bolt upright, looking around the new space in a rising state of panic, not recognizing any of his current, rather pleasant, new surroundings at all. He began to sweat quite profusely, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. The very last, distinct thing he could clearly remember was suddenly fainting near the doorway. He could vaguely, hazily recall Young-soo joyfully, tearfully meeting his long-lost, beloved family members. But the entire memory now felt a little bit hazy, distant, and somewhat unreal. Just to be absolutely safe, he instinctively, warily reached for a trusty axe from Pak's Jong. Young was then suddenly startled when a gentle, female voice from just behind him kindly asked if he had slept well. He quickly, defensively turned around to see Young-soo's wife and young daughter sitting there, comfortably situated at what appeared to be their small, cozy dining room table, peacefully, calmly eating their morning meal together, completely unfazed by his awakening. Both of them then looked up at him with slightly puzzled, curious expressions on their faces, as he just stood there awkwardly, menacingly, with a large axe still clutched tightly in his hand. Jong Yeon was completely, utterly frozen in place for a long, awkward moment, totally unsure of what he should do or say, as he just awkwardly stared back at them. He was still reeling quite intensely from his incredibly vivid, heartfelt, and emotional dream, and he honestly did not know what was currently happening or what to possibly say in this situation. Quickly, discreetly scanning the rest of the small, unfamiliar room with his eyes, he then saw Young-soo himself, sleeping quite soundly, not very far from his own futon. Young-soo's kind wife then worriedly, gently asked Jong Yeon if he was feeling okay now. He had, she explained, just suddenly, unexpectedly collapsed and then fallen asleep like a baby right outside. He was so completely zonked out, in fact, that they hadn't wanted to disturb or wake him. Finally realizing he was actually in a safe, welcoming, and friendly environment now. He felt absolutely terrible for having immediately, instinctively reached for his trusty, deadly axe earlier, like some kind of startled, cornered, and dangerous wild animal might do. He quietly, sheepishly threw the formidable weapon back into his private, hidden dimension storage, and then politely, calmly asked just how long he had actually been completely out for. He hadn't actually even slept all that particularly long, she kindly informed him. Just completely knocked out cold for about 3 short, yet apparently much needed, hours. Also, she added, Young-soo had already excitedly told his wife absolutely everything that had happened. He apparently wouldn't stop enthusiastically talking about just how much of a huge help Jong Yeon had been in miraculously getting him back home to them, safe and sound in one single piece. For that incredible, brave deed, Mrs. Young-soo was profoundly, eternally thankful. If it truly weren't for this brave young man, she confessed, she might very well have never, ever seen her beloved husband alive again. The sheer, palpable sincerity of her heartfelt words made him feel slightly awkward now, as he modestly, humbly insisted that Young-soo had also helped him out a great deal. At that precise moment, the suave, now rested S-tier driver himself woke up and quickly insisted that, in fair comparison to the immense, life-saving help that he himself had gratefully received, he really couldn't honestly say that he'd actually done very much at all in return. Jong Yeon had, after all, literally saved his life multiple, critical times, Mrs. Young-soo stated. Young-soo then warmly invited the boys to please come and have a proper meal before they talked further. Mr. Young-soo, it turned out, had thoughtfully insisted on patiently waiting for Jong Yeon to wake up so that they could all eat together as a group, so he himself had just been napped. With a genuinely warm and incredibly relaxed, content smile now gracing his happy face, Young-soo warmly, sincerely invited the somewhat bewildered young man to join them at the dining table. Jong Yeon gratefully returned the older man's warm, welcoming smile with one of his very own. As soon as he gratefully sat down at the offered seat at the humble table, he was immediately greeted by the incredible sight of a freshly made, piping hot, homemade meal, glistening invitingly, tantalizingly under the soft, warm light of their small, cozy home. It was, he recognized with delight, a fragrant, savory conger eel stew. Jang Yong was definitely not expecting to be served such a truly lavish, delicious meal, especially not when the horrifying monster apocalypse had been raging relentlessly outside for so many days now. Mrs. Yongsoo sincerely hoped that the special stew would indeed suit his particular taste preferences, as she had really wanted to properly treat her beloved husband's brave savior to something special, something perhaps a little bit more generous and celebratory than their usual, more meager fare. But with their currently very limited, precious ingredients on hand, unfortunately, this delicious, fragrant stew was truly the absolute best that she could possibly make for him. Jang Yong, for his part, definitely wasn't lying in the slightest when he earnestly said there was no more luxurious meal than this, since Mrs. Yongsoo and her adorable little girl had apparently already eaten their share earlier. She then politely, thoughtfully left the two hungry boys to eat their absolute fill in peace. He found it just a little bit odd that she would actually go as far as to leave the room, but the incredible, steaming hot food sitting invitingly right there in front of him now looked far too good to even think about anything else at all at that moment. He reverently, eagerly took a very large, generous spoonful of the fragrant, delicious stew, making absolutely certain to get a little bit of everything wonderful in that single, perfect sucker. When he finally blissfully put that incredible, savory thing right into his waiting mouth, it genuinely, truly felt as if he was slowly, gloriously ascending to the high heavens themselves. It tasted so unbelievably good. He felt he had almost reached a state of pure enlightenment. It looked as though he had just personally tasted the mythical, divine nectar of the ancient gods. The incredible, complex taste brought on a bright, warm sensation and a powerful surge of deep emotion. The truly vast and surprisingly diverse, harmonious flavors of the amazing stew slowly, beautifully unfolded right there on the very tip of his completely enraptured, delighted tongue. He simply couldn't figure out how Mrs. Yongsoo had somehow managed to so perfectly, expertly balance out the wonderfully sweet and slightly oily, rich taste of the delicious stir-fried kimchi within. What truly, memorably lingered pleasantly in his mouth afterwards was the incredibly clean, pure, wonderfully savory taste of fresh mackerel and the unmistakable, satisfying spicy kick of the kimchi. Despite the undeniably rich and incredibly complex, multi-layered taste profiles present in the dish, somehow, amazingly, it also felt incredibly cozy, warm, and comforting, like it was made with a ton of love. Bro literally went full-on, intense Food Wars anime mode on that incredible, life-changing stew. He quickly, happily finished the entire bowl, and then respectfully, reverently put his spoon down on the table. Both a grateful Jang Yong and a visibly content Yongsoo, it turned out, have been exclusively eating bland, convenient, pre-packaged survival food from various emergency packs lately. So, finally warming their empty stomachs with a genuine, delicious homemade meal felt truly life-changing. It really made our pensive boy, Jang Yong, quiet, deeply contemplative and reflective about his entire life since the whole world ended up like this. No, actually, ever since he had officially left the harsh discipline of the military 3 long months ago. This incredible conger eel stew had undeniably been the absolute best, most satisfying meal he'd had. It was, he mused, almost directly comparable in deliciousness to his own beloved mother's kimchi stew. His nostalgic, warm thoughts were then suddenly, gently interrupted by Yongsoo's pertinent, practical question. If he happened to remember all the previous details correctly from their earlier conversations, Jang Yong was originally supposed to be attempting to cut directly through the dangerous Gangnam area, without even a single, solitary hint of any reluctance or hesitation in his voice. Yongsoo then readily, generously offered to personally drive him all the way there himself. This unexpected, kind offer left the young man feeling genuinely confused and quite surprised. Yongsoo calmly, confidently asserted that he had already thoroughly discussed his immediate future plans with his wife. When he had earlier told her that Jang Yong was currently on a desperate, perilous quest to find his own family. She had immediately, compassionately insisted that Jongyong's family undoubtedly mattered a great deal too. But Jongyong clarified Gangnam actually wouldn't be his ultimate, final destination on this journey. The entire arduous trip would likely take him a much longer time to complete, as he actually planned to eventually go all the way to distant Wajongba City, and he'd therefore consequently need the sturdy vehicle for a significantly lot longer period of time. Young-soo, ever prepared, had already carefully thought about that potential logistical complication, of course. So he then calmly, reasonably laid out his own specific, fair conditions for this venture. But first, he suggested they should probably take this important, serious conversation somewhere outside. The bright, warm sun was just about to finally set, and the evening sky looked absolutely gorgeous. Once outside, Young-soo quickly gave Jongyong the detailed, practical rundown of his proposed plan to utilize the powerful, reinforced truck to swiftly reach the perilous Gangnam district. Once that particular crucial drive was finally successfully over and done with, he would then simply return back here to his waiting family using a handy electric bicycle. That, in fact, was also the very specific condition he had wanted to politely bring up earlier. He really wanted to be able to have that useful electric bicycle for his own personal use, even though he admittedly felt just a little bit weird and awkward directly asking for the bike. He still genuinely, sincerely wanted to continue to be of some significant help to Jongyong. If it was truly, completely okay with the resourceful, capable young man, of course. Young-soo would then gladly, expertly drive him directly to Gangnam as fast as was humanly possible. Jongyong quickly, easily understood the straightforward, pragmatic nature of the proposed plan. It was, after all, actually a pretty simple and logical arrangement between them. But still, something about it all wasn't quite clicking entirely right in his mind. Why on earth would a dedicated, loving family man like Young-soo, who had only just recently, miraculously reunited with his cherished loved ones, take on such a high-risk mission? Of course, admittedly, with his absolutely incredible, almost supernatural S-tier driving skills, he could probably, quite easily, outrun most dangerous monsters with considerable ease and truly immaculate style. But aside from his undeniably impressive, almost unbelievable driving skills and expertise, he would still undoubtedly be deliberately putting himself in extremely grave, mortal danger by doing this. Young-soo had, for all intents and purposes, just effectively won the survival game, right? His beloved family was alive and well. They now had plenty of food and essential supplies in the cargo hold. So there was really no logical, compelling reason to make such a decidedly risky move for a near stranger. Genuinely curious now about his somewhat perplexing, altruistic line of reasoning, Jongyong then outright directly asked just what exactly was going through the devoted family man's head. Why on earth would he willingly stick his own neck out like this, trying to help someone he just recently met? Well, as it turned out, Young-soo's heartfelt reasoning was actually as simple and straightforward as it gets. Jongyong, he reminded him, had bravely, selflessly saved him multiple times before this, and had then crucially helped him to finally get safely back to his waiting wife and kid. Wasn't it therefore only right and fair that he now tried to return that immense favor? Also, he then countered, why exactly had Jongyong helped him out so much in the first place? The somewhat surprised young man honestly tried his best to think of a definitive answer to that, but he simply couldn't. He had just instinctively acted purely out of the innate goodness of his heart. Young-soo, for his part, was keenly, acutely well aware that he likely wouldn't have even survived, or even managed to make it this incredibly far, without Jongyong's timely, crucial help. Maybe, he mused, he wouldn't have even successfully escaped that terrifying, monster-filled tunnel alive, and might very well have instead died a truly miserable, lonely, and agonizing death there. So, he simply, earnestly just wanted to at least try his very best to somehow return that immeasurable, life-saving favor now, and to generously give as much significant help back in return as he possibly humanly could. Moreover, he pointed out they were actually in essence both in the very same difficult situation. If you really, truly stopped and thought about it carefully for a moment, sure, fine. Jong Yong had somehow miraculously awakened a truly brokenly, ridiculously overpowered special ability. Yes. But that certainly didn't automatically mean his upcoming perilous journey would be at all easy. Even though the entire known world was now currently in complete, utter, desolate ruins. People, by their very nature, still desperately, fiercely held on to the precious hope that their families were safe. Right now, in this moment, Jong Yong was really just another determined, desperate survivor out there, trying his absolute best to somehow stay strong and resilient in the exact same difficult, terrifying situation. Wouldn't it therefore be a genuinely nice and mutually beneficial thing if they just simply helped each other out? Even though Young-soo admitted he felt perhaps a little bit presumptuous in even suggesting, given that truly all he could currently offer was his admittedly exceptional S-tier driving skills. He still sincerely, desperately wanted to at least give this potential new partnership a fair shot. He then quickly, firmly assured the somewhat hesitant young man that if things ever took a nasty turn for the worse, he would immediately, without any shred of hesitation, flee back to safety with his family. He certainly wasn't nearly foolish enough to recklessly risk his own precious life or that of his beloved family for some altruistic, yet ultimately unclear, reason or another at this dangerous juncture. Jong Yong then suddenly, vividly recalled himself determinately, almost foolishly pedaling his bicycle hard towards that tunnel full of wyverns, as all the other grateful survivors had loudly cheered him on and sincerely wished him the best of luck on his perilous, uncertain way to that very same dangerous, dark tunnel. Earlier that day, he had clearly spotted an abandoned car with a key still temptingly left right there in the ignition. This single, fortunate find could have easily, instantly solved all of his immediate problems right then and there. But when it came down to it, at the end of that fateful day, of course, he had instead selflessly chosen to continue bravely, arduously pedaling ever forward on his bike, all for the greater sake of the other desperate, innocent people who were then relying heavily on him. He had willingly, consciously given up the much easier, more convenient way out in the slim hopes of saving more lives. Reminiscing now about that not-so-distant, yet incredibly impactful memory actually made him genuinely smile a little. He certainly didn't regret his decision to go down that much harder, more selfless, and perilous route. Young-soo, meanwhile, was still enthusiastically, persuasively pitching his daring new plan to the young man, still somewhat unsure if Jong Yong would actually agree to his bold proposal or not. Jong Yong then calmly, matter-of-factly explained that his unique, powerful subspace ability, in fact, was essentially a personal pocket dimension, a safe space where absolutely nothing could ever enter without his explicit, direct permission. As long as the subspace itself was actively, properly maintained, he could unbelievably, even endlessly duplicate any and all items from the vast PX storage facility within. Young-soo, having witnessed some of its power, already knew at least that much about it. Though, if Young-soo really and truly wanted to genuinely help him out on this quest, Jong Yong then boldly, decisively proposed just one more, rather significant additional condition to their deal. First, he elaborated, they would indeed have to carefully, strategically cut right through the dangerous Gangnam, Yeoljiro, then the treacherous Dobonggu district, and then finally, ultimately, all the way to distant Wajongbu City. He specifically wanted Young-soo to expertly, safely drive him all the long, perilous way to that very last stop, at least until they had hopefully, successfully found Jong Yong's entire, long-lost, precious family members. Second, the determined, forward-thinking young man then confidently reckoned and further explained that he likely wouldn't be able to successfully, safely accomplish this entire, monumental mission entirely alone. However, he added with a knowing glint in his eye, upon sufficiently leveling up his ability, the amazing subspace itself would then be open to safely, comfortably harboring other trusted people inside, and that, he pointedly suggested, could very well soon include Young-soo's own beloved family. Jong Yong then dramatically, impressively opened up his vast, secure subspace dimension-wide, and sincerely, generously insisted that if the brave man of their house was indeed going with him, then his entire, precious family should definitely come along with them too, for safety. Thanks to his recent successful efforts in wiping out the entire dangerous monster dog population in the city, he thankfully had just enough valuable mana crystals to properly level up the amazing Subspace. If Yongsoo agreed to continue bravely helping Jong Yong to try and find his own missing family, he in turn would willingly protect Yongsoo's vulnerable wife and daughter too within its safety. Yongsoo was both equally deeply shocked and also genuinely amused by yet, astonishingly, another incredibly crazy, almost unbelievable new feature of the remarkable young man's already overpowered ability. He thoughtfully removed his iconic, stylish aviator glasses for a dramatic moment, and then decisively agreed to bravely bring his beloved wife and precious daughter along on this deadly road trip. A perilous journey that would take them clear across the devastated, monster-infested country. Hell, they could even potentially head out, he declared boldly, right here and right now. With his current, impressive stockpile of exactly 116 valuable mana stones now, he could easily spend the required 100 of them to upgrade to a new level 2 Subspace, leaving him with a comfortable 16 mana stones remaining safely in the bank for later use. Upon his decisive, mental confirmation, the mysterious system immediately booted up the complex upgrade sequence quite seamlessly. Moments later, the crucial upgrade was declared successful, and the coveted level 2 status was officially achieved. The daily maintenance costs for the Subspace, however, were also significantly adjusted accordingly, increasing from just 1 single mana stone a day to a whopping, rather steep 6 mana stones every 24 hours. At the very least, however, thankfully, the internal capacity of the Subspace had now been greatly expanded to comfortably accommodate up to 20 people at once. And an intriguing, brand new additional ability had also been unlocked, one that now allowed the user to conveniently store items directly in front of him outside the Subspace, had also been conveniently added to his arsenal. Sure, he mused thoughtfully. The new, increased maintenance cost of 6 whole mana stones per day was indeed a little bit steep, but it also excitingly came with a few potentially game-changing additional abilities and valuable enhancements, now readily available to him with this very significant, hard-earned upgrade to his power. He wisely decided he would check all of those new features out in more detail a little bit later, and instead, first take care of a much more immediately important, pressing family matter at hand. For right now, a smiling Jong Yong warmly signaled to Lee Yongsoo, his wife, Lee Yeoljong, and their young daughter, Oh Jisoo, to please go ahead and enter his newly upgraded Subspace. And the helpful system promptly, dutifully notified the host, Jong Yong, of their hopeful presence at the port, upon him gladly giving them his explicit permission to safely enter the dimension. The entire Yongsoo family then bravely went right through the shimmering, inviting portal and set foot inside. Just one brief second ago, they were standing right outside a dilapidated, broken down, ruined building. And then, the very next, they were suddenly, miraculously transported to an entirely different, vast, and amazing space. Yongsoo's usually composed wife and his curious little kid were both completely wide-eyed with wonder and totally in awe of the truly breathtaking, impossible view now stretching out right in front of them. Even Yongsoo himself, who, remember, was already somewhat familiar with the PX Fulfillment Center from his previous brief visit to the original version of Jong Yong's Subspace ability, was currently, completely, utterly speechless. The sheer, unbelievable scale of this upgraded Subspace was simply enormous. Endless shelves upon towering shelves, filled with all kinds of valuable supplies, neatly lined up to the left and right. Jong Yong then cheerfully called out for Pax, the helpful AI, to please come on over and patiently demonstrate the amazing crux of the Subspace to the astonished family. He thoroughly explained to them that they could easily just tell the friendly, helpful, and remarkably capable artificial intelligence absolutely anything at all that they might possibly need or desire, while they were comfortably staying as guests within his dimension. They could also easily check the current availability of any specific items from Pax's vast inventory, and, if necessary, he, or rather Pax, would then promptly handle the delivery of those items as well, directly to them. There was even, he mentioned casually, a dedicated, well-stocked fresh food center located somewhere in this vast area, where they could easily, freely get all kinds of delicious, fresh food and various cooking ingredients they might want. Young-soo's practical, resourceful wife knew all too well just how incredibly precious and rare fresh, unspoiled ingredients currently were in this harsh, unforgiving, monster-infested apocalypse they were enduring. So she was understandably, initially quite hesitant to just freely, casually use up the kind young man's valuable resources. That, however, Jang Young quickly assured her, wasn't really a big deal at all in here, as absolutely everything contained within this amazing, miraculous subspace was effectively, wonderfully infinite in supply. Everything, he explained with a grin, could be endlessly, perfectly duplicated by the system. So there was truly, absolutely no need whatsoever for them to be overly prudent or cautious. For just now, though, he suggested they should all take a little well-deserved break and then plan to head out in about 30 minutes or so, as he himself needed to quickly consolidate his thoughts and check out some important new things first regarding his newly upgraded and significantly more powerful set of amazing abilities. Jang Yong's warm, generous welcome clearly cheered the entire family up. A delighted Young-soo even took the wonderful opportunity to playfully, joyfully play princess with his adorable, giggling daughter. After such a very long, painful, and uncertain time spent desperately apart from each other. Just like that, the newest, grateful additions to the miraculous subspace adjusted remarkably quickly to their strange, yet wonderful, new life. With that important family matter now comfortably, happily taken care of for the moment, it was finally time for Jang Young to get right down into serious business and check out all his new abilities. At this new, impressive subspace level 2, he discovered he could now finally activate the intriguing subspace lab feature. For a rather hefty price of 50 precious mana stones, he could potentially open a dedicated, specialized laboratory where he could combine, carefully classify, and even powerfully transform any of the already registered items currently stored within his subspace. I'll bet he's just about to try and make some crazy axe plus refrigerator hybrid weapon or something equally wild, as we've already clearly, firmly established by now, Kim. Jang Young's. Remember, the user clarified this is Jang Young. Primary ability is to create a personal subspace, where he can initially store just one single object with a very limited storage capacity of only one item. It was, he now realized, most likely initially intended by the system to be just a simple, one-time use storage space, one that he could conveniently, instantly access whenever he so desired or critically needed to do so. Absolutely nothing it was designed could ever enter or exit this private, secure space unless he explicitly directly allowed. This, he surmised, was probably the original, intended, and rather simple extent of his basic awakened ability. But that quite clearly no longer seems to be the actual current case for him. Due to some incredibly crazy, unforeseen, and fortunate twist of fate during his awakening, he had somehow miraculously managed to place an entire, vast logistics center right inside of it. And in doing so, Pack's highly advanced, helpful AI system, somehow, in his own nascent awakening operating system, had then unexpectedly, powerfully merged together as one, to form something entirely new, different, and significantly more powerful than originally conceived. It had dramatically, unbelievably enhanced his base ability far beyond just simply opening and closing a basic subspace, resulting in many, many more incredibly useful functions than were ever originally intended by the system. A prime and rather devastating example of this is the powerful shipment mechanism ability, which now allows him to violently hurl stored items out at an incredible 100 kilometers per hour. The basic subspace creation ability alone should have already been impressively powerful and useful all by itself. But after inadvertently meeting and merging with the advanced PAX AI, it became even crazier and more versatile. Jang Young honestly wasn't really expecting to gain any significant new additional abilities at all, simply upon just leveling up his existing one. But here we are now, folks, successfully upgrading his subspace ability all the way to the impressive level 2. And in doing so, unexpectedly unlocking one more crucial, valuable slot for his total storage capacity. This now meant he could finally store more than just the massive PAX fulfillment center, safely and securely within his personal, private, and now even more versatile subspace dimension. On top of all that amazing news, he had also, incredibly, unlocked the exciting new option to install a lab, a specialized area where he could potentially manipulate and transform any items currently registered within his subspace. The very idea of possibly creating something entirely new and powerful by simply combining two completely different existing items together was truly incredibly fascinating to him now. But unfortunately, it also required a whopping 50 precious magic stones just to even start it up. So that particular exciting venture would unfortunately have to patiently wait for some other time for now. In any case, it's abundantly crystal clear that continuously leveling up his power would only serve to make his already amazing abilities even more ridiculously, brokenly overpowered and versatile from this very exciting point onwards. He really, truly wanted to immediately check out all of these incredible, brand new features right away. But he was unfortunately currently still far too short on those valuable, essential mana stones to do so. For right now, though, there's at least one more crucial thing he can easily confirm and test out. When he had first, somewhat recklessly, stored the entire PAX FC complex within his nascent subspace, Zhang Yong had honestly briefly thought that he had perhaps completely lost his own mind in that moment. So he had then just casually, almost experimentally, blurted out the audacious command to store the whole center, without really thinking twice about the potential massive consequences of such an action. If it's actually true that he could somehow absorb and then safely store literally anything at all, then could he perhaps go completely, utterly crazy with this newfound godlike power? When the ever-helpful system then calmly, politely asked him what he would like to attempt to store next, Zhang Yong, with a mischievous glint in his eye, then resolutely and rather audaciously answered that he now wanted to try and store the entire planet Earth. He was then, as expected, prompted by the system to once again confirm his truly monumental choice, and he did. An almost palpable electric tension suddenly filled the air as he anxiously, excitedly waited for the results. After a few incredibly long, agonizing seconds of complete, utter, deafening silence from the system finally, somewhat anticlimactically, informed him that it had, unfortunately, failed to store the entire planet, as the intended target, planet Earth, was simply far too massive and thus outside the current storable range. Zhang Yong, if he was being honest, had already kind of figured that it probably wouldn't actually work. But hey, he just absolutely had to at least give it a crazy, ambitious try, right? The ability would have been far, far too ridiculously, game-breakingly overpowered and insane. If that truly audacious, almost unthinkable command had somehow, miraculously actually gone through successfully. From just behind him, a slightly impatient, yet understanding Yongsoo then carefully, quietly approached him, ready to seriously discuss the optimal, safest route they should now attempt to take to reach dangerous Gangnam. As quickly and as efficiently as was humanly possible, Yongsoo pragmatically suggested taking the main, wider road for now. Zhang Yong, for his part, was actually expecting at least a few more precious minutes of quiet rest, as Yongsoo was originally supposed to be happily, joyfully playing with his adorable, energetic young daughter, especially after having been so tragically, cruelly apart from her for so very, very long now. But they would unfortunately, it seemed, have to sadly save that precious, heartwarming playtime for a little bit later, as the excited, yet now exhausted, little girl had apparently already completely, peacefully passed out from all the excitement. Happily, safely surrounded by all sorts of wonderful, brand new toys from the subspace's endless supply. She clearly felt incredibly safe and secure now, deep inside the comforting, magical subspace, and had fallen fast asleep after just a very little bit of highly energetic, joyful playtime with her beloved father. A deeply grateful Yongsoo then sincerely, humbly thanked the kind young man, yet once more, from the bottom of his heart, for absolutely everything that he had so bravely, selflessly done for him and for his precious, beloved family. Humble and modest as always, Jong Yong quickly, genuinely asserted that it was really no big deal at all, as they were, in his view, simply, pragmatically helping each other out as best they could in these tumultuous, dangerous times. This heartfelt, sincere sentiment only served to fill Young-soo with an even stronger, deeper sense of profound duty to somehow repay Jong Yong, no matter what challenges or dangers might possibly lie ahead of them on their perilous journey now. Next thing you know, the newly formed, determined duo was right back up in the familiar, sturdy, and now even more vital cargo truck. At the sheer sincerity radiating from his driver buddy, he observed Young-soo, a tranquil smile playing on his lips. You see, piloting a vehicle was the one domain where Young-soo truly excelled, and when it concerned sheer speed, he'd confidently stake his claim as faster than anyone else on this planet. Jong Yong, however, felt a wave of unease at Young-soo's focused stillness, and requested if they might perhaps proceed more slowly for the moment. He even uttered a please, but Young-soo? Oh, he was already completely locked in. His clear intention was to essentially speed run this entire perilous trip, and to make the younger man truly experience the definition of real speed. Jong Yong's tears started to fall as the truck rocketed forward without any warning. And so, with Young-soo's precious family safely ensconced within the subspace, the two lads boldly confronted the abandoned world in their accelerating cargo truck. It didn't require much time at all to arrive at the next segment of their journey. After remaining on the main thoroughfare for just a couple of intense minutes, they found themselves needing to divert to an alternative, less traveled route. This path was significantly more deserted than the primary road they'd been on. Fortunately, there didn't appear to be a large number of monsters roaming this particular area either. This implied that monsters typically only congregated where human populations were present. Jong Yong hadn't been aware that such an isolated roadway like this even existed, especially on the direct path heading towards Seoul, of all places. The area, it turned out, was designated as a Bronze Age archaeological dig site, or something of that nature, so was deliberately protected from any urban development. The road surface itself was admittedly a bit rough and challenging, but at least they didn't have to constantly worry about random, dangerous monsters, or any shady, opportunistic human individuals suddenly popping up out of nowhere. Jong Yong already felt completely, utterly drained and exhausted, just from merely sitting right next to such a recklessly, yet incredibly skillful and daring driver. Much to Young-soo's considerable surprise, however, there suddenly appeared to be some sort of blockade positioned in the middle of the road. They had only just recently departed the ruined, devastated cityscape, and this particular area was supposed to be a completely abandoned, forgotten path. Yet, unmistakably man-made deterrents now cluttered the ground directly ahead of them. If he wasn't mistaken, it strongly looked like official military-grade barricades, complete with menacing spike strips, clearly designed to stop any vehicle daring to go off-road. Perhaps, Young-soo mused, the military was somehow still active in this specific area. Maybe there was even a hidden operational base located somewhere nearby. That certainly seemed like the most straightforward and simplest answer to this puzzle. But Jong Yong, more cautious, didn't believe this installation had appeared here quite so simply. Glancing quickly through the truck side mirror, he then spotted an armed, menacing military vehicle rapidly approaching them from behind. Upon a much closer, more careful inspection, the driver and the other individuals in that vehicle didn't look like they actually belonged to any official military organization at all. Those guys, he figured, had most probably been secretly watching their truck from a hidden vantage point. Our duo, it was clear, wouldn't be able to easily avoid them now. Jong Yong quickly proposed opening a small, discreet portal right underneath the steering wheel, so that Young-soo could swiftly go inside to safety with his family, while he himself bravely dealt with these approaching, armed strangers completely alone. If these suspicious people had truly intended to outright kill them on sight, they would have most likely already opened fire at the vulnerable cargo truck. Carefully, quickly assessing the unfolding situation, Jong Yong counted 3 hostile individuals, all of them visibly heavily armed. The apparent leading man among them clearly hoped to see the truck's tires burst or something similar. When Jong Yong then feigned complete innocence and asked just what was going on. The man looked back at him as if what was about to happen was simply common sense. He then curtly ordered the young man, currently in the driver's seat, to get out and to immediately open up the truck's valuable cargo hold. Jong Yong decided to play along with their demands and slowly, deliberately opened the large cargo hold doors of the heavy truck. He dramatically revealed towering stacks upon stacks of precious, sealed supply boxes inside, greatly surprising the armed thugs who were clearly just posing as military personnel. Just the relatively small pile of canned tuna boxes alone would be utterly priceless. In the current desperate post-apocalyptic situation, they had truly, unbelievably hit the jackpot this time. They quickly figured the young man must be some kind of delivery driver of some sort. And Jong Yong cleverly just continued to keep up that particular deceptive act. The thuggish leader then arrogantly claimed ownership of the truck and all of its valuable contents, implicitly, menacingly threatening to gun Jong Yong down if he resisted in any way. As expected, they were clearly just after the desperately needed food and valuable supplies. When pointedly asked where exactly he had obtained the valuable contents of the truck, the quick-thinking young man carefully, deliberately considered his potentially life-saving answer for a moment. He then simply, truthfully stated that he had gotten everything from a large logistics center. Technically speaking, of course, he wasn't actually lying to them at all, but he also cannily warned them that they likely wouldn't be able to find that logistics center now. Besides, he added, the only remaining roads leading to it had already collapsed or been completely blocked off. But he offered tantalizingly if they really needed more supplies, he could probably get more. The leader then looked Jong Yong carefully up and down with a calculating gaze, clearly sizing him up. When asked about the total remaining supplies available in this so-called mysterious logistics center, he mentioned Jong Yong claimed that what was currently in the truck was just a tiny fraction of the total bulk. One of the other goons then nervously looked at his watch and urgently warned their leader. They were rapidly running out of precious time. They really had to wrap things up quickly now. So the captain then brusquely ordered his goons to quickly grab a hood for their captive. One of them was then tasked with driving the now commandeered, valuable supply truck away, and the captain himself decided to personally take care of Jong Yong. He did so by suddenly launching a powerful punch, clearly imbued with some mysterious energy, straight and hard into Jong Yong's unsuspecting, vulnerable abdomen area. Ouch! Completely caught off guard by the sudden attack, Jong Yong gritted his teeth hard in intense pain, as he then slowly, agonizingly started to pass out from the force of the brutal blow. He folded over completely, like a freshly cooked omelet, and then everything abruptly turned dark. When he finally, groggily regained some semblance of consciousness a short while later, he could vaguely hear the thugs respectfully calling someone sir as they roughly dragged him into a nearby room. The captain was then dutifully reporting what he had managed to hear from Jong Yong earlier regarding all the valuable supplies and the mysterious, well-stocked logistics center he'd mentioned. Finally, the suffocating hood was roughly taken off, and Jong Yong slowly, painfully opened his eyes again, still reeling in considerable pain from that vicious, unexpected punch to his gut. Directly in front of him now sat a rather large, burly, and intimidating-looking man, comfortably seated on the other side of a large, imposing office-style desk. A prominent, official-looking plaque placed on the desk proudly bore the military title commander. The South Korean national flag was also prominently placed front and center in the room. No matter how you try to look at it, however, something fell off. The man currently sitting smugly at the commander's desk didn't really seem like one at all. Furthermore, and much more disturbingly, Jong Yong noticed, there were several bloody, deceased soldier corpses slumped carelessly on the side of the office. The thugs had clearly brought Jong Yong to a very strange and dangerous place indeed. The apparent big boss calmly stated he had already heard a little bit from his boys, but he now wanted to hear much more about this vital food and these supplies directly from Jong Yong's own lips if he valued his life at all. He specifically, urgently wanted to know exactly where this mysterious logistics center was located. Jong Yong, ever adaptable, bravely continued playing along with their dangerous charade for now, calmly confessing that he had obtained everything from the Gunpost City Logistics Center. The big boss then actually praised him for apparently making such a smart, resourceful move. He even wistfully wished that he himself had thought to hit up a similar place early on. Jong Yong then cautiously asked just where exactly he currently was and what was truly going on. The big boss casually, almost dismissively, explained that they were quite obviously in a military base, though he admitted he couldn't quite remember the actual official name of the specific place from observing the surrounding area and its equipment. However, Jong Yong was fairly certain they were currently located within a military communications headquarters. The big boss then boasted he had been conveniently exempt from any mandatory military service himself, so he really didn't particularly care about the base's official name or designation. One rather peculiar, unsettling quirk of this particular place, he explained, happened every single evening at 6 p.m. It would probably be much faster, he added, if Jong Yong just witnessed it for himself. Right when the nearby clock inevitably hit precisely 6 o'clock, then a horrifying, blood-curdling scream suddenly, deafeningly filled the entire room, and indeed, the entire military base. The big boss and all of his thuggish men, it seemed, had already, somehow, gotten quite used to hearing these absolutely terrifying nightly shrieks by now. Deeply unsettled by the sound, Jong Yong cautiously looked out the nearby office window. He could not help but feel a distinct, chilling bit of unnerving familiarity emanating from that truly blood-curdling, monstrous sound he was now hearing. Outside, he saw them, terrifying wyverns, freely, menacingly roaming the darkening skies as the sun finally set. There were literally dozens upon dozens of them visible out there, effectively, ominously blocking out what little remaining light there was now, with their truly massive, scale bodies and absolutely enormous, leathery wingspans. Terrifying. But wait. These weren't the typical, smaller wyverns that Jong Yong was already quite used to killing. These particular, airborne creatures were way too incredibly big and imposing. The big boss could not possibly agree more with that assessment, he stated. The sheer intimidating size of those flying bastards was absolutely no joke at all. This big boss character clearly took immense personal pride in his own physical strength. But even he admitted, had almost died while fighting just one of those scaly, vicious beasts. And weirdly enough, he added with a frown, his powerful attacks had felt like they were somehow being blocked by something completely intangible. According to the poor, unfortunate soldier, Jong Yong now noticed, the one with his head brutally smashed into the wall on the side of the office. The actual military had apparently tried to fight those monsters earlier with conventional firearms, and they had consequently gotten themselves completely, helplessly, and utterly wiped out by them. If even supernatural, awakened powers didn't effectively work against these creatures, there was absolutely no way that ordinary, standard bullets ever would either. So, the desperate military had then opted to try and recruit other awakened individuals to fight those monsters. The big boss had initially wanted to join in on that effort, he claimed, until, that is, he saw just how incredibly strong the beasts truly were, and how pathetically weak the military was. So he did what every opportunistic big boss would probably do. He simply took over the entire base, effectively, arrogantly ruling over the entire surrounding area now. Well, he clarified, he didn't actually kill all the remnants of the original military force stationed here. And he didn't particularly want to have to kill Jong Yong either, he now claimed. The young man, after all, seemed to know quite a lot of useful information. And the current food and supply situation in their newly acquired base was, frankly, quite horrendous. There were plenty of dangerous weapons available to them now, of course, and pretty much everything else one might need in a well-equipped communication headquarters building. But what they were currently critically and severely lacking was, unfortunately, food. So he now very much wanted to somehow tap into that mysterious logistics center and get some more. The departure for this vital mission, he declared, would be tomorrow morning, bright and early. And if Jong Yong successfully did this important task for him and his group. The big boss then magnanimously promised to officially accept him as a valued member of their family. He confidently asserted that their strong, capable group could easily protect the young man from any monsters, even from terrifying creatures like that oversized, menacing wyvern currently flying right outside their window. Unfortunately for this boastful big boss, however, plot twist income. Jong Yong had actually stopped listening to him yap on and on for a little while now. He was instead, much more productively, wondering just what he should put inside his newly expanded subspace next. And it certainly seemed like fate had just conveniently handed him the perfect new place on a silver platter, so to speak. Completely ignoring the other people currently around him now, he calmly spoke to his helpful AI, Pax, and coolly requested that the entire Joint Command Communications Headquarters building be immediately stored within his vast, secure subspace dimension. Completely confused and startled by Jong Yong's sudden, bizarre words and actions, the big boss angrily threatened to instantly kill the audacious, disrespectful young man right there. But before he could even fully finish his menacing, empty threats to Jong Yong, his entire commandeered office had already, unbelievably, completely vanished from around him. The entire massive military base itself was instantaneously, utterly erased from existence, as if it had never, ever even existed there in the very first place. Whoa. The big boss looked around him in total, abject confusion and disbelief now. The only single, solitary thing left remaining from his former, imposing stronghold was his office chair. It was truly like some kind of utterly messed up, surreal, and impossible dream sequence. Every single one of the terrified personnel still remaining inside the former military base camp looked up in stunned confusion as the solid ceiling above them suddenly, impossibly turned into the vast, open, and now very menacing sky. This big boss character is now just as utterly confused and bewildered as all of his men are. He frantically looked all around him, desperately trying to make some kind of sense of the impossible situation. But there was simply no reasonable or even remotely logical explanation for any of it. Amidst all of this widespread, utter confusion and growing panic now, Jong Yong, remember, the user indicated it's Jong Yong, not Kim Jong-un, silently, stoically endured the significant drawback of his powerful ability. Just like when he had previously stored the massive PAX facility inside his subspace, he was now suddenly violently assaulted by the severe, debilitating side effects of storing such a massive and complex structure as this military base entirely within his personal subspace dimension. He knew he needed to quickly, desperately cut his restraints while he still could, while all of the surrounding guards were still completely, utterly distracted by the chaos. That distraction, however, very quickly turned into sheer, unadulterated terror when the stunned rebels saw the sky suddenly dark. Countless, menacing silhouettes of those massive, terrifying wyverns now completely filled the entire airspace above them, and they were all rapidly, ominously inching ever closer with each passing, terrifying second. Oh no, led by the undisputed, fearsome leader of their massive, hungry pack, it seemed. The wyverns all steadily, menacingly descended for what was clearly going to be a human meat free-for-all feast. Its mighty, deafening roar then reverberated powerfully throughout the entire, now exposed area. A truly terrifying, primal display of its absolute dominance and power over them. Utterly afraid now of getting caught, and then brutally eaten alive by these draconic, savage beasts, the cowardly rebels all immediately scattered in every direction as they desperately ran for their very lives. Jong Yong, meanwhile, thankfully managed to quickly summon a sharp axe to cut himself loose from his bonds. The big boss character then angrily, futilely reprimands his idiotic, fleeing crew to stop running and shoot instead. They just needed to try and take down all of the smaller, weaker wyverns first, he yelled, before attempting to somehow handle that enormous, terrifying big one amongst them. With their supposed significant numbers advantage against the single large beast, they might not actually be able to get the job done with just their guns alone, but he at least was still quite confident in his own powerful, awakened ability. Maybe his desperate, last-ditch plan could have actually worked if his men had only listened to him. But alas, they didn't. Every single one of them selfishly left their boss to fend for himself. Unfortunately for this arrogant, abandoned big boss character now, though, he has now been specifically marked as prey by the largest, most dominant wyvern of the entire pack. Standing there, directly face to terrifying face with a massive creature, he cannot help but feel awfully, pitifully small and insignificant in front of the colossal, hungry beast. The big wyvern then gave the now terrified big boss a mere cursory, dismissive glance. But then something much shinier and more intriguing suddenly caught its massive, reptilian attention instead. A few meters away, Jong Yong quickly, bravely opens up his life-saving subspace portal again, while simultaneously, heroically carrying the badly tortured, barely conscious soldier safely on his strong shoulders. The helpful subspace system then recognized the rescued soldier as one Han Hyung-ho, and Jong Yong immediately, gratefully granted him explicit permission to safely enter the dimension. As soon as they both finally set foot inside the welcoming safety of the subspace, the brave young man, Jong Yong, suddenly felt incredibly dizzy and quite lightheaded from the exertion. He had thankfully miraculously managed to sneak them both out right in the middle of all that chaos. But he really critically needs to take better account of the severe after effects of subspace, storing from now on. If he ever suffers these dire side effects in a truly critical moment, it could prove to be incredibly, fatally dangerous for him. Jong Yong then turned to look back outside and saw that curious, massive wyvern staring directly, intently right back at him now. There is absolutely no telling what that intelligent, dangerous beast is currently thinking about. But one thing's for absolutely certain. That curious, unblinking stare made Jong Yong feel incredibly uneasy. This intense, silent staring contest is then suddenly, violently interrupted by a pesky, insignificant bug, foolishly trying to square up bravely, yet futilely, with a truly giant apex wyvern. The big boss, it seems, defiantly clenched his powerful, awakened fists tightly, and then started furiously pounding on the massive monster's incredibly tough body with all of his remaining strength. He angrily cursed at the giant lizard bastard as he relentlessly threw multiple desperate punches. He was apparently still quite confident that he could somehow stand his ground against such a terrifying beast, especially after having leveled up his own abilities a little bit recently, he thought. He clearly wanted to try and show everyone that he was truly built different now, especially when compared to his cowardly, disloyal crew members that had all shamefully run away earlier. Jong Yong then gave the truly pathetic, doomed big boss one final, dismissive glance, as he then calmly, wisely walked much deeper into the safety of his own subspace. The genuinely worried Lee Yong-soo then hurriedly, anxiously met him right at the subspace entrance. Aside from the lingering, throbbing headache and a deep sense of exhaustion from it all, Jong Yong, thankfully, felt generally fine. But the unconscious stranger he had just brought in was clearly not. All they currently know for sure is that this Han Hyung-ho is an actual soldier who was apparently brutally tortured by those rebellious, opportunistic gangsters they had encountered. And he is now, quite clearly, in a very critical, life-threatening medical condition. For the time being, they have the badly bloodied, injured soldier situated as comfortably as possible in one of the rooms. Jong Yong, it must be said, had successfully pulled off a truly great, daring escape, and he finally deeply breathed a huge sigh of immense relief for a moment, upon carefully, gently inspecting the unfortunate soldier's many grievous injuries now. It seems like the cowardly gangsters did not actually inflict any truly major, life-ending wounds, or cause any significant, immediate bleeding, thankfully, from what Jong Yong had managed to overhear earlier. Han Hyung-ho was apparently already in a very bad physical shape due to prolonged starvation. Severe malnutrition and brutal torture are certainly a very tough, debilitating combo to suffer from. Changing the rather grim subject for a moment, Jong Yong then curiously asked Young-soo if a brand new, massive building had perhaps suddenly, inexplicably appeared somewhere inside the subspace. Young-soo immediately confirmed that it had, and then curiously asked just what that was all about. It had just suddenly, shockingly appeared right beside the main PX facility building. So suddenly, in fact, that it had completely confused Young-soo and his entire family for a moment. From the outside view, it looked absolutely unbelievably massive in sheer scale and size. Even Jong Young himself was now genuinely shocked at its truly immense, imposing size, when he had earlier decided to bring the entire military base inside his subspace. He honestly did not expect it to be quite so incredibly, overwhelmingly big. He had, after all, been completely blindfolded when he was initially taken there by the thugs, and so had never actually gotten a chance to properly look at its exterior dimensions. Jong Young was now incredibly eager to go and check on something specific inside, so he politely asked Young-soo to please watch over the still unconscious, injured soldier for just a little bit. Young-soo genuinely thought, until now, that he had already probably seen the full, incredible extent of the amazing young man's powerful ability. But casually absorbing an entire, massive military base? That was just completely, utterly insane. He couldn't help but wonder just what exactly Jong Young was possibly planning to do with it. The exterior grounds of the newly acquired military base were so incredibly vast and spacious that he actually had to use a bicycle just to quickly get around the massive field area. While diligently, thoughtfully pedaling along, he begins to think of all the endless, exciting possibilities and the myriad of incredibly useful use cases that this new military base now brings. Guns, for instance, ammunition, powerful explosives, even gas masks, and even entire functional military vehicles are now potentially accessible to them. It's the perfect, ready-made arsenal to help them survive in this harsh, unforgiving apocalyptic world. But he realized, unlike his original, convenient logistics center from PX, actually using this new military base might prove to be much more of a significant hassle. In the PX center, the helpful AI, PAX, handles absolutely everything for him automatically. Shipping things out from there can even be effectively used as a surprisingly potent offensive weapon. But here, in the military base, the guns are likely all stored safely in an armory, and the ammo, along with magazines and any explosives, must all be stored very securely and separately. If they ever need something specific from this new military base in a hurry, they might very well have to go and physically fetch it all themselves, manually. Just finding out where everything important is housed within it will likely be a huge problem. The base is simply way too big to easily explore and then catalog everything. And even if they do eventually find all the weapons and the necessary ammo for them, there's still a little bit of another problem they'll have to face then. Even if he successfully armed Young-soo with some of these powerful military-grade weapons, his unfortunate, yet understandable, lack of any real combat experience will likely be a significant issue. He reckoned that simply securing tons and tons of advanced firearms would not actually be as valuable without having the proper, trained military personnel available to effectively utilize them in combat. Just taking all the guns out, cleaning them, and then assembling them properly would be a huge pain. More importantly, though, all of these military supplies are unfortunately not infinite in quantity. Like all the wonderful, endlessly duplicated items available back in the PX Logistics Center are. They will therefore need to be extremely cautious and very wise in manually using these limited, precious resources. PAX, the helpful AI, then suddenly interjected to completely debunk all of Jong Young's prior, incorrect assumptions. The entire subspace, PAX explained, is actually programmed with the same logistics system format by PAX's own highly advanced AI. So therefore, PAX continued, the most recently added Sector 2, the military base, is currently being treated simply as another warehouse and storage area accordingly. Jong Young immediately stopped pedaling his bicycle in utter, complete shock at what PAX was clearly implying now. Currently, PAX elaborated a thorough, complex classification system is already well underway for Sector 2. Once that vital, initial process is finally fully complete for all items, Jong Young will then be completely free to to use any of the items from this new Sector 2, just like he already can with all the ones currently stored back in Sector 1, the PX Center. Pax is basically, unbelievably, saying that all of those military rifles and all that ammo can also be endlessly duplicated and then conveniently, powerfully shipped out as weapons. The little drone then gave him a happy, affirmative smile, effectively confirming just how truly, incredibly OP, overpowered this subspace ability of his really is. The young man is still reeling quite intensely from the sheer shock of this revelation. However, as Pax had also mentioned, the vital classification process for Sector 2 is unfortunately still ongoing right now, and Sector 2 is therefore currently temporarily inaccessible for use at this precise moment in time. The current overall progress for this massive task is only at a mere 0.81% complete. It's therefore quite difficult to provide an exact, accurate estimate of the total processing duration needed, as the time required greatly varies depending on the complexity of the items being processed. Thankfully, however, Jong Young can actually pick and choose the specific items he wants to prioritize to be assigned with their new essential product codes first, ahead of everything else. When prompted by Pax for his immediate priority list for processing now, he immediately, without hesitation, rattled off rifles first and foremost, then ammunition, grenades of course, then military vehicles, and finally fuel. He is clearly not messing around with this priority assignment at all. The essential product codes for all of the important items he just listed now, Pax confirmed, will be readily available for his use within approximately the next 10 short minutes. Jong Young also wisely quickly added a very important new usage restriction to the system to completely block any other people from ordering or accessing any items at all from this new Sector 2 for the time being. Pax instantly added that crucial order restriction. It's not that he doesn't completely trust Yongsoo and his lovely family, of course. It's just always much better to err carefully on the side of extreme caution in these matters, especially with that still unconscious, unknown soldier currently with them inside the subspace as well, with powerful new weapons and even military vehicles now almost ready for their use. Jong Young cautiously, yet hopefully, opened his portal back to the outside world once more, while fervently, desperately hoping that all the earlier chaos had finally settled down outside by now. Jong Young instead came across a horrifying scene taken straight out of a truly gory, bloody horror movie, with all those ravenous wyverns still happily, gruesomely feasting on fresh, unfortunate human flesh, which was now sickeningly scattered all over the entire devastated place. What a mess. He was really, truly banking on the dangerous situation outside, somehow resolving itself peacefully. But that quite clearly does not seem to be so very likely at all right now. There are still far too many of those dangerous monsters out there to even try and shake off. And simply escaping from that enormous, terrifying big one is practically utterly impossible for them. So the only remaining viable option he has available to him right now is to firmly lock in and to finally decisively use all of his powerful, brand new military grade weapons against them. Both Yongsoo and Jong Young quickly, grimly geared up, ready to face this overwhelming adversity head on. It has truly been ages, Yongsoo reflected, since Mr. Lee Yongsoo himself last officially graduated from the Korean military's mandatory Reserve Forces training program. Yet here he is now, incredibly, about to start shooting a real weapon once more. Plenty of fully loaded magazines have now been conveniently packed into nearby, accessible boxes, so they really shouldn't have to worry about running out of precious rounds anytime soon. If a gun ever unfortunately jams on them, they can simply quickly toss it away and just grab a fresh one. It certainly would have been nice if all the loaded magazines had come pre-attached directly to the guns themselves, but alas, that's not how the subspace system registered them initially. When the younger man then asked the slightly older timer if he could actually still shoot properly, Yongsoo just smiled back at him calmly and very, very confidently indeed. UNC uncle/older man, finally, it seemed, has plenty of real, living targets out there on which to properly test his rusty reserve skills. He felt deep down, truly built for this very moment, since seeing is always faster than explaining. He then quickly took one of the newly acquired guns and expertly aimed it at the approaching beasts. The bright, intense muzzle muzzle fire from their weapons suddenly lit up the dark and very gloomy battlefield, as a veritable deadly rain of hot bullets showered down upon all the voracious, hungry wyverns. Against Yongsu and Zhangyang's combined, overwhelming bullet hell offensive now. All of the smaller wyverns quickly bled out and then died right there on the spot. Who on earth would have ever thought that this Yongsu is not just a total badass driver, but he's also a wyvern-killing, veritable John Wick 2, apparently. This is awesome. They quickly, efficiently went through dozens upon dozens of magazines and hundreds of precious rounds, without even stopping for a single, solitary moment to catch their breath. The determined duo expertly, precisely picked off every single enemy they could possibly spot with deadly precision. It certainly helped that the big-bodied wyverns were actually quite large, and therefore relatively easy targets. The deafening sound of incessant, powerful gunfire finally, eventually halted for a much-needed moment. This was, remarkably, Yongsu's very first time ever doing a real, intense rapid-fire shoot-around like this. And it was, he admitted, actually much tougher physically than he had initially expected it to be. It certainly seems like they have thankfully successfully managed to get the dangerous situation somewhat under their control, at least for right now, which is a huge relief for them. Sure, they had thankfully managed to take down most of that attacking wyvern pack, yes. But Zhang Yong still felt a lingering, deep sense of unease about something. At first, quick glance around the now quiet battlefield, it certainly looked like not a single solitary wyvern could have possibly withstood that intense, overwhelming onslaught of shots. While Zhang Yong could now confirm that all the smaller ones had indeed been completely, utterly annihilated. The massive body of the big one, their formidable leader, was conspicuously nowhere to be found amongst the carnage at all. He was almost certain that the cunning leader of that wyvern pack was still lurking somewhere out there. And, as it turned out, he was absolutely right about that ominous feeling. The crafty, intelligent lizard was, in fact, hiding patiently right behind their subspace portal itself. It did not make a single solitary sound at all while doing so, as if it were deliberately, cunningly baiting the two humans to come back out of their hiding place. The corpses of the fallen wyverns now grimly joined those of the humans they had preyed upon in the afterlife. No matter how hard Yongsu carefully, intently looked all around the devastated, smoky area now, he simply could not see any sign of the pack's formidable, elusive leader anywhere. Zhang Yong then quickly devised a clever new plan to try and confirm their strong suspicions, since the dangerous wyvern leader might now try to spawn camp them, effectively trapping them from right outside their only escape route, their portal. They can instead just send a remote-controlled toy out through the portal as live bait first. If there's absolutely no reaction from the beast, then they can finally safely move out more comfortably. But if the massive, hidden beast does indeed show up to attack the bait, they will then have to deal with it much more decisively and permanently this time. Much like a disturbed beehive that aggressively, collectively overwhelms its unfortunate, unsuspecting target, but just a remote control toy car by itself might not be quite enough to actually force the cunning monster to attack. So Zhang Yong then proposed another, even more brilliant, ingenious idea to Yongsu. On top of multiple zippy remote-controlled toy cars, all moving at once now, they carefully, cleverly fastened a discarded mannequin that looked just human enough on top of one of them. Slowly, cautiously, but surely, and with bated breath now, they sent their ingenious, makeshift bait out of the shimmering portal and into the dark, dangerous unknown. Just 2 mere seconds in, the giant, lurking wyvern struck down hard with incredible, savage brutality, instantly, viciously tearing the poor, unsuspecting mannequin dummy into countless, tiny pieces. Well, damn, the clever plan had worked perfectly. They had successfully managed to smoke the hidden, dangerous enemy out. Done with hiding now, the massive, enraged beast finally showed its terrifying self directly before the waiting duo. Its cold, empty, and incredibly predatory eyes stared deeply, chillingly right into their very souls now, realizing that it had just been cleverly tricked into foolishly attacking a mere worthless dummy. The enraged beast then roared loudly, furiously with incredible, palpable wrath and fury. Jong Yong quickly, calmly regained his composure and immediately, expertly took careful aim once more, incredibly eager now to make this terrifying monster eat all of his powerful, deadly bullets. He then urgently, loudly urged the still somewhat dazed Yong-soo to quickly do the very same thing, snapping his older companion sharply out of his momentary, understandable daze and shock. When their renewed, intense bullet hell attack restarted with a vengeance now, folks, the massive wyvern took the full devastating brunt of their combined attack at incredibly close range. It immediately started falling back, bit by painful bit, as their fiery, relentless barrage mercilessly continued. By the time they finally, thankfully ceased their intense firing for a crucial moment, the air all around them was now incredibly thick with choking smoke and the acrid, pungent smell of gunpowder. And from behind all that dense, obscuring smolder, there emerged a pair of truly enraged, glowing eyes. Hell-bent now on completely killing them both, the wounded wyvern then lunged powerfully forward to counterattack, ready, it seemed, to brutally tear its hated enemies apart between its rows of incredibly sharp, deadly fangs. Unfortunately for this enraged, apex predator, however, surprise, surprise, no amount of sheer, brute physical force can ever bypass the subspace portal's impenetrable security system. After painfully, frustratingly bumping hard into what seemed like a completely immovable, invisible wall, the confused, dazed wyvern clearly felt that something was very odd and wrong here. The duo, meanwhile, was just completely, utterly flabbergasted that the tough beast was somehow still standing, even after their incredibly concentrated, powerful storm of utter fiery destruction rained down upon. Can you even begin to imagine just how incredibly thick that terrifying monster's hide and scales must actually be? Jong Yong then suddenly, vaguely recalls hearing the big boss mention a rather odd, yet crucial detail about this giant wyvern earlier on. His boys had apparently tried to attack the pack with their awakened powers, but they had all felt like their powerful attacks were somehow being completely blocked by some kind of unknown, intangible protective power. That must therefore mean that the massive beast currently outside is not just deflecting all their bullets with just its incredibly tough, scaled body alone, but rather, he realized, it's much more like something invisible is actively, magically blocking all of their incoming attacks. Completely infuriated now, the wounded apex predator then unleashed a truly guttural, terrifying war cry, seemingly, almost mockingly, calling the two humans out from their safe hiding place to come out and play fair. Jong Yong then immediately responded by casually throwing a freaking hand grenade. The wyvern instinctively looked down below it toward the sound, and then curiously, almost foolishly, analyzed the small, green, metallic ball now rolling on the ground. The determined young man is clearly down to just crash out and then find out which is truly stronger: the monster's seemingly impenetrable defense, or humanity's most devastating, conventional weapons of war. Let's go. With a now virtually limitless, endless supply of powerful weapons and deadly explosives at his disposal, Jong Yong can quite literally do this kind of thing all night long if necessary. After the very first deafening grenade explosion rocked the area hard, multiple, equally powerful ones immediately, relentlessly followed suit in quick succession. Boom! Boom! Plunging the unfortunate, massive beast into a truly painful, fiery hell of shrapnel and powerful blasts. Yong-soo, not to be outdone, quickly joining on all the explosive fun now, casually, expertly throwing multiple, powerful grenades of his very own out there as well, without any concern whatsoever for their now effectively infinite duplicated supply of them. The determined, and now quite gleeful, duo quickly exchanged their earlier bullet hell attack for a much more potent and significantly more volatile, devastating rain of man-made explosive terror. At one particular point during this intense, fiery exchange, it really looked like they were finally gaining the upper hand and were actually successfully overwhelming the colossal, incredibly tough monster with their relentless assault. Thick, acrid smoke now completely filled the air, severely limiting the visibility all around the immediate area. Yongsoo, by now, was completely, utterly spent and exhausted from all the effort. He never, ever thought that just repeatedly throwing heavy hand grenades would be such a hard, tiring thing to do. John Yong's own shoulders probably would have been completely dislocated if they had kept on going like that. Yet, incredibly, after all the tremendous effort they had both put in and all the countless grenades they had heaped, the unbelievably resilient beast somehow still emerged, largely intact, in one single piece. It then defiantly gestured as if to attack them with its massive, sharp claw once more. But it was actually quite cleverly just trying to lightly tap at the portal's invisible barrier again, clearly trying to provoke the frustrated duo. It took all those powerful grenades like it was absolutely nothing, aside from just a little insignificant bit of its tough outer scales slightly peeling off. That is, just what kind of ridiculously powerful monster are they really, truly up against here? Folks, the wyvern, it seemed, finally lost all interest in futilely trying to bypass their impenetrable portal barrier. And then it simply, abruptly turned around and quickly flew off into the far, hazy distance, soon becoming completely obscured from their view by all the thick, lingering smog caused by their innumerable explosions. The relieved, yet still wary, duo watched intently and then finally confirmed that the terrifying beast was, at last, truly gone. But one thing's for absolutely certain in their minds right now. That cunning bastard definitely did not leave, because their combined attacks had actually worked effectively against them. All of those powerful, repeated explosions had left a truly massive, smoking crater on the open field outside, and they still could not even manage to make their incredibly tough enemy so much as limp. Anyway, the formidable enemy has thankfully retreated, at least for right now, they reason, and they, too, should probably get a move on as quickly as possible now. With Yongsoo's exceptional S-tier driving skills at their disposal once more, riding out into the dangerous, dark night should not really be too much of a problem for them. They wisely chose a small, yet sturdy, military jeep as their new primary mode of transportation, as they then carefully, cautiously traversed the dark, treacherous main road ahead of them. The weary duo still can't quite shake the profound shock of having faced that truly massive, terrifying wyvern from just a little while earlier. Dozens of powerful hand grenades, exploding all at once, could apparently only cause some very minor, superficial scratches on its incredibly tough hide. It was quite frankly a clear and rather utter, demoralizing failure on their part. They simply don't currently have nearly enough effective firepower to deal with such threats. If they ever happen to encounter an enemy that is somehow even stronger than that giant wyvern, what kind of powerful weapon can they possibly even use against it then? They wonder. Hand grenades are, of course, powerful explosives by their very nature, yes. But they are primarily designed for maximum efficiency in killing relatively soft-skinned humans, unfortunately, making their resulting deadly shrapnel actually more dangerous than the initial explosion itself, in most cases. At times, John Young seriously considered perhaps using weapons with much more raw, explosive power. But those kinds of devastating things are notoriously tricky to utilize freely and safely. If he ever used a single bomb that was significantly stronger than dozens of mere hand grenades, the resulting widespread aftermath from it would likely be utterly catastrophic and devastating. There's always a distinct, dangerous possibility. After all, he knew that innocent, unsuspecting people could easily get caught up in such a massive, indiscriminate blast, especially if they happened to be located anywhere near a populated city at the time. Also, even if the sheer, raw firepower of such a weapon is incredibly strong and overwhelming, there's still simply no absolute guarantee that just one single massive bomb would actually be nearly enough to successfully kill a truly powerful, resilient monster like that wyvern. And from someone else's terrified, outside perspective at that point, he realized you'd then become the indiscriminate, destructive monster yourself. With all that being said, however, Jong Yong then thoughtfully theorized about a potentially ideal new kind of weapon for them. Something perhaps as incredibly powerful as a bomb, but without causing all that terrible collateral damage. Maybe, he mused, the real answer is in launching something incredibly, unbelievably heavy at them, or perhaps in striking them at truly incredible, almost breakneck, hypersonic speeds instead. Maybe even he considered a combination of both of those things. In the end, though, simply using conventional guns and hand grenades is probably still the most realistic, practical option for them, at least for right now. If he can just keep on steadily upgrading his amazing abilities, he'll eventually, inevitably, become much more powerful himself over time, he hoped, since they had just recently successfully taken down a whole ton of those smaller wyverns. Jong Yong figured he should now have more than enough valuable magic stones safely in the bank for some of those juicy, much-needed new ability upgrades he'd been wanting. Thomas shot. Much to his pleasant, genuine surprise, he actually had a lot more magic stones than he had initially expected. A grand total of 314 of them, to be exact. Wow, they had certainly piled up surprisingly, incredibly fast from all that monster slaying. He had distinctly felt the strong, collective presence of multiple, powerful magic stones from the area earlier. Maybe it was primarily because of that enormous, singular, big one they had fought. In any case, he now has more than enough currency to splurge on some serious upgrades. Using a mere 25 of those precious magic stones, he first significantly increased his item delivery. Launch speed from the previous 100 kilometers per hour all the way up to 150 kilometers per hour. Another 25 valuable magic stones then went to significantly boost his launch preparation time, reducing it down from a full 5 seconds to just a single solitary second now. For something a little bit pricier, but potentially game-changing, then 50 whole magic stones were then used to completely double his simultaneous item launch capacity, increasing it from just 2 items at once all the way up to 4 now. And for another 25 stones, he also significantly increased his effective launch range from 25 meters out to a full 50 meters. He basically now has just a 1-second interval between rapidly launching up to 4 items at once. The total number of magic stones required for all these upgrades is truly quite astronomical, yes, but the resulting incredible power increase is simply undeniably worth it in the long run. After all of his hefty, yet very worthwhile, new upgrades were finally completed, he was then left with a still quite respectable 189 magic stones remaining in the bank. He then remembered he had one more very intriguing upgrade he has been seriously eyeing for a little while now. Spending another crucial 50 of his remaining stones then, with a grin, he finally, excitedly unlocked the mysterious pocket dimension laboratory feature he'd seen earlier. He had always curiously wondered just what exactly that particular advanced ability actually does. He really wants to give it a proper try right now, if possible. But they would likely have to make a quick, temporary stop first, if that's indeed the case. So he then calmly asked Young-soo to please carefully pull their Jeep over for a moment, so they could take a short, much-needed break while they quickly checked on something important inside. Young-soo, however, really did not want to slow down or completely stop their drive at this point, as they were now getting very near to the dangerous Gangnam district already. At this critical juncture, he instead urged the younger man to just go ahead and do his thing, while he himself bravely, skillfully continued to keep driving them forward steadily. He should be perfectly safe, Young-soo reasoned, since there thankfully aren't too many monsters around on this particular road. And if Jong Yong is really, truly still worried about his safety out here. Young-soo then proposed that he just simply open the subspace portal right next to him while they keep moving. The somewhat hesitant young man had actually never, ever tried doing that particular maneuver before now. After one quick, successful trial run, however, they found out that opening the portal to his subspace, while their vehicle was currently actively moving at speed, actually worked perfectly. If anything dangerous ever happens out here now, Young-soo realized with relief, he can just quickly, easily jump right into the open portal for immediate, absolute safety. So there's really no need for Jong Yong to worry about him at all now. Finally, completely assured that old man, Young-soo would indeed be perfectly fine out here alone. The eager young man then excitedly entered his brand new, mysterious laboratory space. It was, he observed, a rather plain, unremarkable room made of uniform, sterile white tiles. Absolutely nothing about it seems particularly special or impressive, at least at first cursory glance. It's really just a completely different, separate, and empty space inside his subspace. After all, here, the system informed him he can now use the combined function to merge more than two objects, while completely ignoring their current, individual physical condition or state of repair. Interesting. Breaks items down to their core components by merging them together. He's able to log a full rifle, magazine, and all as one deadly unit. Splitting them, however, means he could store a live grenade, pin already pulled. You'd think it'd blow up the moment it's stored, if stored that way. But PX explained that items registered in the pocket dimension exists as pure data while dormant, until summoned or activated. No physical processes will take place with the item, and so he registered the grenades with removed safety clips and pins. 415 magic stones. It might not be able to take down something like that giant wyvern, but it's certainly better than nothing. Tinkering and theorizing, he wondered if he should also register a rifle with a pre-attached magazine. It would be convenient if he could combine two magazines for uninterrupted firepower. Thinking even deeper, he realized that the lab could be used for something else, other than guns and grenades. If he's right, he could actually create a new weapon for himself. The perfect armament to add to his arsenal. Something stronger than a bomb, without causing collateral damage to the surroundings outside. Youngsu stepped on the brakes upon seeing an odd display on the road. He looked at the crazy display of cars, piled on top of one another to form a wall, and wondered what the hell it was about. Just in time, Jong Yong came out of the subspace. The drive had been uneventful so far, with no monsters chasing after them. But there was a more pressing problem up front. Somebody deliberately stacked the cars and completely blocked the road off. Breaking through would not be easy. Youngsu had already resigned to their fate, to turn around and find another way in. But the young man assured him that it won't be necessary. Actually, the weapon he just crafted would be a perfect answer to this problem. Before Young-Su could ask about what he was talking about, the so-called new weapon had already been deployed. It was multiple barbell plates stacked on top of one another and merged with combined with his recent upgrades. Zhang Yong can rattle off 4 of these bad boys at once, each of them flying about 150 kilometers per hour in the face of the supremely heavy amalgamation of metal. That would make any gym bro cry. The piled-up cars met their match. Through sheer force, Zhang Yong brought down the mysterious wall of vehicles. If someone's trying to block your path, just make one of your own by force. Youngsu was speechless. Zhang Yong never fails to shock him time and time again. Looking at the 20-kilogram plates stacked on top of one another, he asked what on earth the young man had created. Some nobodies hiding in a dilapidated building watched in confusion as the wall collapsed before their eyes. From the rubble, the light of the military jeep emerged. Youngsu drove in with speed and outstanding control, shocking the armed guards on the other side. The armed guards in question only had sticks and pipes to defend themselves. So, seeing a military vehicle alarmed them, Zhang Yong rolled his window down and asked the survivors if his sister, Nurse Kim Ju-yun, was nearby. A few years ago, the eldest of the Kim siblings was always left to deal with her rowdy sister and brother. She couldn't even focus on her studies for the upcoming exam. But then again, she had never been the studious and responsible type. Kim Sol even worried that Ju Hyun might be sick in the head. Jang Hyun asked if they should tell Mom about Ju Hyun's odd behavior. Out of concern, she usually found it tedious to sit in a chair for more than 30 minutes. So her sudden change worried the whole family. Even Mom chimed in to make sure that her daughter was all right. But the reason she started studying hard was that it was simpler than expected. According to her, she finally found her dream. Because of a little red book called The Apple Tree Story, she found her passion according to Ju-yeon. Even if the world were to end tomorrow, today she would still treat the sick. Her impassioned speech earned a flabbergasted silence from the audience. The kids reckoned that her bizarre condition seemed to be getting worse. They should ship her ass to the hospital right away, but her determination was not just teenage bravado, not just a phase. Her grades steadily improved and eventually skyrocketed in high school. By graduation, she managed to get accepted into a prestigious nursing school. Fast forward to the present. Nurse Kim Ji-young stayed true to her creed. Even if the world has ended, she's still treating and taking care of people, seeing her little brother in the flesh. Her tears started falling as she asked how he made it as far as Gangnam. Jong Yun was practically sobbing like a kid at this point, as he assured his sister that he wasn't hurt. Yongsu was pleased to see the young man finally reach one of his family members. The siblings embraced each other, glad that they defied the odds and stayed alive. After a few minutes of crying and hugging, Jong Yong introduced Yong-su to his sister as a person who helped him a lot in his journey. Ever the most caring big sister, Ju-yun pulled out a chocolate bar from her pocket, thinking that her little bro must be starving, not knowing that he had access to enough chocolate bars to last a lifetime, but more importantly, they need to tend to a patient. Hearing that her expertise was needed, Julian immediately demanded to be taken to the patient. John Young cleared up that the victim is in a space only accessible with his ability. Finding out that her little bro has awakened an ability pleasantly surprised her, since he needs to open a door for the subspace. It would be inconvenient if other people saw the process. Moving secretly outside is impossible. In that case, it might be easier if they just head inside the hospital. Upon entering, Jong Yong immediately caught a bad vibe. With all the people living in subpar living conditions, Ju Young directed them to the staff room. There the young man surprised his sister with his absurd ability. Jong Yong promised to explain in more detail later, but for now the patient is their priority. Finally, they reached the room where the soldier was resting. Julian performed some preliminary tests to gauge the man's well-being. It hasn't been long since they rescued the soldier. On the way to Gangnam, the soldier was beaten and tortured, and his condition was far from good from the start. By conventional means, Han Hyung-ho might not be able to survive. Normally, he would be a lost cause. Fortunately, Kim Ju-yeon had also awakened her own ability as a full-on healer. Fitting for her dreams, her level is still low, so it might take a little bit of time. Furthermore, complete recovery will be hard. But he won't die. Ju-yin stabilized the patient as much as she could. For the day, it was equivalent to basic first aid. But more than the wound's malnutrition is the bigger problem. Jong Yong brought up her speech about saving lives. If the world ended all those years ago, and it made her feel a little embarrassed. He even acted out the scene to mess with her even more. With the patient in stable condition, Ju-young demanded to hear her little bro's story thus far. Lee Yong-su's wife made some bread, so it would be perfect to get caught up over some food. Jong Yong gave her everything straight. Right from the moment he awakened the subspace ability, he told her about how he met PEX, the all-purpose AI assistant. He also talks about how he came across a group of survivors, including Lee Yong-su. Ju-yen was barely listening to his voice, as she was way too focused on the immaculate food on the table. She only listened to the introduction when he was trapped in the logistics center and muted the surroundings. From that point, Ju-yen politely greeted Yong-su's wife. She totally fell in love with the housewife and her cooking. She's a wizard in the kitchen, and was even kind enough to set up the staff lounge on the first floor of the logistics center. With beds and furniture set up, they can have a place to rest comfortably, reminding everyone to get some more food if they want. Yong-su's wife exited the room. Ju-yeon, who did not listen to her little bro's story, asked how Yong-su and his family ended up staying inside the subspace. He refused to repeat his tale. Long story short, he's on a mission to reunite the whole family with Juyeon found. They can now head to Yongju. Kim Sol is in that city after all. Juyeon apologized as she was determined to stay in the hospital. She's badly needed on site, as there are more than 300 people gathered in the hospital. There are patients who need constant monitoring and medication, but that's not the real problem, as other nurses can take care of the patients too. The real issue lies deeper in this place. Right now, the man on the highest floor of the hospital is receiving reports of the two men who broke the wall and came in with a military vehicle. They don't know if they're special forces for sure, but they have confirmed that one of them is the younger brother of Kim Ju-yeon, internal medicine department head. Jin Sung-hak reckoned that the strangers won't be hostile. He believes that the two probably just needed food and shelter. Since Jin Sung-hak controls every resource in this place, they can control the new arrivals through food rations, or through Nurse Ju-yeon. Besides, he is supremely confident that no awakened can possibly be stronger than his no. One henchman and the veiny hulk of a man concurred. For now, the directive is to act warmly towards the newcomers. Act like they are extending kindness and all that jazz. As for the broken wall, the veiny henchman had already taken care of rebuilding it. He even stacked it higher this time. Back in the subspace, Julian shared her theory that the survivors are being poisoned, as there are no other feasible explanations. for people changing drastically overnight. Department head Jin Sung-hak probably awakened the ability to poison people, in some way gaining control over his victims. Most of the people who were awakened in the hospital were taken over, except Ju-yeon. Those controlled victims are guarding the food and mana stones anyway. Julian had been secretly siphoning off mana stones to strengthen herself if she can level up more. She might be able to find a cure for the poison. So she urged her little bro to continue his journey, to find Seoul and their parents first, while she finds a way to survive on her own. Of course, Jong Yong answered with a simple no. She asserted that this was seriously dangerous, but the young man was stubborn. Since the weapon that Jin Sung-hak uses to control the awakened is delivered through food, the answer is quite simple. John Young can easily take care of the problem with food supplies, and he wants his big sis to take a good look at the true extent of his ability. Since they have no time to waste, it would be better to get started right away. Just as she was about to reprimand him once more, Ji-young's mouth hung open in shock at what she saw. Jong Yong opened his portal and boxes. Upon boxes of food supplies flooded the room, Jin Sung-hak received an urgent report about Ju-young's little brother, bringing in some food, but he wasn't impressed. The messenger insisted that the amount was quite substantial, but the bastard remained unfazed. With just 2 people and 1 military vehicle, he doubts that they can bring in so much food. Soon enough people will steal their food, and once it's all gone, they will come begging for rations like everyone else. Jin Sung-hak reckoned that they should have just hidden their supplies and acted frugally instead of being generous. But this can work in the villain's favor in the end, as it would make things a lot easier than he thought. The messenger added that the newcomers brought in more than the entire hospital had collected. So far, the revelation made Jin Sung-hak's blood run cold. No matter how you think about it, it should be physically impossible for 2 people to bring in that much food. For everyone, their scouting team brought in the hospital's current stash. They gathered enough to fill an entire truck. Jin Sung-hak considered that they must have the ability to replicate things, or to manipulate the size of objects. Whatever it is, they definitely used an ability to secure those supplies, and the hospital needs to bring them into the fold. Jin Sung-hak brought out his specialty drug and assigned the assignment of getting Ju-yeon's little brother hooked on the drug to his strongest henchman, Song Hyun-gu. If it doesn't work, they could just kill the boy. There's also the other person, the driver. In the middle of the night, Jong Yong distributed food to the inhabitants of the hospital. He's also on a quest to find someone in the crowd. He believes that meeting that person would make things a lot easier. A few minutes earlier, he shared his plan to neutralize all of Jin Sung-hak's weapons. They can just dump the poisoned food and replace the supply, subdue the addicted ability users. And as for Jin Sung-hak himself, he's not a combat threat at all. He tried to gather as much information as Ju-yin knew. The abilities of the addicted users were mostly useless crap. One can reseal open cans, and another has the ability to do laundry automatically. In general, not many people awaken abilities that are combat-oriented or threatening except for one person in the hospital. His name is Song Hyun-gu, and one look at him would be enough to feel threat. After the world turned into this mess, Hyun-gu came all the way to Gangnam from Iljiro, worried about his mother in the hospital. As for his ability, Ju-in doesn't know much besides his being abnormally strong. The man is so huge that it's hard to miss him. The car wall that protected everyone was built by that meathead. Using his bare hands right now, that monstrosity has finally met Jong Yong for a little one-on-one chat. The young man felt tense, but he actually had some business to settle with the muscle man. So this was perfect. Hyun-gu can't tell what type of business the young man could have with him, but that won't matter anymore. The 2 came outside near the car wall. That started it all. Muscle Man calmly presented Jong Yong with 2 choices. From this point on, one is to willingly drink the medicine right here. Right now, the other choice is to refuse and die a painful death. He highly recommended that Jong Yong shouldn't try to run, as it would be useless now. It makes sense why the meathead dragged him to such a sketchy place. Jong Yong wasn't planning to run away in the first place. He'd just get caught if he ran. So he'd rather go with the secret third option. The option where Song Hyun-gu gets trapped right where he stands. Angered by his blatant provocation, Hyun-gu lunged forward to grab and crush the young man in his hands. Before he could catch the young man for a beating, his fingertips came into contact with an immovable barrier. Jong Yong was gone, and all he could see was a mysterious portal leading to the logistics center. Confused, Hyun-gu could not make sense of what he was seeing in front of him. When he finally noticed the drone flying in front of him, it was too late. PX delivered a professional high-spin bowling ball straight to the musclehead's stomach. It knocked the wind out of the beast. As Jong-yong wondered if the 90-kilometer-per-hour fast bowling ball was too much. Nevertheless, he can't afford to show mercy. He apologized and sent another heavy bowling ball straight to the brute's right leg. Just like that, Song Hyun-gu's mobility has been severely limited. As he groaned in pain, he angrily asked what kind of ability Jong-yong was displaying, and he responded by launching one of his barbell plate stacks to the ground. The leg attack took away the giant's mobility, so Jong-yong advised him to stay put. The barbell plate stacks have been slowed down even more, but it's still heavy enough to break bones and take lives if it hits. Song Hyun-gu refused to stay still and charged at one of the stacks, holding it between his arms. He tightened his hold, establishing a firm grasp on the stack. Jong-yong was surprised to see the big man actually making his stacks move. The absolute monster of a man managed to lift the stack out of the ground, ruining Jong-yong's Tetris game. While Hyun-gu was straining himself to lift one of the stacks, he failed to notice that he had already fallen for the metal trap. Jong-yong apologized for making the prison a little cramped and promised that he'd get Muscle Man out once everything's sorted out. All he had to do was hang in the middle of the heaviest prison ever conceived for a little bit longer. Jong-yong was on pins and needles, worried that he might seriously hurt the poor big guy. Thank goodness he was so durable. Back inside, Nurse Ju Yin hurriedly let her brother in. She heard a loud noise outside and was worried that her little bro ran into that muscle man. The young man casually confirmed as if it wasn't a big deal. He pointed outside, letting his sister see where he left the main threat. Ju Yin peeked and saw the bizarre metal structure and could not believe her eyes. Young explained that Mr. Song Hyun-gu is his temporary prisoner, with the deadliest threat out of the equation. All they have to do is wait for Young-soo to arrive. Speaking of the devil, the best driver in the East finally showed his face, getting a clearer view of Young-soo. The siblings were petrified. Mr. Young-soo was limping and clutching his head in pain. He was sweating profusely and complaining about an intense headache, pounding in his skull. It was oddly similar to the symptoms of poisoning. The enemy must have gotten hold of Young-soo somehow. The last thing he remembers is handing out food to the survivors and receiving a few words of thanks. Jai noticed that there was a tiny prickle wound on Young-soo's finger. It must have been the delivery system the bastards used. Someone must have pricked Young-soo's finger with a poison apparatus. The culprit must have bumped into him while pretending to say, "Thank you for now. He needs to get some rest in the subspace. He'll have to be confined for a while." Jong-yong did not expect that it would go down like this. He failed to protect his friend. They don't know how the poison works exactly, but if Young-soo is compromised, things will become a lot more complicated. They need to find Jin Sung, hack quickly, and find the cure. The break room in Sector 1 should suffice as a confinement room, just in case they'll have to block the windows and doors. Before Young-soo could even enter the portal, the system detected and blocked the unidentified energy, attempting to enter from outside. Since the subspace is the user's independent domain, energy connections from the outside are not possible. Young-soo felt confused as he looked to the young man for answers. The debilitating pain in his head vanished just like that. All he had to do was put a finger in the portal, and the poison was neutralized. To test this hypothesis once more, they experimented with the most prominent poison victim, the imprisoned Song Hyun-gu. Jong-yong opened a portal below the Venom Muscle Man's feet and granted him entry access. Hyun-gu fell into the subspace against his will. The young man quickly unregistered Hyun-gu after cleansing his system of the poison. When he reappeared back in the real world, his complexion looked a lot livelier. There's clarity and realization in his eyes, as if he had just woken up from the longest sleep of his life. He was completely cured and cleansed. The subspace is invulnerable to external attacks, but Jong-yong never would have thought that it would block not just physical attacks, but mental ones too. The first thing Song Hyun-gu did after being cured was visit, hug, and apologize to his sick mother. After way too long, he urged his mom to rest some more as he had something he needed to do, but he'll be back very soon. His sweet mom might not know what he's going to do, but she pressed him to be careful. Jong-yong asked if the big man would be fine on his own, and Hyun-gu assured him that he would be. With his ability, it's impossible to even get scratched by ordinary attacks. Moreover, His memories from his time working under Jin Sung-hak are so vivid that he feels ashamed and sorry for everything he's done. It's only fitting that he settles things with that bastard before he goes on with life. He promised to take care of the real cancer in the hospital quickly, since the big man has the mastermind covered. It's time for Jong Yong and the gang to focus on what they need to do. In Jin Sung-hak's office, he was notified that a connection with a minion had been lost. He was surprised. He had his suspicions. But the worst-case scenario really happened, and the worst person just walked through the door. Song Hyun-gu's muscles bulged, as it took all his willpower not to tear the bastard limb from limb. Immediately, Jin Sung-hak doesn't know how their connection has been severed, but since it has come to this, he only has one thing to say. He smiled like a fucking asshole and asked Hyun-gu to spare him. The big man responded by using his arm as a hammer and the doctor's head as the nail one, tapping the fool to hell while Mr. Song Hyung-ho left to wrap up things. Upstairs, the gang was discussing ways to clear the poison addiction of the other survivors in the hospital. Since there's no way of telling who's addicted for certain, it would be safer to just let everyone enter the subspace. It's already late and some people are having trouble moving. Just putting a finger through the portal should be enough to cure the afflicted. It will be a ton of work, but it's a surefire way to treat everyone. Besides, they have no other options. But right as they braced themselves for an all-nighter, survivors all over the hospital started behaving strangely. Those who were afflicted stood up, as though a heavy weight had just been lifted off their shoulders. Every poison survivor was inexplicably cured all at once. Those who were cured realized that they must have been out of their mind. All this time the gang was confused. But the arrival of Song Hyun-gu cleared everything up. His clothes and hands were stained with blood. It was obvious what method he used to settle his unfinished business. He lowered his head and extended his gratitude to Jong Yong for saving everyone in the hospital. Jong Yong also thanked the big man for eliminating the cause of the problem. He also apologized for firing some bowling balls too hard earlier. Thankfully, Hyun-gu was so durable that he only sustained some light bruising. His bones were miraculously fine. The big man had seen many monsters and strange phenomena since the apocalypse started. But seeing those plates fall from the sky to imprison him was truly bizarre. Even monsters can't compare with how fearsome Jong Yong's ability truly is. When asked if he was planning to stay at the hospital, Jong Yong was taken aback. Hyun-gu realizes that it may be selfish of him to ask for more help after all the young man has done. But the hospital would be safer with Jong Yong around. While he understands, Jong Yong is still on a mission to find the rest of his family, and they'll have to leave soon. Hyung-gu did not insist any further and wished him luck in reuniting with all his family safely. Since they're on the topic of family, Hyung-gu came from Yeoljiro, so this is a valuable chance to ask about the situation in the city. The big man was shocked to hear that the gang was heading to Yeoljiro, since it was impossible to reach that place now. A few hours later, a new dawn shined on the hospital and the survivors. Jong Yong not only provided them with plenty of food to last a long time, but he also gave them valuable supplies like clothes and tools. The former enemies shook hands with mutual respect for one another, as the big man swore to repay Jong Yong's kindness. Finally, the gang left the hospital and drove towards Yeoljiro. Mr. Yong-soo is back in tip-top shape as he drives flawlessly. He asked Jong Yong about the wall around Yeoljiro that Hyun-gu mentioned, and theorized that it must be some kind of ability. If it is, the young man is banking on at least communicating with whoever put it up. Otherwise, they won't have a way to get past it. Last night, Hyun-gu gave them the rundown of what happened to Yeoljiro. As he was leaving, it sounds absurd to even describe what he saw, but a wall really grew around the city. It sprouted from the ground like a tooth emerging. He didn't know the wall's exact size, since he escaped as it was growing. But by now, he estimated that it should be as tall as an average skyscraper. That means ground travel is practically impossible. Breaking the wall might be an option, but it's uncertain. There's also something else that surprised Hyun-gu. In that city, the types of monsters roaming Yeoljiro and Gangnam are a bit different. That place is mostly filled with skeletons. It would be more accurate to call them undead, as they kept coming back to life even after being killed. So seeing corpses walking around the city was commonplace. Yeoljiro has monsters that don't die, and a massive wall to keep everyone out. It seems like a troublesome place in many ways, but Jong Yong felt as though he did not need to worry about his sister, so trapped in there. Rather, he He feels like she would beat monsters even without awakening any power. From inside the subspace, he received a call from Juyeon, who finally agreed to tag along. After the hospital was freed from the poison, he lazily asked why she called, and Big Sis immediately scolded him to fix his attitude. It turns out that the soldier he saves has finally regained consciousness. Jong Yong hurriedly went into the subspace, and the soldier sincerely thanked the young man for saving his life. He introduced himself as Colonel Han Hyung-ho from the 50th Intelligence Communications Battalion. Thanks to Ju Yon's diligent treatment, the colonel has recovered. Perfectly confused, the colonel asked where they were. He could see the military command outside, but the rest of the area was unfamiliar to him. There shouldn't be any buildings around the command, let alone a logistics center. Jong Yong revealed that they were in the staff lounge of PAX FC, logistics center inside his subspace outside. They're currently in Gangnam, heading toward Hanam Bridge. The newly recovered colonel had a hard time processing everything he had just heard. Ji-young simplified that they're inside the kid's ability in Gangnam. Upon hearing where he was, the colonel humbly requested to be let off on the road. Jong Yong hurriedly assured the man that they had no intention of harming Mr. Han or anything like that. The colonel already knew that the gang was not a threat. The object into its distinct, separate component materials or parts. With the combined function, for example, he can now actually register a rifle with its magazine already firmly attached as one single, complete item. This separate function on the other, equally useful hand would effectively allow him to register a live hand grenade with its safety pin already completely removed. Now, basic common sense would strongly suggest that the dangerous thing would then automatically, instantly explode if it were to be registered in such a precarious, ready-to-detonate state like so. But Pax, the helpful AI, then patiently, clearly explained that all items registered within the pocket dimension actually exist primarily in a stable, inert digital form while they are kept safely in storage, unless they are specifically used or directly ordered out by Jong Yong himself. No actual physical processes or changes will ever take place with the stored item itself. And so, with that crucial piece of information, he then registered all the grenades with their safety clips and pins removed for a mere, yet valuable, 15 magic stones in total cost. It might not be nearly powerful enough to effectively take down something like that giant, terrifying wyvern, but it's certainly undeniably much better than having absolutely nothing at all to use. While busily tinkering around and deeply theorizing about all of this new potential, he then wondered aloud if he should perhaps also now register a rifle with its magazine already pre-attached for convenience. It would certainly be incredibly convenient if he could somehow effectively combine two full magazines together for truly uninterrupted, continuous, and devastating firepower in a fight. That would be awesome. Thinking even deeper and more creatively about all of this now, though, he suddenly realized that this new lab feature could potentially be used for something else entirely. Something much more significant than just basic guns and simple hand grenades. Even if he's right about this, he could actually theoretically create a brand new, unique weapon for himself. The perfect custom-made armament to add to his already quite formidable, growing personal arsenal. Something perhaps even stronger and more devastating than a conventional destructive bomb, but without also causing all that terrible, unwanted collateral damage to the surrounding environment outside. Young-soo suddenly, sharply stepped hard on the brakes upon seeing a rather odd, unexpected display on the road. He looked intently at the truly crazy, almost surreal display of numerous wrecked cars, all carelessly, yet deliberately, piled high on top of one another to effectively form a massive makeshift wall. And he couldn't help but wonder just what the hell this was all about now. Just in the nick of time, a slightly preoccupied Jong Yong then came back out of the subspace. Their drive, up until this very moment, had actually been quite surprisingly uneventful so far, with absolutely no dangerous monsters chasing relentlessly after them for a welcome change. But now, there was clearly a much more pressing, immediate problem directly up ahead of it. Somebody, it was obvious, had deliberately, painstakingly stacked all of those numerous cars there, and had thus completely, effectively blocked the entire road off to any further passage. Simply breaking straight through that massive makeshift wall would not be at all easy for them. A pragmatic Young-soo had already, somewhat resignedly, accepted their apparent, unfortunate fate now, to just simply turn their Jeep around and try to find another, longer way in. But the ever-resourceful young man then quickly, confidently assured him that it likely won't be necessary. Actually, he added with a knowing grin, the brand new, powerful weapon he had just recently crafted inside his lab would be a perfect answer to this problem. Before a confused Young-soo could even ask him about what exactly he was talking about now, the so-called mysterious new weapon had already, incredibly, been swiftly and powerfully deployed by Jong Young. It was Young-soo now saw with astonishment multiple, incredibly heavy barbell plates all stacked tightly on top of one another, and then somehow magically, powerfully merged together with the combined function. With all of his recent significant upgrades, Jong Young can now rapidly rattle off up to 4 of these incredibly heavy bad boys all at once, each and every one of them flying out at about 150 kilometers per hour in the direct path of this supremely heavy, dense amalgamation of solid, unforgiving metal. A weapon that would surely make any dedicated gym bro absolutely weep with envy. The carelessly piled up cars had finally, decisively met their unfortunate, destructive match today through sheer, overwhelming, and undeniable brute force from this new weapon. Jong Young effortlessly, spectacularly brought down the entire mysterious, obstructive wall of vehicles in an instant. If someone is ever deliberately trying to block your only path forward in life, just simply, effectively make one of your very own by sheer, unstoppable force if necessary. Young-soo was completely, utterly speechless at this incredible, almost unbelievable display of power. Jong Young, it seemed, simply never, ever fails to completely shock him time and time again. Looking intently at all those 20-kilogram weight plates, still stacked neatly on top of one another, he then asked, bewildered, just what on earth the incredibly resourceful young man had actually created this time. Some unknown, terrified nobodies who had been hiding nervously inside a nearby, dilapidated building, watched on in utter, complete confusion as the entire massive car wall suddenly, violently collapsed right before their very eyes. And then, from out of all that resulting, smoking rubble, the bright, powerful light of a military jeep suddenly emerged. Young-soo then expertly drove right on in, with incredible speed and truly outstanding precise vehicle control, completely shocking the poorly armed, unprepared guards who were clearly stationed on the other side of the former wall. The so-called armed guards in question, it turned out, only actually had flimsy, makeshift sticks and rusty old pipes to try and defend themselves with. So, naturally, seeing a real, imposing military vehicle suddenly appear greatly alarmed them all. Jong Young then calmly, politely rolled his passenger side window down and directly asked the startled survivors if his sister, a nurse named Kim Juyeon, was perhaps located anywhere nearby in this area. A few short, yet eventful, years ago, the generally responsible eldest of the Kim siblings was almost always, it seemed, left to somehow deal with her too much rowdier younger sister and brother. She often couldn't even properly focus on her important studies for any upcoming school exams then. But then again, to be fair, she had never really been the particularly studious or overly responsible type. Her younger sister, Kim Sol, had even often worried back then that Jian might actually be sick in the head. A younger Jong Young had once even asked if they should perhaps tell their mom about Jian's odd, listless behavior, purely out of genuine, familial concern for her well-being. She usually back then found it incredibly tedious and boring to just sit still in a chair for more than 30 short minutes at a time. So her sudden, drastic change in behavior had genuinely worried their entire, concerned family for a while. Even their mom had eventually chimed in, just to make absolutely sure that her eldest daughter was truly all right. But the real, surprising reason she had suddenly started studying so incredibly hard back then was actually much simpler than anyone had ever expected or guessed at the time. According to her own heartfelt, passionate explanation, she had finally, truly found her lifelong dream. All because of a little unassuming red book she had read called The Apple Tree Story. She had, through that simple story, finally found her true passion in life. According to Jian then, even if the entire world were to suddenly, tragically end on the very next morrow, today she would still bravely, selflessly choose to treat and care for the sick and injured. Her deeply impassioned, heartfelt speech back then had earned a completely flabbergasted, stunned, and rather awkward silence from her somewhat bewildered, yet ultimately supportive family audience. The younger kids had then privately reckoned that her somewhat bizarre, intense new condition actually seemed to be getting progressively worse. If anything, not better at all. They had even half-jokingly suggested that they should probably ship her ass off to the hospital right away. But her newfound, fierce determination was clearly not just some fleeting, teenage bravado. They soon learned. It certainly wasn't just a phase she was going through. Not at all. Her school grades then steadily, impressively improved, and eventually they completely skyrocketed throughout her high school years. And by her proud graduation day from high school, she had amazingly managed to get herself accepted into a highly prestigious, competitive nursing school program. Wow. Fast forward now, all the way to the chaotic, terrifying present day. Nurse Kim Jian, it seems, has bravely, steadfastly stayed true to her noble, lifelong creed. Even if the entire known world has now effectively, tragically ended all around them, she's still out here, tirelessly, selflessly treating and taking good care of other desperate people. Upon seeing her beloved little brother, Jong Yong, standing right there in the flesh before her, her own long-suppressed tears immediately started falling as she emotionally asked him how he had possibly made all this incredibly long, dangerous way as far as even devastated Gangnam. Young, for his part, was now practically unashamedly sobbing like a little kid himself at this emotional point, as he tearfully, joyfully assured his worried older sister that he thankfully wasn't hurt at all. Young-soo, watching this heartfelt reunion, was genuinely pleased to see the brave young man finally successfully reach at least one of his precious, long-lost family members alive and well. The two tearful, overjoyed siblings then warmly, tightly embraced each other for a long moment, incredibly glad that they had both somehow miraculously defied all the terrible odds and stayed alive. After a few more long, emotional minutes of relieved crying and joyful, tight hugging, Jong Yong then proudly, gratefully introduced Young-soo to his now composed older sister, Jian, as a truly wonderful person who had helped him out a great deal on his perilous journey. Ever the most caring, thoughtful big sister, even now in these desperate times. Jian then immediately pulled out a precious, saved chocolate bar from her pocket for him, thoughtfully, lovingly thinking that her poor little bro must surely be absolutely starving by now, not knowing, of course, that he now actually had easy, instant access to enough chocolate bars to easily last him for an entire lifetime, thanks to his amazing subspace ability. But more importantly, they now urgently needed to tend to a seriously injured new patient he had brought with him. Upon hearing that her valuable professional expertise was now critically needed elsewhere, Jian immediately, without hesitation, demanded to be taken directly to the injured patient at once. Jong Yong then quickly, briefly cleared up that the unfortunate victim is currently located safely within a special space only accessible with his unique ability. Upon finding out that her little bro has now also, somehow, awakened a powerful ability himself, Jian was both genuinely, pleasantly surprised and also incredibly proud of him, since he apparently needs to physically open a door or portal to access his subspace. It would obviously be quite inconvenient if other unknown people saw that strange, magical process. And moving secretly around outside right now is practically, utterly impossible for them. In that particular case, Jian reasoned, it might actually be much easier if they just all headed inside the hospital. Upon carefully, cautiously entering the dilapidated, crowded hospital building, Jong Yong immediately caught a very bad vibe, with all the numerous, desperate people clearly living in extremely subpar, unhealthy living conditions within. Jian then quickly, quietly directed them all towards the relative privacy of the hospital staff room. And there, the young man then completely surprised his older sister yet again with his truly absurd, unbelievable ability. Jong Yong then quickly promised to explain everything to her in much more detail a little bit later. But for right now, he's stressed. The injured patient is and must be their absolute top priority. Finally, they reached the quiet room where the rescued soldier was currently safely resting inside the subspace. Jian then immediately professionally performed some quick preliminary medical tests to accurately gauge the poor man's current well-being. It really hasn't been all that long at all since they had bravely rescued the injured soldier on their perilous way to Gangnam. The soldier had clearly been badly beaten and then brutally tortured, and his overall physical condition was unfortunately far from good right from the very start of it. By any conventional, normal medical means, Han Hyung-ho might not actually be able to survive this. Normally, in fact, he would likely be considered a completely lost, hopeless cause by now. Fortunately for him, however, plot twist, Kim Jian, it turns out, had also miraculously awakened her very own special ability as a full-on, powerful healer, a power perfectly, wonderfully fitting for her noble, lifelong dreams of helping others. Her current awaken level is still quite low, so it might take a little bit of precious time for her to fully heal him now. Furthermore, a complete, total recovery for him will likely still be quite hard to achieve, but she assured them confidently he definitely won't die now. Jian then stabilized the critical patient as much as she possibly could. For the rest of the day, it was, she explained, roughly equivalent to performing basic, yet vital first aid. But more than all his physical wounds, his severe malnutrition is actually the much bigger, immediate problem for him. Jong Yong then playfully, teasingly brought up her impassioned, dramatic speech about saving lives again. The one about what she'd do if the world ended from all those many years ago. And it clearly, adorably made her feel just a little bit embarrassed and flustered now. He even then proceeded to dramatically act out the entire memorable scene just to mess with her even more. With the new patient now in a much more stable, though still serious, medical condition for the moment, Jian then eagerly, impatiently demanded to finally hear her little bro's full, amazing story thus far. Young-soo's kind wife, it turned out, had just recently made some delicious, fresh bread. So it would be absolutely perfect timing to get all caught up properly over some wonderful, comforting food. Jong Yong then gave her absolutely everything, completely straight and unembellished from start. Right from the very moment he had first miraculously awakened his incredible subspace ability. In fact, he then told her all about how he had then, quite unexpectedly, met Pax, the helpful AI, his amazing, all-purpose, and incredibly capable AI personal assistant now, basically. He also then talks in detail about how he later came across a desperate group of other survivors, including, of course, the brave and skilled S-tier driver, Lee Young-soo. Jian, however, was barely even listening to his voice now, as she was quite understandably way too incredibly focused on all the immaculate, delicious food on the table. She had apparently only really listened intently to his initial introduction part. It seemed about when he was first trapped all alone inside that vast, empty logistics center building, and had then effectively muted out all the other surrounding details after that. From that particular point onwards in his story, Jian instead just politely, warmly greeted Young-soo's kind wife. She had, it was clear, totally, completely fallen in love with a wonderful housewife and her amazing cooking. She's truly a wizard in the kitchen, Jian declared with delight and admiration. And she was even kind enough to help her properly set up the hospital's former staff lounge area, which was conveniently located on the first floor of the vast PX Logistics Center building itself, with comfortable beds and even some nice, homey furniture all properly set up now. They can all now have a safe, comfortable place to properly rest and recuperate inside, after kindly reminding everyone to please get some more delicious food if they still want any. Young-soo's wonderfully accommodating wife then quietly, politely exited the now rather crowded room. Jian, who, as we know, clearly did not listen properly to her little bro's amazing story earlier, then curiously asked him just how exactly Young-soo and his entire family had ended up staying inside his subspace. He then, understandably, somewhat stubbornly refused to repeat his entire lengthy tale all over again. Long story short, he summarized, he's currently on a very important mission to reunite their whole entire family. With Juyin now thankfully found safe and sound, they can now all head towards Yeonju City next, as their younger sister, Kim Sol, is apparently located somewhere in that particular city. After all, Jin, however, then regretfully apologized, as she was firmly determined to stay right here in this hospital. She's just too badly, critically needed on site here right now, she explained, as there are currently more than 300 desperate, vulnerable people gathered together inside this hospital. There are numerous sick patients here who still require constant, careful monitoring and vital medication from her. But that's not even the real, underlying problem here, she then ominously added, as the other, less skilled nurses here can probably take adequate care of most of the patients too. The real, much more serious issue, she revealed, actually lies much deeper within this dangerous place. Right now, it seems the shadowy man currently residing on the highest floor of this very hospital is actively receiving detailed, concerning reports about the two strange men who recently arrived. The ones who had earlier broken down their protective wall and then came right on in with a military vehicle. They don't yet know if they're actual, official special forces soldiers for sure, of course, but they have, at least, already confirmed with certainty that one of them is, in fact, the younger brother of their own Nurse Kim Ji. The hospital's current internal medicine department head, a man named Jin Sung-hak, then callously reckoned that these new strangers likely won't be too hostile towards them. He believed that the two of them probably just desperately needed some food and temporary shelter, like so many others. And since this Jin Sung-hak character currently effectively controls every single vital resource within this entire place, they can therefore easily control these new arrivals through carefully rationed food supplies, he figured, or perhaps even through their own nurse Jin herself, if necessary. Besides, he added smugly, he is supremely, arrogantly confident in his own power and control here, and believes that no awakened individual could possibly be stronger than his own number one henchman. And the incredibly veiny, hulking brute of a man standing beside him readily, silently concurred with that assessment. For right now, the main directive from Jin Sung-hak is to act warmly and welcomingly towards these newcomers, to act as if they're genuinely extending kindness and compassion, and all that usual manipulative jazz. As for their previously broken, protective outer wall of cars, meanwhile, the veiny, powerful henchman had apparently already taken complete care of rebuilding it even stronger than before. He had even, he boasted, managed to stack it significantly higher this time around as well. Back safely inside the secure confines of the subspace dimension now. However, Juyin then shared her own disturbing, yet plausible, theory that all the survivors here are likely being deliberately poisoned, as there are simply no other feasible, logical explanations she can think of for so many people changing so drastically, almost literally overnight, in their behavior and demeanor. The hospital's department head, this Jin Sung-hak character, she suspects, has probably somehow awakened a subtle, yet powerful ability to effectively poison other people in some insidious, unknown way, thereby gaining complete, sinister control over all of his unfortunate victims. Most of the other people who had awakened their own abilities here in the hospital were then subsequently taken over by him, all except for Jian herself, thankfully. Those now controlled, unfortunate victims are currently loyally guarding all the vital food and precious mana stones anyway. Jian, it turns out, had actually been secretly, cleverly siphoning off some of those mana stones for herself in order to try and strengthen her own healing abilities. If she could just level up a little bit more, she might then, hopefully, be able to finally find an effective cure for this insidious poison. So, she then strongly, tearfully urged her little bro to please continue on with his important journey, to try and find their sister, soul, and also their beloved parents first and foremost for now, while she herself bravely tries to find a way to somehow survive here on her own. Of course, a determined Jong Yong immediately answered her plea with a simple, yet firm, no. She then vehemently asserted that this whole situation was seriously, incredibly dangerous for him here. But the young man was, as usual, quite characteristically stubborn about this particular matter, since the weapon that this Jin Sung-hak character apparently uses to control all the other awakened individuals is seemingly delivered primarily through their carefully rationed food supply here. Jong Yong reasoned. The answer to this whole problem is actually quite simple for him to solve now. Jong Yong can now easily, effectively take care of their entire food supply problem with his subspace, and he really wants his big sis, Juyin, to now take a good, proper look at the true, incredible extent of his amazing ability. Since they clearly have absolutely no more precious time to waste on this matter now, it would be much better for them all if they just got started on this right away. Just as she was about to try and reprimand him sternly, yet once more for his recklessness, Juyin's mouth suddenly hung wide open in utter, complete shock at what she then saw happen. Jong Yong then calmly, dramatically opened up his subspace portal wide right there in the room. And then endless boxes upon boxes of fresh food supplies literally flooded out into the entire room. Jin Sung-hak, meanwhile, upstairs, then received an urgent, panicked report about Juyin's little brother, apparently bringing in some new food supplies. But he, arrogantly, wasn't at all impressed by this news. The terrified messenger then nervously, urgently insisted that the total amount was actually quite substantial, in fact. But the arrogant bastard still remained completely, stubbornly unfazed and unimpressed by this development. With just two relatively unassuming people and only one single small military vehicle, he reasoned, he highly doubts that they could possibly bring in all that much actual food anyway. Soon enough, he figured, other desperate people here will inevitably try to steal all their food. And once it's all completely gone from them then, he schemed, they will then inevitably come begging to him for meager food rations, just like everyone else here does. Jin Sung-hak then smugly, callously, reckoned that they really should have just wisely hidden all their valuable supplies away instead, and then simply acted much more frugally with them, rather than being so foolishly generous to others. But this development, he mused, can actually still work out in the manipulative villain's favor in the end, as it would now likely make things a whole lot easier for him than he had initially thought. The terrified messenger then nervously added that these strange newcomers had apparently brought in significantly more food than the entire hospital itself had managed to collect thus far. This sudden, shocking revelation then made Jin Sung-hak's own blood run completely, instantly cold. No matter how you try to think about it logically, he realized with dread, it should be absolutely, physically impossible for him to achieve that. For just two lone people to somehow bring in that much food all at once. Enough for everyone here, in fact, was going on. Their own dedicated and much larger scouting team had only just recently brought in the hospital's current meager stash, and they had only managed to gather just enough food to barely fill one entire single truck. Jin Sung-hak then quickly, worriedly considered that perhaps they must have some kind of powerful, awakened ability to somehow replicate or create things, or maybe even an ability to somehow manipulate the actual size of various objects, he pondered. Whatever their secret actually is, he now knew for sure. They had definitely somehow used a powerful, awakened ability to secure all those valuable supplies. And the hospital now absolutely, critically needs to try and bring them into their fold somehow. Jin Sung-hak then quickly, decisively brought out his own special, insidious specialty drug again, and then promptly, coldly assigned the crucial, new assignment of somehow getting Jiyin's little brother, completely, hopelessly hooked on this very same controlling drug to his absolute strongest, most loyal henchman, the massive, Vena Brute known only as Song Hyun-gu. And if that plan ultimately doesn't work out, well, then they can just simply coldly kill the troublesome boy instead, he callously decided. There's also, of course, that other, older person to consider as well. The skilled, yet currently unknown, driver. In the middle of the dark, tense night now, Jong Yong was busy, generously distributing all that fresh food to the grateful, hungry inhabitants of the hospital. He's also, simultaneously, on a personal quest to try and find someone specific within this large crowd. He strongly believes that successfully meeting with that particular person would likely make things a whole lot easier for them. Just a few short minutes earlier, In fact, back in Subspace, he had confidently shared his clever new plan to effectively neutralize all of Jin Songhak's dangerous weapons. They can simply, easily just dump all of their currently poisoned food supplies and then completely replace them. Then they could try to safely subdue all of the currently addicted yet powerful ability users here. And as for that cowardly Jin Songhak himself, Jong Yong declared with confidence, he's not really much of a direct physical combat threat to them at all in his estimation. He then tried to gather as much vital information as his sister, Jian, currently knew about the situation. The awakened abilities of most of the currently addicted users here were, she admitted, mostly pretty useless crap. One of them, for example, can apparently just reseal already opened food cans, she said with a sigh. And another one apparently has the incredibly mundane ability to just do their laundry automatically. Lame. In general, she explained, not very many people actually awaken abilities that are truly combat-oriented, or even particularly threatening in any real, significant way, except that is for one specific person in this hospital. His name, she warned him gravely, is Song Hyun-gu, and just one single look at him would likely be more than enough to make anyone feel immediately threatened. After the entire world had tragically turned into this terrible, chaotic mess we now see, this Hyun-gu character had apparently come all the incredibly long, dangerous way here to Gangnam, all the way from distant Iljiro City, because he had been desperately worried about his sick mother, who was apparently a patient in this very hospital. As for his own personal awakened ability, Jian admitted she doesn't actually know all that much about it, besides him just being abnormally, incredibly strong physically. The man is so unbelievably huge, in fact, that it's genuinely hard to even miss him in a crowd. That massive car wall outside, the one that had protected everyone here for so long, was apparently built by that very meathead, using just his own bare, powerful hands. Right now, as fate would have it, that very same monstrosity of a man has finally, coincidentally met Jong Yong outside in the crowd for what appears to be a little impromptu one-on-one chat between them. The young man, Jong Yong, understandably felt quite tense and wary at this sudden, imposing encounter. But he actually, conveniently, had some important business to try and settle with this particular muscle man. So this unexpected meeting was actually, in a way, quite perfect for his plans. Hyun-gu, for his part, can't possibly tell just what type of business this unassuming young man could possibly have with him. But he figured menacingly that likely won't really matter to him anymore very soon. The two of them then came outside together near that very same massive car wall that had effectively started it all. The muscle man then calmly, yet menacingly, presented Jong Yong with just two stark choices for him now. From this very point on, he elaborated coldly. One option is to willingly, obediently drink the provided medicine right here, right now, without any fuss. The other, less pleasant choice is to foolishly refuse and then die a very painful death. He then highly, strongly recommended that Jong Yong shouldn't even bother trying to run away from him, as it would be completely, utterly useless for him to even try to do so now. It now makes perfect sense why this manipulative meathead had deliberately dragged him to such a sketchy, isolated place. Jong Yong, however, wasn't actually planning to try and run away from him in the first place at all. He'd likely just get easily caught again if he even tried to run from this behemoth. So he'd much rather just go with his own secret, much better third option instead. The clever option where Song Hyun-gu himself gets completely, utterly trapped right where he's currently standing. Clearly angered now by his blatant, disrespectful provocation and defiance, the massive Hyun-gu then lunged powerfully forward, intending to grab and then brutally crush the impudent young man in his powerful hands. But before he could even catch the nimble young man for a severe, painful beating, his outstretched fingertips suddenly, unexpectedly came into firm contact with an invisible, yet completely immovable barrier. Jong Yong was then suddenly, completely gone from his sight, and all he could now see was a mysterious, shimmering portal. A portal that seemed to be leading directly into that strange, vast logistics center he'd heard about. Completely, utterly confused now, the massive Hyun-gu simply could not make any kind of sense of what he was currently seeing right in front of him. And when he finally, belatedly noticed the small, unassuming drone now flying silently right in front of him, it was already far, far too late for him to react effectively. Pax, the helpful AI then delivered a professional, incredibly high-spin, heavy bowling ball attack, straight and hard, right into the surprised musclehead's vulnerable, unprotected stomach area. Oof. It instantly knocked all the wind right out of the surprised, massive beast of a man, as Jong Yong then briefly, almost apologetically, wondered if that 90km/h fast move bowling ball attack was perhaps a little bit too much, even for this guy. Nevertheless, he knew he simply can't afford to show any kind of mercy right now. So, he quickly, mentally apologized to him, and then immediately sent another equally heavy, fast-moving bowling ball straight into the brute's vulnerable right leg. And just like that, Song Hyun-goo's powerful mobility has now been severely, effectively limited by these attacks, as he then loudly groaned in considerable, undeniable pain from the impact. He angrily, confusedly asked just what kind of bizarre, powerful ability Jong Yong was currently displaying against him. And he coolly responded to that query by launching one of his newly created, incredibly heavy barbell plate stacks hard down onto the ground nearby. The painful, debilitating leg attack had clearly taken away most of the giant's formidable mobility for now. So Jong Yong then calmly, almost mockingly, advised him to just simply stay put where he was. The heavy barbell plate stacks, he explained, have now been deliberately slowed down even more than before. But they're still easily heavy enough to break bones and even potentially take lives if they hit someone. Song Hyun-goo, however, defiantly refused to just stay still and then instead charged recklessly at one of the nearby stacks, somehow managing to catch and then hold it tightly between his immensely powerful, bulging arms. He then incredibly tightened his already powerful hold on it, somehow establishing a firm, unwavering grasp on a massive stack. Jong Yong was genuinely quite surprised to see the incredibly strong, big man before him, actually physically making his super heavy, magically created stacks somehow move from their position. The absolute, unbelievable monster of a man before him then, incredibly, managed to somehow lift the entire massive stack clean up and out of the ground itself, effectively and rather impressively ruining Jong Yong's carefully laid out Tetris-style trapping game. But while Hyun-goo was currently desperately straining himself just to lift that one single heavy stack, he had unfortunately completely failed to notice that he had already foolishly fallen right for Jong Yong's clever metal trap. Jong Yong then almost apologetically, yet with a hint of triumph, apologized for making his new prison a little bit cramped, and then casually, calmly promised that he'd eventually get Muscle Man safely out of there, once absolutely everything else here has been properly sorted out and resolved between them. All he had to do now, Jong Yong explained, was just simply hang out there in the middle of the heaviest prison ever conceived by man for just a little bit longer, that's all. Easy peasy, right? Jong Yong, if he was being honest, was actually still on pins and needles a bit, genuinely worried that he might have somehow accidentally seriously hurt the poor big guy in all of this. Thank goodness he was apparently so incredibly, unbelievably durable and resilient, Jong Yong thought. Back inside the hospital's staff room now, a worried nurse Jian then hurriedly, anxiously let her little brother back in. She had clearly heard a loud, strange noise from just outside a moment ago, and was now understandably worried that her little bro might have unfortunately run into that dangerous muscle man. The young man then just casually, coolly confirmed that he had, as if it wasn't really a big deal at all. He then simply, nonchalantly pointed back outside the window for her to see, letting his astonished older sister clearly see just where exactly he had now left their main, formidable threat. Jian then cautiously, curiously peeked outside, and then saw the truly bizarre, almost surreal metal structure, and she simply, utterly could not believe her own weary, disbelieving eyes for a long moment. Jong Yong then calmly, matter-of-factly explained that Mr. Song Hyun-goo is now his temporary prisoner, with the single, deadliest physical threat now effectively, cleverly out of the immediate equation for them. All they really have to do now is just patiently wait for Yongsoo to safely arrive back here. And speaking of the devil himself, as they say, right on cue, the best, most skilled S-tier driver in the entire East finally, thankfully showed his familiar, welcome face. But upon getting a much clearer, closer view of Yongsoo now, however, both of the Kim siblings were suddenly, completely petrified with worry and shock. Mr. Yongsoo was now, clearly, painfully limping badly, and was also clutching his head in obvious, intense pain. He was sweating quite profusely and was also audibly complaining about an incredibly intense, throbbing headache that was currently relentlessly pounding away hard inside his unfortunate, aching skull. This is not good. It was, Jian noted with alarm, oddly, unsettlingly similar to the known symptoms of Jin Songhak's poison. The enemy, it seemed, must have somehow insidiously gotten a hold of poor Yongsoo. Somehow. The very last thing that Yongsoo himself can clearly remember is generously handing out some food to the other survivors, and then simply receiving a few brief words of sincere thanks from them in return. Jian then quickly, expertly noticed that there was now a tiny, almost imperceptible prickle wound on Yongsoo's finger. It must have been the subtle, yet effective delivery system the cowardly bastards had likely used on him. Someone, she figured, must have quickly, stealthily pricked Yongsoo's unsuspecting finger with some kind of poisoned apparatus. The cowardly culprit must have just casually bumped into him while pretending to sincerely say, "Thank you for the food." For right now, though, Jian decided he critically needs to get some immediate rest, safely inside the secure confines of the subspace. He'll unfortunately have to be carefully confined there for at least a little while now, for his own safety. Zhang Yong, for his part, certainly did not expect that things would go down quite like this at all. He felt he had somehow carelessly failed to properly protect his good friend, Yongsoo. They don't yet know exactly how this insidious poison actually works or how to cure it. But if Yongsoo is now also compromised by it, they realized with dread, things will undoubtedly become a whole lot more complicated and dangerous for them all very soon. They now critically need to find that cowardly Jin Songhak as quickly as possible, and then somehow find the cure. The quiet, comfortable break room located back in Sector 1. The PX Center should suffice as a temporary confinement room. Just in case, though, they'll also have to securely block all the windows and doors from the inside. But before Yongsoo could even fully enter the safety of the subspace portal, however, plot twist, the subspace system itself suddenly detected and then completely blocked some kind of unidentified, hostile energy that was apparently attempting to enter the subspace from the outside world along with him. Since the subspace is, by its very nature, the user's own completely independent, sovereign domain, any and all energy connections originating from the outside world are apparently not at all possible within. A now very confused Yongsoo then looked towards the equally surprised young man, Zhang Yong, for some kind of answers. The debilitating, intense pain in his head had then, unbelievably, vanished completely, just like that. All he had apparently needed to do was just simply put one single finger inside the portal. And the insidious poison was then somehow, miraculously, completely neutralized by the subspace itself. To quickly test this amazing new hypothesis once more, just to be absolutely sure, they then decided to experiment with the most prominent and currently available poison victim they had. The recently imprisoned and still rather grumpy Song Hyun-gu himself, of course. Zhang Yong then quickly, experimentally opened up another portal directly below the Venom Muscle Man's unsuspecting feet, and then immediately granted him temporary entry access into the subspace once more. A very surprised Hyun-gu then promptly fell right down into the subspace, completely against his will. The young man then quickly, efficiently unregistered Hyun-gu from the subspace's guest list again. Right after the subspace system had effectively cleansed his entire system of Jin Songhak's insidious poison. When he then reappeared back outside in the real world again just moments later, his overall physical complexion looked a whole lot healthier and much more livelier than before. There was now a clear sense of renewed clarity and dawning realization visible in his formerly dull eyes, as if he had just finally, blessedly woken up from the longest, most terrible sleep of his entire life. He was, it seemed, completely miraculously cured and thoroughly cleansed of the poison's effects. The subspace, they now knew, is completely invulnerable to any and all external physical attacks. But Zhang Yong never, ever would have thought that it would also effectively block not just physical attacks, but apparently also any mental or energy-based ones too. This subspace is truly, ridiculously, game-breakingly overpowered in so many ways. The very first thing that a now cured Song Hyun-gu then did, upon being freed, was to immediately go and visit, then warmly, tearfully hug, and then deeply, sincerely apologize to his poor, sick mother. After far too long a time being separated and controlled by that bastard. He then gently, lovingly urged his worried mom to please rest some more for now, as he had something important he needed to do. But he promised her faithfully that he'll be back to see her again very soon. His sweet, loving mom might not have known exactly what he was now going to do, of course, but she still lovingly, earnestly pressed him to please be very careful out there, nonetheless. Jong Yong then cautiously asked if the now freed big man would be truly fine on his own now, and Hyun-gu then readily, confidently assured him that he most certainly would be just fine. With his own incredible awakened ability of immense physical strength, he explained, it's practically impossible for him to even get so much as scratched by any ordinary, mundane attacks. Moreover, he added with a grim look, his terrible, vivid memories from all his time unwillingly working under that bastard Jin Sung-hak are still so incredibly vivid that he now feels deeply ashamed and incredibly sorry for absolutely everything that he has done under his control. It's therefore only right and fitting, he declared, that he now personally settles things with that cowardly bastard before he can even begin to try and go on with his own newly reclaimed life now. He then grimly, determinedly promised Jong Yong that he would take care of the real cancer in his hospital very quickly. Since the big, powerful man now has the main mastermind, Jin Sung-hak, completely covered for them, it's now time for Jong Yong and the rest of the gang to properly focus on what they all need to do next. Upstairs, back in Jin Sung-hak's former office, meanwhile, he was suddenly, alarmingly notified that his vital, controlling connection with a key minion had just been inexplicably lost. He was understandably quite surprised and worried by this unexpected development. He had his suspicions, of course, but the absolute worst-case scenario for him had now apparently really truly just happened. And the absolute worst possible person for him to see right now just calmly, menacingly walked right through his office door. Song Hyun-gu's massive, powerful muscles visibly, impressively bulged with barely contained rage, as it clearly took all of his considerable willpower not to just brutally tear the cowardly bastard limb from limb. Right there, immediately and without hesitation. Payback time is here, folks. Jin Sung-hak still doesn't quite know how their vital, controlling connection has somehow been completely severed. But since it has now clearly, undeniably come to this unfortunate, yet deserved point for him, he only really has one last, desperate thing left to possibly say to his former, powerful enforcer. He then pathetically smiled like a freaking, cowardly asshole and then weakly, desperately asked Hyun-gu to please spare him. The big, enraged man then simply, brutally responded by using his incredibly powerful arm like a heavy hammer, and the terrified doctor's unfortunate head as the nail. One final, effectively and quite satisfyingly tapping the cowardly fool all the way down to hell. While Mr. Song Hyun-gu then left to wrap things up decisively upstairs, the rest of the gang downstairs was now busily discussing various ways to clear the insidious poison and the resulting debilitating addiction of all the other unfortunate survivors still remaining here in a hospital. Since there's really no easy, reliable way of telling exactly who among them is currently addicted for certain, it would likely be much safer and more effective to just simply let everyone here enter the subspace briefly. It's already getting quite late now, and some of the weaker people here are clearly having serious trouble just moving around. Just simply putting one single finger through the open portal for a moment, they knew, should be more than enough to completely cure any of the afflicted individuals now. It will undoubtedly be a ton of painstaking, tedious work for them to do all of this for everyone. But it's also a completely surefire, guaranteed way to effectively treat every single person here. Besides, they really have no other viable, safe options available to them at this point. But right as they all mentally brace themselves for a very long, arduous all-nighter work ahead, the survivors all over the entire hospital suddenly, inexplicably started behaving very strangely indeed. All of those who had previously been clearly afflicted by the poison then stood up together, almost as one, as though a tremendously heavy, oppressive weight had just suddenly miraculously been completely lifted off all of their weary, suffering shoulders at the exact same moment. What just happened? Every single one of the formerly poisoned survivors was now, somehow, inexplicably cured, all at once. Those who were now miraculously cured then immediately collectively realized that they must have all been completely out of their minds. All this terrible, confusing time due to Jin Songhak's evil influence. The gang was understandably completely confused, but the timely and rather bloody arrival of Song Hyun-gu then quickly, effectively cleared everything up for them. His clothes and his powerful hands were now visibly, quite heavily stained with fresh, dark blood. It was abundantly, crystal clear just what brutal method he had likely used to settle his unfinished business upstairs. He then solemnly, respectfully lowered his massive head and sincerely, deeply extended his profound gratitude to Jong Yeong for bravely, selflessly saving absolutely everyone here in this unfortunate, besieged hospital today. Jong Yeong, in turn, also sincerely thanked the big, powerful man for effectively and permanently eliminating the root cause of their problem. He also then, somewhat sheepishly, apologized for perhaps firing some of those heavy bowling balls a little bit too hard earlier. Thankfully, it seemed Hyun-gu was so incredibly, unbelievably durable that he had only really sustained some relatively light, superficial bruising from it. His bones, miraculously, were all still perfectly fine and completely intact. It turned out the big man admitted he had already seen many terrifying monsters in his time, and also numerous strange phenomena ever since this whole terrible apocalypse had first started, of course. But seeing all those incredibly heavy metallic plates just suddenly fall from the sky like that to imprison him was truly, genuinely bizarre. Even for him, he confessed with a bewildered shake of his head. Even actual, terrifying monsters can't really compare with just how truly fearsome Jong Yeong's unique ability truly is, he now realized with a newfound respect. When then asked if he was perhaps planning to stay on here at the hospital, Jong Yeong was understandably slightly taken aback by the sudden, direct question from him. Hyun-gu then quickly, humbly realized that it may indeed be quite selfish of him to ask for even more help now, especially after all that the brave, resourceful young man has already done for them all here. But this hospital, he sincerely felt, would undoubtedly be much safer with Jong Yeong still around. While he certainly deeply understands that sentiment, Jong Yeong politely explained, he himself is still currently on a very important personal mission to try and find the rest of his own family, and they'll therefore, unfortunately, have to try and leave here again very soon, he regretfully informed him. Hyun-gu, to his credit, did not then insist on the matter any further than that, and instead just sincerely, warmly wished him the very best of luck in safely reuniting with all of his family. Since they were now conveniently on the important topic of finding lost family members, however, and Hyun-gu had apparently come all the way here from distant Yeoljiro City recently, Jong Yeong realized this is now a valuable, timely chance to ask him about the current situation in that particular city. The big man was then genuinely quite shocked to hear that the gang was actually planning on heading towards Yeoljiro next, since he gravely warned them it was now practically, utterly impossible to even reach that place anymore. A few short, yet restful, hours later, a brand new, hopeful dawn finally shined brightly down on the now safer hospital and all its survivors. Jong Yeong, it turned out, had not only generously provided them all with plenty of fresh food to easily last them for a very long time, but he had also kindly, thoughtfully given them numerous other valuable supplies, like fresh clothes and useful tools as well. The two former, unlikely enemies then warmly, firmly shook hands with a clear, mutual respect now evident for one another, as the big, grateful man then sincerely, solemnly swore to someday repay Jong Yeong's incredible kindness to them all. Finally, the intrepid gang then departed from the now much safer hospital and bravely drove off towards dangerous Yeoljiro City. Mr. Young-soo is now thankfully back in absolute tip-top physical shape as he expertly, flawlessly drives their Jeep. He then curiously asked Jong Yeong about that strange, massive wall surrounding Yeoljiro City, the one that Hyun-gu had gravely mentioned to them earlier on in their conversation. And he then thoughtfully theorized that it must surely be some kind of powerful, awakened ability at work there. If it indeed is such an ability, the resourceful young man is now desperately banking on at least being able to somehow communicate with whoever or whatever actually put that massive wall up. Otherwise, they simply won't have any other viable way to safely get past it at all, he knew. Last night, Hyun-gu had given them a much more detailed, rather grim rundown of exactly what had happened to Ilgyro City, right as he himself was desperately, frantically leaving it. It sounds completely absurd, he admitted, to even try and describe what he saw. But a massive, impenetrable wall had apparently literally grown up all around the entire doomed city. It had just suddenly, impossibly sprouted right up from out of the ground, much like a giant tooth slowly, unnaturally emerging. He didn't actually know the wall's exact, current size or dimensions for certain, of course, since he had thankfully wisely escaped from the city just as it was still actively, rapidly growing upwards. But by right now, he grimly estimated it should probably be at least as incredibly tall as an average modern city skyscraper by now. That unfortunately means that any kind of ground travel into or out of the city is now practically utterly impossible. Simply trying to break the massive wall down might perhaps be an option for them, he supposed, but its overall effectiveness is highly uncertain. There's also something else rather disturbing that had surprised Hyun-gu about that particular doomed city. He had added with a shiver of fear. The specific types of dangerous monsters currently roaming around inside Ilgyro and those found here in Gangnam are actually a bit different. That unfortunate place, he explained, is now mostly terrifyingly filled with countless animated skeletons. It would actually be much more accurate, he felt, to simply call them all undead creatures, as they apparently just kept on relentlessly coming back to unholy life, even after being repeatedly killed. So, seeing numerous reanimated corpses just casually, creepily walking around the entire city was now apparently quite commonplace there. Ilgyro City now has terrifying monsters that effectively don't ever truly die. Then, and also a massive, impenetrable wall designed to effectively keep everyone else safely out of it. It certainly sounds like a very troublesome, dangerous place in many, many different ways indeed. But Jong Young, for some reason, felt as though he did not really need to worry too much about his younger sister, Sol, being trapped and helpless in there, even with all of that going on. Rather, if anything, he mused with a fond smile, he feels like she would probably just beat up all those monsters herself, even without awakening any special powers. From deep inside the safety of the subspace, he then suddenly received an unexpected call from his sister, Ji, who it turned out had finally, thankfully agreed to tag along with them on their journey after all, especially now that the hospital has been completely freed from Jin Sung-hak's insidious poison and control. He then, somewhat lazily, almost dismissively, just asked her why exactly she had called him now, and his big sis, Jian, then immediately, sternly scolded him to quickly fix his disrespectful, casual attitude. It turns out, she then excitedly informed him that the injured soldier he had bravely saved earlier has now, finally, thankfully regained full consciousness. Jong Young then hurriedly, eagerly went right back into the safety of the subspace to check on it. And the now conscious soldier then immediately, sincerely, and deeply thanked the brave young man for selflessly saving his life. He then formally, proudly introduced himself as Colonel Han Hyung-ho from the esteemed 50th Intelligence Communications Battalion of the South Korean military. Impressive. Thanks to Jian's diligent and magically enhanced medical treatment of him, of course, the grateful colonel has now, thankfully, recovered almost perfectly from all his grievous injuries. Confused, the colonel then understandably, cautiously asked them just where exactly they all currently were now. He could clearly, distinctly see the familiar military command building right outside their window, yes. But the rest of the surrounding, vast area was completely, utterly unfamiliar to him at all. There certainly shouldn't be any other large buildings located anywhere around that military command post, let alone an entire, massive logistics center complex like this one, he stated with certainty. Jong Young then calmly, matter-of-factly revealed to him that they were all currently in the comfortable staff lounge of the PAX FC Logistics Center, which was now located safely inside his own personal subspace dimension. And outside of that, they're all currently driving through the dangerous, devastated Gangnam district heading towards the Hanam Bridge area. The newly recovered, yet still somewhat bewildered, Colonel then had a very hard time trying to process everything that he had just now heard from these strange, yet kind, young people. Understandable, really. Jian then helpfully simplified it all for him. They're currently all safely inside this kid's amazing ability in Gangnam. Upon finally hearing exactly where he now was and what had apparently happened, the grateful, yet duty-bound, Colonel then humbly, politely requested to please be let off on the road outside. Jong Yong then hurriedly, sincerely assured the older, distinguished military man that they had absolutely no intention whatsoever of harming Mr. Han in any way, shape, or form, or anything even remotely like that. Of course, they were just trying to help him. The Colonel, for his part, already knew that this strange, yet capable, gang was not a threat to him.